So if I'm gone, baby, so when I'm gone, baby, if I did you wrong, baby, you gotta elevate. I might be long or I might come right home, even if I'm alone, baby. You gotta elevate. We made up. I told you to get away. You know I've been fed up. I said it before. It feels like we've been fading, 'cause of your stupid games. And I don't wanna wait more, but girl, you should know, baby, I love you so. Baby, I love you so. Baby, I love you so. I'm sorry that I never took you out. Oh, I'm sorry for
welcome to VCT Pacific. Week 1, we'll be playing against DFM. We'll see you there.
No, Alex, I wasn't missing my rockets on purpose. Let me play race again. Week 2, we play Team Secret. See you there.
It's week 3, we're playing T1. I can't wait to play Faker. He's been my idol since day 1. Oh, bukan eh?
Delicious. Delicious. Just like our opponents, DRX.
Week 5, Global Esports. See you there, guys. No more takes, Andy, please. I can't do it anymore.
One more.
It's too many. One more, please.
สวัสดีครับทุกคน เฮ้ย ไปไหนอะผมก็จะมานะชวนทารอนนะครับผมไปกินเนื้อย่างกันแล้วผมก็ได้ลองนูเดิลมาหลายอย่างเลยนะผมก็อยากจะแบบว่าเอาให้ทารอนได้กินกับผมบ้างนะครับผมก็เลยอยากแบบว่าโอ้ยไว้เจอกันในแข่งครับผม
Week 7, nice.
Nice
Last week is the Super Week.
We'll play against 2 teams, Gen.G and RRQ,
They have the power of friendship.
and the power of a meteor.
We have W Gaming.
It will be fun.
just here become their leader because of my age. But I can say what I'm doing when I was 15 years old. I'm still doing it right now, like playing 15 hours a day. I'm still the same. I still know how to win. I just need to build a team. Hi, I'm Jessie Vash. I'm from Team Secret, Valorant. I think I'm a very aggressive player, but in a disciplined way, very consistent, very knowledge about the game because I think I played different game a lot for professionally, and my kind of style of leadership in the team is like I need to be a role model of the teams. I always told to my player that whatever you do, it's not wrong. It's just we need to figure out what's better move you can do. Sometimes they say it's wrong. For me, it's not wrong. We just need to discuss it after the game, after the round.
Jessie Vash is one of my motivations playing competitively. Obviously, he and me are like in the line of 30 age. He is like 2 years older than me, so whatever he does, I want to be able to replicate, if not replicate, like do better. So he is one of my motivations and challenges in life that I wish to overcome also as well. But in a certain way, it's like a healthy competition, He makes me do better. He's one of the reasons that I don't want to stop playing.
Unbelievable, the level up that he's had, especially for, I think he's 33 now, Jessie Vash. He's completely changed in terms of his individual skill, and his IGLing has gotten much better too. So Jessie Vash has to be the veteran that leads that team, that leads by example. And what I saw in lock-in leads me to believe that he will be doing that.
He's played on the world stage multiple times to the point where, like, for the newer players and the younger players, and like even me, like Brazil was my first international tournament. Like if there's any questions or if people are struggling with nerves, whatever the case may be, he's always someone that you can go to.
I always tell to my players that to calm down and don't panic if you're losing or anything happens. I always told them that everything happens for a reason. We might lose today, then maybe we're not yet deserving to win the event, so we just work hard again.
I think knifing Soulcast in Icebox, that was one of my favorite moments because I think knifing in Valorant is such an important thing because it makes your opponent lose morale, We kind of saw it coming, right? It was really slow. He said, I will knife him, don't kill him or something. And I'm like, okay, let's go.
No way, certainly not. Jessie Vash, you cannot do this to the man! Unbelievable!
I was so excited for Vash to get the knife kill because I know the crowd would react like really loud when the knife happened. I'm like, oh, this series is over.
Actually, I always dream of something like boot camping where you are not in the comfort zone. I always dream of it, but I always trying to stay in my region in Philippines. I always try to represent Philippines, so I always decline the offer from the other country. I always want to show to people how the players in the Philippines is. Yeah.
Call me the champion, welcome to my kingdom. Survival is my instinct. Caught up in the system. You better listen. Call me the champion. Champion. Call me the champion. Call me the champion. It's been a long, hard road. Okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing on my toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back and I'm gonna reap just what I sowed. It's been a long, hard road. Okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing on my toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back and I'm gonna reap just what I sowed. Call me the champion, welcome to my kingdom. Predators been stalking, but survival is my instinct. And certain men get bounced on, caught up in the system. But I'ma tell my own truth, yeah, I'ma make them listen. You better listen. Call me the champion. champion. Call me the champion. Champion. Champion.
Coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea. Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. I'm Victoria Cheng, and at the desk with me today, I've got William and a paper thin. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing great. We had some great matches yesterday. Finally got to get my hands on the casting, get in the studio, get to meet some of the fans as well. Now we're back at the desk, and we've still got so many great matches for the rest of the weekend, so couldn't be happier.
There's a lot going on today, especially. And how are you, Clinton?
I'm doing great. I'm having a nice day. The weather's a little too hot for my taste.
It is warm.
This is spring. It's supposed to not be like almost in the 80s today. No, I'm angry about this. I love spring weather.
Give this man a t-shirt so he can enjoy the cherry blossoms because it's actually gorgeous outside. Yeah, so it's been a beautiful weekend so far, and we had a lot of really cool games yesterday, and we have a lot of exciting games today. We got 4 teams lined up and ready to go. The very first one is going to be paper. Oh my God, I said paper.
I mean, I can play. You could, like, I'll go
Paper
up there
Thin,
and
representing
5
Paper.
mouses at once. I'm like, let's go. I got this.
Paper Thin representing Paper Rex and Team Secret. But let's talk about the standings. So we saw a lot of shifts happen, and some moved up and some went down. Let's break this down.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the kind of the entertaining point right now for a lot of people is sure it's only because they've gotten to play their second match early, but T1 is on top, which no one really expected as the Pacific was kicking off, right? People were like, all right, T1, they look like they have promise, but they're going to need a lot of time, but they seem to have cleaned up a lot. Meanwhile, I mean, RRQ and Talon, they're already in a bit of trouble starting 0-2 for the season.
And what's really concerning here about Talon is the round differential. They're getting blown out on some maps, and that's extremely... Like, it's worrying because we expected better from this team, and I didn't think that this was going to be as much of a problem as it is. Like, I could have saw them losing some of these matches, of course.
Sure.
Like, I thought T1 might be slightly better right now, but I didn't think they would be that much better.
Yeah, quite a one-sided affair, right? And I'm glad you pointed that out because RRQ and Talon both at 0-2, but the round differential is quite a big of a difference, which means, I mean, if it comes down to eventually you get a couple wins, you're fighting for that last spot to get into the playoffs, that round differential may come into play. So it's important to remember how you want to wrap up some of these matches.
That's right. So even if there is a chance for some of these teams to bounce back in terms of win counts, the round differential will make all the difference in the end. But there's a lot of uncertainty over the next few weeks, so we don't really know how that's going to go. But before we even head into seeing the next matches, let's also talk about some key players. There's one particular standout player. Let's talk about what's the issue with the tissue.
The issue with the tissue.
Gen.G.
That's so good.
Well, clearly there is no issue because it allows him to pop off the tissue maker, Goddead himself. I mean, listen, he's starting.
I don't know if we want a maid out of his nose like that. I'm not so sure if that's like the best way to do it.
But listen, he's converting people on his team. I mean, maybe across the world now in terms of this buff. And whatever the actual reasoning is, it clearly works. We saw it last year at the East Asia OCQ, and we saw it last week as well as VCT Pacific kicked off. There's King with it as well. Not that he necessarily needed it at any point, but Goddead, he's really at the top of his prime, which we've always known is quite a high ceiling.
He's an incredible player. I mean, we've seen spectacular stuff out of him previously in VCT Korea. We know he's a phenomenal initiator, but this was one of the best performances I've ever seen from him, strictly relying on the KO, but setting up Meteor beautifully with a lot of these flashes, always seemed to be in the right place at the right time, and really bailing his team out with good plays here. I mean, he's putting himself in good positions. Like you can see there, he's getting nearsighted with a lot of that utility, and he's still putting himself in spots where he can succeed. So truly, I think this is the resurgence of Goddead, and obviously it was encouraging to see the way he played.
Yeah, the thing about Goddead a lot of people would always criticize was he would have very big ups and downs at the same time. And part of this was because he always wanted to still focus on his personal career of streaming and all that as well. But so far, the opening match for Gen.G looks good. Now all eyes are on him again. If he continues to play in that starting lineup, can he keep that up into week 2 and 3? Because then a lot of people are going to start to have faith in Goddead and the rest of the Gen.G roster.
I mean, that's a really good point, and it's great to see him on the roster in general. And I also wonder if they're going to get a toilet paper sponsor that's just going to supply them for life at this point, because, dude, if that gives me a buff, I'm going to put toilet paper everywhere.
I want to see, like, pictures of him in, like, Daiso next to, like, the toilet paper aisle, just, like, those big cardboard cutouts. And you can, like, if you need, here's a good one. You at a restaurant, they have, like, the tissue dispensers. You got, like, a picture of Goddead, and you can pull him from his nose at the restaurant.
Let me tell you, I'm not going to that restaurant. I'm sorry.
I'm going fine. I'm going alone.
I'm going to go. I want all those buffs. I want as many, like, Goddead buffs as possible. Now, we also saw, finally, the first appearance of our Gecko plays with an astounding win rate of 0%.
Yeah.
Let's pull that up. What happened? What happened? You can see Quack
dying over there.
Yeah, little bro's got to run for that one because
they got a defibrillator over Wingman.
I mean, yeah, you can see him sweating. Little bro's sweating. Wingman's sweating because he's like, we don't have much time because Quack's losing it right now. But I mean, Gecko, first of all, I am glad. I'm glad he's being used. I'm glad teams are experimenting, not just in Pacific. Obviously, we saw him in EMEA as well. But honestly, the way Talon was using him, I just feel like wasn't really focusing on Gecko's strengths, right? The wins and the losses they both had yesterday in terms of rounds weren't off the back of Gecko, nor were they the fault of Gecko. So now the question still remains of what exactly as Gecko's purpose, because a lot of his, I guess, unique aspects is the whole fact that you can refresh his abilities, right? You can use them again and again if you can prioritize picking up those orbs, and we just did not see that taken advantage of yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I mean, I think that's one thing we both liked with Na'Vi is the way that they're cycling it, especially when they have the Thrash, right? They use it to get info first, and then they play off of it later. Like, they're constantly making sure that these orbs are cyclable, or they throw the Dizzy up in the air, right? Where it's just like going to land right in front of them. They can catch it, pick it up again. That's definitely one way. I'd like to see slightly different comps potentially with Gecko. One way I think that you could potentially do this, I talked about it yesterday, is utilizing the Harbor with the High Tide and those kind of things. I think you could cut off a lot of the space that suits the range of most of Gecko's abilities, other than the Dizzy, which has like ridiculous range because it can see basically everywhere.
Yeah.
But like outside of that, the other things like the Thrash and the Wingman in particular, you know, those have medium range. They're not super long range. They're not like Sova Darts where you can launch them all the way across the map. So I'd like to see a Harbor or even a Viper potentially using the Toxic Screen as well potentially to set yourself up for success with that utility.
Yeah, and I just want to add on one thing we were talking about before the show started was I'm also on the side of, I think Gecko has some good utility on these 3-site maps, right? Because you can get that early intel and then just use that to quickly focus on the other 2 sites and make it a bit of a speedier affair. Because if you're using something like a Sova or Fade, you're going to have to wait for that cooldown to return on something like the Recon Bolt or the Haunt. Whereas, you know, if it's the Dizzy, it's just 10 seconds, you just pick it right back up. So I'm glad teams are experimenting. The only trouble was yesterday's match for Talon was kind of a match they had to win to feel comfortable against T1. And now that they've already experimented in week 2 with that, they might actually start to funnel back to let's just go with really default safe picks, and I hope that's not the case because we're in this new meta and it's very interesting.
That's an interesting prediction. I don't see it going that way personally. You know, just to contrast on that, I think they just need to figure out how to coordinate better with those Gecko plays. And to Clinton's point, so I hope we see a lot more of that. Now, let's recap a bit on yesterday. We have been talking about it a bit, but we're gonna play a little game. You guys ready for a little game?
Oh, no.
We are gamers. I want to say that. We're gamers over here.
That's true. That's a good point.
We do like to play games.
Yes, I'm always ready for games.
The gamers are ready for gaming. Good. Let me explain the rules to you. We're going to play a clip, and we're going to pause it, and you have to tell us what happens right after that. These are real clips from yesterday's game, so we're going to see how much you were actually paying attention. You seem a bit daunted, so we're going to start with you. Are you ready? I don't know.
No, but yes.
I saw you like eating dinner. I hope you were listening.
I'm ready. No, I'm great. Yeah, let's do this. My memory's perfect. No problems with my memory. Yeah.
Okay, so when we pull up the clip, you have 30 seconds when the timer starts.
Oh my God, there's a timer?
This is
what
going to go
happens,
great.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you when to start. Let's pull up the first clip, and we're going to have paper thin.
Here we go.
Talk through
all right.
Ready?
Okay. So this is Lotus.
Can I buzz in?
RQ
I know this
and
one.
Zeta.
Can I buzz in?
No.
Wait. Okay.
All
so
right,
EJ,
ready?
I think he like gets a kill and then they. Wait. Where? Let me think. Okay.
30 seconds on the clock.
I'm looking at the
Counting
map.
down.
I see Zeta's stacked up, and then I think he gets a kill here.
Do you think
and then
he
they
gets a
back
kill?
off. Don't they back off?
He gets a kill?
I think EJ gets a kill and backs off, or am I wrong on that?
Well, is that all? Is that everything that happens? What happens after that?
I think Zeta backs off and the round just kind of goes on, doesn't it? If I remember, I don't know. My memory's
That's really
like
vague.
actually
It goes
like
to round 2. Is that what happens?
yeah, we just go right on round 2.
The clock actually counts down to 133 in the next second.
Exactly.
Time.
That's so good.
All right. That was. I don't know if that was the right prediction. Let's see what happens.
Okay, he got a kill. Oh, he gets a lot of kills.
This was
that's right.
Yeah,
that's
this
right.
was the spin-off exec play that RRQ had, which we saw from DFM last week, and this time they used the jet, right, with the guiding light above. It was a really cool moment. But it doesn't work out every time, but that round, it cleans up on Steam.
That's right. Now I remember that now. I thought that was the one where he like got out, got a kill, and then had to get bailed out.
There were a couple variations.
Yeah.
I mean, let's talk about that round in general. Sorry, not that round, but that game in general. How did it all play out? Recap on that.
I mean, yeah, it was a pretty, interesting map for RRQ. Like they keep trying to go into this Lotus, and you see some decent ideas here and there, but again, it's like it's their general problem. The follow-through for them isn't there. Like, they have good initial setups. They read their opponent pretty well on how their opponents want to approach round to round. Like, you see them, set up in smart spots where they're anticipating, just like this round, where they're anticipating opponent plays. But if it goes deeper into that, then things start to break apart.
Yeah, so I think one of the biggest things also, we just had an interview pop up from RQ's analyst YB, and they were talking about also the fact that it seemed like they just lost steam as they went into the third map. And maybe RQ is also just trying to focus on what are their weaknesses. Maybe part of it's this endurance if you have to go to a map 3. Maybe it's also going into these 3-site maps where communication is so key because there's so much chaos. And if that's your biggest weakness, yeah, I mean, this is the strongest training chamber you can get into, is keep going to Lotus, you know, try to work out how are you going to adjust to these chaotic moments. Yesterday's overall match, I think, showed improvement from RRQ, but at the same time, their opponent, Zeta, improved just a bit faster coming into week 2. So, you know, props to Zeta, and then RRQ, now you really have to start to focus on, we can't just use this as practice anymore. We got to start making some actual steps forward in the coming weeks.
That's right. Yeah, maybe practice Lotus at home. Kind of thing. All right, let's do a little guessing game. It's your turn, William.
Oh, no.
We got Talon versus T1, so this is going to be a clip from that game. Let's pull up the clip.
All right.
And see if you were paying attention. All right. Here we go.
Okay, Talon's on attack. This is match point.
Great 2 kills
Well, I remember this. All right, the clock's going to come up.
I actually...
See, it's hard, right?
Oh, I remember this one.
Oh, my God. You remember this one?
It was... I'm not going to say anything.
Wait, no. Are you sure you remember this one?
I really
Tell me
remember
what
this
you
one.
remember,
No,
Victoria.
you can't pass the buck. No.
Yep, 15 seconds left to go. We got
I am
Saya
certain
player here.
Either Saya player or Fox is going to die here.
Really? Is that what happened? Is
I
that
feel like-
what happened?
I feel like there's a really
got
good
5
chance.
seconds.
See, if they could have given me this one, I would have been golden. I remember this one.
This was brilliant
Yeah.
display of a certain discipline.
Oh, Fox waits for it, and then Saya turns around at the end with his knife out, trying to come back to join his teammates, and Fox finally gets the kill.
Yep.
That's
what it
right,
is.
but time's up, so
Oh,
you
come
do
on.
not get the point.
Oh, but the clip didn't play. You know what?
Let's play the clip.
I can't remember what I had for breakfast this morning, so like this is really hard for me.
Yeah, and then he's able to get the second
Yeah.
one. I do remember it. Yep, I do remember it now.
That trigger discipline, though, was
It was
just
so
like a
good.
beautiful moment and really a breathtaking one. All right, so we're going to take a short commercial break. Don't go away. We are going to talk about the games for today right after that. So let's go to the break.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm Victoria. On the desk with me I have William and Paper Thin, and we are gonna go into Game 1. And the matchup of today are two Southeast Asian heavyweights. We got Team Secret from the Philippines and Paper Rex from Singapore and Malaysia, and I'm so freaking excited for today.
Yes, I mean, everyone should be excited for this, right? I mean, obviously these two teams, they have faced off against each other in the past, but now obviously some roster changes and now in a new setting of VCT Pacific. And the biggest focus is on Team Secret. They looked so good coming into VCT Pacific. They looked pretty promising and lock-in as well. And I mean, all 5 players continued to frag out. They could really put up a strong fight against Paper Rex today.
Yeah, I love what you're talking about, because to me, what really impressed me across all the games here for Team Secret was not only we know that Envy had a phenomenal performance on those initiators, but everybody was shining in different roles and different maps. I mean, it was Jeremy who switched over to the Killjoy, who put up a +10 scoreline, averaging 173 damage per round on Ascent. On Icebox, it was the Envy show, absolutely, performing out of his mind. Sure, they lost the map, but he had a phenomenal one. And then on the last map, it was Borkum on the Brimstone, going absolutely nuclear, averaging over 300 ACS, another huge positive. I think it was +13 on the map and kill to death. So this is a team effort from them. What I will say is potentially a little bit concerning for Team Secret is, they played Talon first. That we expected to be a close match. It was, but now we've seen Talon kind of falter a little bit.
Oh, I see. We're going back to the whole Liquid story as well.
Yeah.
Were their opponents really that strong?
I don't want to put that on them, because I felt like at least with Liquid individually, that team is stacked like crazy. So at the very least, they were fragging out in that match. So clearly, pound for pound, their mechanics were at least on par with Liquid, which is a very good sign. Now it's beyond that. How are they going to be able to continue to prove the doubters wrong? And once again, I think this team can do it today.
Well, let's also talk about our favorite Singapore Malaysian dinos, Paper Rex.
The dinos.
They've also, proving their weight.
And a snail with Benkai.
Yeah, and a snail.
If there's anything in common between dinos and snails, it's that they can both turn into fossils at some point, which is not what Paper Rex wants to do, though. That is not what they want to do today.
Okay. They're known for their W gaming, their surprising tactics. Can we expect to see more of that? How do you think this is going to play out?
Absolutely, I think. I mean, they committed hard to the whole double duelist in week 1, right? Even bringing out the Phoenix, going into Pearl. And I think they're just accepting the fact that if we're sticking with this roster, which is a very powerful roster, that is our biggest strength. It's in this fact that even if no one else considers it meta, we can actually make this double duelist work. And it allows for this special type of speed that we've always come to expect from a team like Paper Rex. And if their utility continues to just line up in their own timings, I think they're going to keep it up until it hits a hard wall, which I don't know when that's going to happen here in VCT Pacific, because a lot of these teams in Pacific are not used to that tempo.
Let's pull up some of their score lines so far since playing last week. Both teams have won their games. You made a really good point, Paper Thin, about how Secret played, and perhaps that might have been a reflection of the opponent. Let's talk about this here.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want to sell Secret short, because I think they're actually playing some really, really strong Valorant. And Paper Rex, on the other side of the coin, if you want to talk about maybe that Team Secret struggled, well, Paper Rex, you could also point to that a little bit. Now, DFM, I thought, just played better. I think they sorted their roles a little bit better, putting Suggest on the Duelist. But it took Paper Rex a lot of clutches to get that done. They had 12 clutches in that map, and like almost half of them were multi, they had to win 1v2, 1v3s, 1v4s, these kind of things to get this through. So certainly Paper Rex a deserved win, but it was still scary for them.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things I like that you pointed out there is the fact that the reason it comes down to that is because they also kind of get mixed up in their own chaos, right? But the reason they're able to get these clutches is if you're going in that hard and fast, eventually if you keep trading, you're going to stay on top. Now, they're going up against Team Secret, where a lot of us picked Envy as the MVP, as the standout player for this team last week. And the important part there is Envy's always going to be that second line of defense or second line of attack, usually playing that initiator. If Envy can keep up his mechanics like he did last week and maybe stop that trading as the fight comes to him, right? If Forsaken and Jin come in and Envy cleans up one or both, suddenly Paper Rex is going to have to realize that they can't keep up their own tempo anymore. So a lot of this focus comes down to Envy, and then also, even though he's the initiator, the rest of Team Secret kind of setting him up for success so that he can actually get into these 1v1, 1v2 duels.
Yeah, I love what you're talking about. I think the initiators are going to make a big difference here for Team Secret. Not just Envy, but also Jessie Vash, who's been playing really, really well as that second line you're talking about. I mean, Envy was the superstar last week. Maybe this week it's Jessie, maybe someone else, but I think Team Secret behind their, their talented duelist in Jeremy or Dubstep, depending on what they want to go with, they've actually got phenomenal players. And, taking a look at our 2 MVPs from last week, Envy and Benkai, pretty good stats across the board for both of them. Benkai, I voted for Devi last week, but I thought Benkai well deserving of this MVP.
Yeah, I mean, Devi played, like you said, very well, but Benkai, I think, was kind of the hidden hero, right? He was just so consistent, and he was the one who was actually getting these crucial rounds that would allow them to roll the economy just a bit forward, even though they were always getting into these messy rounds. So Benkai, and again, we keep talking about this point, but while the flashiness of both teams might come from the duelist in the first line of attack, actually the most important thing is going to come down to once the dust settles, who's left alive, right? Is it Envy or is it going to be Benkai? Who's really holding on to the site? Because Envy, the way he played on Icebox last week, he's ready for even maybe a 1v5 at certain points.
So many multi-kills from Envy. I was just beyond thrilled with the way he played, because he was constantly winning trades that like this one right here, winning 1v2s that he has no business winning. So yeah, if his mechanics can stay in this form, absolutely this is going to be promising for Team Secret. The other thing I want to talk about that I think is always a factor with Paper Rex on the other side of this is that if Jing and Forsaken heat up, sometimes they just take games over, they just take maps over, just because they're that individually talented.
Yeah, and we're seeing kind of the difference in play here, where Benkai, also because he's usually playing that Sentinel, is going to play a little bit more crafty, whereas Envy is really trying to play these aggressive duels and using his own utility to set himself up for advantageous fights, where Benkai is actually going to wait for the opponents to make their first move and then work around that with a little bit of positioning and some mind games as well to set him up for these calm 1v1 isolated duels. And Envy is more of a, hey, I can snap onto heads just a bit faster type of player.
What's it going to take for Paper Rex to, I mean, we talked about what Team Secret can do to counter Paper Rex. What's it going to take for Paper Rex?
Well, I mean, I think for Paper Rex, it's just, getting into the mix and just winning your duels is generally what's going to work for them. Benkai, like you mentioned, does a great job with these lurks. That needs to keep up. But I can't see them rely on these clutches. I don't think that's going to work as well here against Team Secret. I really think you need to just be strong at the point of attack. Make sure Benkai is covering the flanks. Make sure in your post plants in particular that you've got protocols in place to make sure that your flanks are covered, make sure you're playing off of each other, because sometimes I see them post plant and later in rounds try to isolate their fights too much.
Yeah, I just want to add one more point, is perhaps kind of harkening back to the prime of Paper Rex when they were getting to the finals of Masters Copenhagen. The biggest part there was Mindfreak was so good with the lurks. Right?
Yeah.
He was able to really dig deep into the middle part of every map. And he was always catching the backside of the rotations right as Forsaken and Jing was causing chaos wherever they were entering. If that timing can come back, that's going to really shake up both Jessie Vash and Envy, where they're not going to have their comfort zone to just fight, 2v2 on that attack anymore.
Now, I want to go back once upon a time before there was Pacific. There was just APAC, and that was when the rivalry between Paper Rex and Team Secret existed. I want to pull up an old post that was quoted by Dubstep, remarking about the different regions. This is what he said back then. EU has a slower approach to the game, NA has a chaotic one. Korea has a strategical approach, and Southeast Asia has whatever the cheese works.
Yep.
That's actually what he wrote. It just got blurred out a little bit.
This is artwork. I love this.
It's an old post. Sometimes words get blurred out a little bit, right?
Yeah, got lost in the art.
Yeah, they need to touch it up a little bit,
I mean, that is what it used to feel like, right?
Yeah.
Well, also because, APAC was so many other sub-regions kind of coming together with their own interpretations, and then it just became, all right, whoever can keep their tempo, for the longer period of time, for more rounds in a row, and especially for going up against a team like Paper Rex. I mean, they kind of take you, by the wolves and just say, we're going at our speed.
By the what? By the dinos?
By the dinos. They grab you by your dinos with their little T-Rex arms, right? And they just drag you out.
Little tiny arms.
But if Paper Rex can do that off the bat, they might not give enough time for Team Secret to catch up. And if it comes to that, I'm actually keeping my eyes on Team Secret's coach, right? Warbirds. It seems like he's had a great impact on keeping this team disciplined. Maybe if he puts a really good timeout just to pump the brakes a bit, that could be the game changer here today.
Warbirds, like we mentioned yesterday, bumped into them in Myeongdong. They were just shopping and having fun. They looked chill, but at the same time, Warbirds had a lot of confidence for his team going in. Paper Rex, I know, has been practicing a lot as well. With that, let's talk about our predictions. It sounds like it's going to be close.
It is.
What did you guys predict?
We went Team Secret.
Oh, you both went
We
Team
both did.
Secret.
We both did.
Yep. Actually, I was looking at it.
Oh.
What's really interesting is the three of us that used to cast Challengers Korea, we voted for Team Secret, and the rest of you guys on the show today voted for Paper Rex. So we have a little bit of a split here in what we're looking for. And I think maybe part of that is because having watched more of the Korean teams, we're kind of just liking the set play heavy, util heavy style of Team Secret, whereas Paper Rex, it's always hard to predict, right, how their matches are going to go. But they're always fun to watch as well.
Yeah. Do you have anything to add on to that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think obviously it is the APAC Classico, right? So I think this is going to be a long, drawn-out affair. I think both these teams know each other incredibly well, but I think Team Secret right now has shown me a little bit more depth in their strategy, in the way that they play off of each other and in the team as a whole. Obviously, Paper X has that too, but so far I'm not impressed with Paper X this year. Going all the way back to lock-in even, I thought they flopped a little bit. Definitely doesn't look like they have that same momentum and speed and confidence that really carried them through at Copenhagen. I mean, obviously Mind Freak, a big part of it, but also it was, Jing and Forsaken just winning outrageous duels, like just going in the paint, winning against some of the best in the world because their confidence was so high, their skill level was so high. Obviously, I don't think that's changed much, but teams have learned to kind of adapt and expect the way that they take angles, the aggressive positions they're willing to take, and they're ready to counter it with utility or, even kind of unexpected, positions of their own.
Do you think, with the announcement of something joining the team, will we be seeing him today or during the season?
I think during the season there's a good chance, especially actually if they keep up a winning record, right? Then it might be time, if you had some ideas when you picked up something, start to kind of implement that during the round robin. Today it's probably a little soon, just because I know it hasn't been too many days since something arrived here in Seoul, but I would love to see him, because the biggest question everyone has is, if he does play, whose spot is he taking? Because it's so hard to pick because all 5 players are so good.
He's a duelist.
Yeah,
and
he is a duelist.
He is a duelist, which fits into their MO, right?
Yeah.
Like double duelist. And he was the best duelist in Japan this year in the Japanese qualifiers and stuff. So he was destroying. He was absolutely destroying people in that scene. So if he comes in, I don't think he's going to be ready today, but
I mean, what's better than 2 duelists? It can only be 3
3 duelists. Why not?
That would be a very exciting game. With that, I have another question for you guys. How many knife kills are you predicting? And is it going to be more Tondo gaming, or is it going to be a little Stabby Rex stabs?
Stabby Rex with the T-Rex arms? They got to get up close and personal?
They can't reach with those knives.
Are we going to see any today?
I actually think there is a chance. I'm going to go ahead and say...
Secret did the first knife kill Pacific last week.
I'm going to go ahead and say we're going to see 2 knife kills, but we're going to go to 3 maps. So we're going to see one on 2 maps, right? Yeah,
okay.
So 1 each on 2 maps.
At least 2 knives.
I'll say 1 knife. Just one. Just
one.
Just
you are such a safe
From which
better.
side?
I'm not a big gambler, man. I keep it close to the vest, all right?
Which side is it going to be coming from?
I think Team Secret.
Secret?
Yeah.
Again? Nah, I think it's going to be Paper X. I think it's going to be close, and I know Team Secret did look really ready, but I feel like Paper X has been catching up over the past week, and I'm expecting awesome plays coming from you guys. So show us some good plays, good knifing with your little baby dino
Your little dino arms.
I know this stage, the teams are getting ready to go live. I'm very excited to see. I know we got Quack and Achilleos up there, and Quack is probably like sweating with excitement right now. So let's go over the stage and see what they're up to.
face.
Ladies and gentlemen, the journey continues for the two heavyweight VCT Pacific teams, Paper Rex and Team Secret. The teams are getting ready for Game 1, and it's the first time they're facing off this season.
They didn't look super excited there. I'm not so sure about this. Both of them are like star players there, just kind of like waved awkwardly at the camera.
I think they were feeling the nerves a little bit as well, the pressure, right? I mean, we talked about it. Envy, can he keep up with the likes of Forsaken and Jing? This is such a huge test for a player like Envy to face off against these two youngsters who have been legends at such a young age for Paper Rex and APAC as a whole. And then, of course, two of the veterans on the team. Of course, Jessie Vash, more of a veteran than almost anybody here at VCT Pacific.
What was that look?
Jessie staring him down?
What?
Yeah, you see that? I mean, we didn't hear anything, but you could definitely tell he was like, just stand down, Devi. Just back off right now.
Devi can get a little spicy with the talk sometimes.
He can.
Get a little bit, but Dubstep and Mind Freak, you know, this is going to be interesting. Dubstep there, we got to see at least one kind of throwback to his days of being a Jet main, and he played pretty darn well. But yeah, Borkum Benkai, I mean, Borkum had a phenomenal fracture for the side. And
only one part of the dance. It's just a little teaser. Maybe he'll do the rest if they win there. But Benkai switching out his hat for the day, it looks like, as well. And honestly, something else I want to point out is I know Dubstep, you know, he's been talking about how, listen, I can still keep up with the likes of Forsaken and Jing, right? I can keep up with them duelist for duelist. But today, I think he actually kind of just has to give a little bit more room for the second line over on Team Secret.
Here we have our coaches, Warbirds and Alex.
Of course, Alex has been with Paper Rex the whole time, so he's been leading this squad to many different victories and also some other dips as well. But Warbirds, I think the spotlight is more on him, right? On how far can you take this new roster of Team Secret? How, you know, can you really shape them up to be a world-class team? Because it seems like the potential is starting to show.
Yeah, and the players speak very highly of him in the way that he's come in and transformed this team, kind of got them to play, you know, not necessarily more standard Valorant, but they're playing off of each other better. They have their protocols more in place. Like, everything seems to be a much more well-oiled machine here, and that's got them a lot of confidence, that's got them rejuvenated, that's got them, you know, playing the way they've been playing, beating some, you know, teams that people are saying, well, maybe, you know, Team Liquid wasn't in their best form yet, blah, blah, blah. Talon, I don't know, didn't look so good in their second match, but I think these guys, maybe we need to start, especially if they win today, we need to start saying that it's Team Secret that's making these teams look bad.
Yeah, absolutely, right? I mean, it doesn't matter if, you know, Paper Rex usually plays a messier, chaotic style or whatnot. If they win today, even if it's a 2-1 score, I think everyone has to start giving credit where credit is due. It's the, you know, squad of 5 and their coach and Warbirds really pulling up to say, we are a contender to be a top team here in VCT Pacific.
That was probably one of the longest huddles I've ever seen. Warbirds was just building his nest there and getting his chickens ready to go. Flight.
Oh my god.
Sorry, they were just, it was really
there. It was
like,
there.
You could see the team bonding happening.
No, you could. Yeah, I mean, I think it was more than just, you know, strategic talk. It was clearly a very deep pep talk there for the team, and I think this is one of the more important matches for them, both in terms of power check and the style of opponent.
Yeah, no doubt. So this is the same ban as last time. The first ban for Team Secret is Pearl. That's out of the gate. PRX following suit. They're also going to ban the same map they banned last time, which was Icebox. So now, kind of curious here for Secret, how you want to attack Paper Rex. I mean, do you want to go into Haven? I was going to say that was the secondary ban for Paper Rex last week, a really solid map, but I think a solid map for both teams. So this one should be a pretty good, I think a really good close map.
Yeah, Paper Rex has historically disliked Haven, right? And even though they're a very attack-heavy team and that map is attack-heavy, the 3 sites really throws them off, but they're going to take it right back in map 2 in a very chaotic map in Fracture.
Oh, that was a map that Team Secret absolutely demolished Talon on.
Yes.
So that shows a lot of confidence here from Paper Rex. I like that from that aspect. Ascent going to be the follow-up here for Team Secret. Maybe they feel like they don't match up quite as well as they get against Talon. Okay, last one. Please.
Split, baby.
Please, 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 please.
Yes!
Yes.
We finally have our first split map pick. Well,
it was, yeah.
It wasn't really a pick.
Sort of, no one voluntarily picked it.
Whatever it is, we need to get to game 3.
You know, I was thinking, though, if there was a matchup early on in VCT Pacific where Split was going to show, I think this was a pretty likely one, right? I mean, Paper Rex has never been one to really shy away from that map. And I think Team Secret as well, you've got some really crisp aimers. You can pick up the speed if you want. And if you're really just going to try to isolate some of your other weaknesses that you've always preferred, then just leave it open, right? Try to get a 2-0. If you can't, go to Split and just see what happens.
Yeah, and it leans into the double duelist for the side, potentially.
yeah.
We've seen a lot of double duelist success
these days,
globally, these days on Split, so I think it is a solid map for Paper Rex. The only other team I can think of that would maybe want to play Split is Zeta, just because they've had some success on it internationally. But let's see what the agent comps look like here on Haven.
Give me that Yoru.
Oh my god.
As a Yoru main, I just cannot wait. I listen.
But it is for Sage.
I am a Yoru believer as well, just so we're clear.
And in theory, and anyone who's played Yoru has thought this for sure, in theory, a 3-site map is perfect for Yoru, right? Because you can always try to deceive the enemies and really try to get the lurks. Now, Haven is a little bit tricky because the entry point into each of the sites is narrow, so if you try to throw that gate crash in, you're going to be able to hear it. But you also have the Cypher there as well, so especially on defense, you can really just anchor one site with the Cypher on Benkai, and then try to get crafty, see if you can draw out some util from that Yoru.
I mean, the thing I'll always say with Yoru is it requires really good coordination at the pro level to pull it off. I've seen glimpses of it from Paper Rex. I haven't seen enough. In fact, I thought Ethan, with the way that EG did this at Lock-In, I thought they piloted the Yoru the best I've ever seen. I want to see improvements here for Paper Rex. I know Forsaken is a god-tier gamer. I need to see it now, god-tier teamwork behind this Yoru.
And Envy on that breach as well is going to be so crucial, because the biggest difference here is that there's no breach for Paper Rex on a map like Haven, where we've seen breach almost every time it's been picked throughout all the different metas. So if that breach can really just shut down the aggression coming out from Paper Rex, it's going to be a crucial win condition for Team Secret.
The boys are looking very serious right now. I think this is going to be a high-pressure game for both sides, with everyone from back home watching them. So all there's left to do is to get into the game and hear from our casters. They are all dressed up smartly for today, for this special occasion. Quack and Achilles, tell us, how many knife kills are we going to see today?
Oh, that's a tough one to gauge, I think, as far as the knife kills are concerned. I'm hoping for many.
Really?
But yeah, I'm always dressed smartly, because it's not about what you're wearing, it's all about what's up in here. And,
That's true.
No, this has just been rotting.
No,
30 years of brain rot. But yeah, ready to dive into this one. This has been an exciting one, and also a very polarizing matchup as far as who people expect to be able to take this. Obviously, fairly long-standing rivalry. These guys have played back and forth against each other since, before Team Secret came into the fold, or then Brand Esports with that roster. But we've seen that back and forth, and widely it has been Paper Rex getting the upper hand. So, historically, you certainly want to favor them, but we kind of have to look at some of the recent results.
Fair enough.
Right now, Team Secret still look very fired up. Paper Rex still some things to work on, but at the same time, I can anticipate, Quack, that if there's going to be a match that Paper Rex really over-prepares for, it's probably this one.
Definitely has to be, because this is something that they've played so many times before, at least in the previous years of Valorant. But coming now into this, we know that Paper Rex has some tricks up their sleeves. Of course, with the Euro pick already, it's going to be a little bit of that sense of fixing mistakes once again. All those maps that we've seen before, like in the previous months, Lock-In, maybe even Champions. We do see Paper Rex getting a little bit too frag heavy, a little bit too aggressive forward positions that they keep playing. They just get picked off. So I'm interested to see how Warbirds builds this team up, how he's going to control them and fix their some slight tiny mistakes.
Sure. I mean, so far what we've seen from Warbirds and his effect on the squad, it's been looking very good. Let's see if that's going to continue to be the case. Dart going to get a very nice ping. 4 players going to be revealed outside of a lobby. So already hefty info here in the pistol round for Jessie Vash. You can also see Dubstep getting himself into a forward position tucked away over at C, right in the cubby at long.
Still, it's going to be the fake out straight into Garage, getting a little bit of control. A dink onto Borkum.
Then he sees the real deal. Shots coming across. They're trying to spray him out. Dubstep here, lurking in this position. Going to be good for 2. Picks up Benkai and Divide. Borkum, though, 1 HP on the backside of the site. Swings out. Still manages to find Jing. Clipping him in the head. Forsaken here on the site. Just going to be banged through the box. Borkum takes him down somehow. Still alive, and he is going to survive through the whole round. Only Dubstep going down at the end of it all, as Team Secret will go ahead and find the first round.
Oh man, like that's a great start for Team Secret. Paper X, clearly they had some intentions of heading towards A, but that was instantly blocked off, and they decided to head back towards C, where I think this one position, this one play from Dubstep did so much, effectively nullified the alternate approach, leaving only Garage to be left to worry about, and that's where things really start to fall apart for Paper X.
Wow, still seeming like they're remaining serious and not going to get overzealous quite just yet. You know, it's just the pistol. And for now, going into the eco, seems like we're just going to have Paper X set their sights over onto the B site, which is ever so common. Dubstep again, getting tucked away, jump out of the smoke, and they just get mowed down one after the other.
Seth, this is
a rough start.
Yeah, I do think it's a pretty rough start. This is a terrible start, my friend. I don't know if that was the right idea to just walk straight through past dark cover like that onto B site, not checking things, not making sure that it's clear, and they walk straight into that blender.
Well, a flawless round here for Secret to close out the anti-eco, so going to be carrying forward all of their weapons. So Spectres across the board, aside from just a single Marshall. We'll see how that gets put to use here in a moment. But yeah, I mean, Dubstep coming up huge already, which is a fantastic start. Crucially, you know, we do see from Paper X, they've opted to go for the Cypher. I do like that when they get over to the defending side to really just make sites unassailable, catch people who are trying to lurk in behind you. But on the attack, you need to kind of deliver a bit more succinct. Obviously, it's going to be Jessie Vash there with the Marshall in hand, as Drone does get a reveal. They managed to find two. Jeremy goes for the aggressive push. Still, though, manages to find one. That's going to be a rifle on the floor.
Look at this. It's 3 players pushing up A. They might want to claim that rifle. At the same time, aggression on the other side. Dubstep, very forward position onto C, trying to hold them off or gain information.
Blinded, the Paranoia going to Spire. There's the swing out. Spike now going to be dropped. Takes a bit of damage. Out of the Jing as well as Mind Freak. Softening him up as the paint shells going to force Jessie Vash to push out of the smoke through Garage. He ends up getting taken down. Swing around the back of sight. Borkum unable to line it up. 2 weapons dropped. Not terrible here for the side of Secret. Paper X is going to be very grateful that they managed to get through this bonus. We saw a lot of conversions yesterday, so they managed to get on the board.
I think it's simple but effective. This is similar to what what they wanted to do on the first round, hovering around A lobby, and that's where I think that push came into hand from Team Secret. But of course, Paper X instantly knew how to react to that, and this time a little bit more careful about their approach towards C.
All right, but here's the thing: we're going out into round 4. Dubstep has his lockdown. As far as trying to clear that out, we're quite a ways away from a Hunter's Fury here from Divide. Whoa. Maybe a paint shell so we can line it up. Pushing through, Jeremy makes his exit with the blast packs. He will be safe.
But this is the same sort of pressure that we've seen so many rounds now from Paper X, just constantly into where it's A, trying to push them back, trying to temper Team Secret and prevent them from getting more information easily.
Backed away quite a bit. Dart going to be able to find one. Jessie Vash just stops to remove it. Meantime, Benkai has inched his way forward just outside of B. Certainly be hearing the alarm bot, so sends down the cyber cage.
He's just there to, I guess, catch any stray rotations, perhaps. The rest of them are hovering around the A side, but this is the thing. Team Secret isn't really moving. Maybe the only one is Jessie Vash just to suss out more information, but here comes the hit.
Yep. Jeremy going to find one, takes down Jing, and Envy a bit late on the swing, a bit delayed to try to get that kill. Ends up falling. Jessie Vash now tries to get in, break this down, and it nearly has the lineup. Thought for sure he was going to get the collapse there, but he does not. Borkum in the meantime, though, finds Benkai. Into the dimensional drift, goes Forsaken, scouting out, doesn't see anybody in heaven. Gets the ping on the Borkum.
Whoa.
Here's that.
Oh, no.
Should be prepared, and now they spot him.
Let's do or die.
They need to defend this. Push coming in, they get one. Dubstep will get the other. And as Dubstep is the last one standing, Spike not planted, doesn't have to defuse the damn thing. And that is going to be them taking a round away. But significant damage dealt, only a singular weapon carried forward as we go into round 5.
And that is good enough damage, I think. I mean, you were absolutely right, Seth. That lockdown was the key factor in this round for Team Secret. They had that extra ace up their sleeve. And of course, Paper X, I think some of these protocols were pretty good. The way that they actually gained contact on towards A, leaving Benkai on the lurk on B. It was good, but just, once again, that lockdown changed everything.
not without cost either, because obviously your ult now going to be burned. Clear out the cam. Piperex again, just to at least take away position here from Team Secret, not allow them to have that forward holdout in A, but as they continue to creep along, seems like this is inevitably going to end up being the hit.
Well, looks like they just want to go in for it.
Joe Stopper's available. Doesn't even need it, Yell. Maybe not. We'll be able to use it now. Forsaken able to find one. Jessie Vash is holding on the corner. Manages to stabilize. A great readjust to catch Jing. And again, one player down. Everybody else holds onto the guns. As Secret will stretch the lead by 3.
And the predictions seem to be working well for you, Seth. I mean, this is, again, like the same thing that we're talking about from PaperX. Sometimes things aren't working out so well. Sometimes you start to figure out that you can't just outduel, you can't out-aim yourself out of every single situation, especially when it comes down to that lockdown from the previous round. You're just pressured to push forward. Forsaken, you know, maybe the best you can hope for is 1 frag, Defy maybe a second, but then again, like that's just so much pressure at hand. So off to the next round, you just have pistols, and that's it. And you just watch them send it onto A. Not much cover and move maneuvers or anything. It's just wild.
Yeah, I mean, this is truly just W gaming, but unfortunately, that's not going to continue to work. And I mean, again, with how familiar these two orgs, these two rosters are with one another, Team Secret look, so far, very well prepared. So that's why we see the brakes getting pumped here by Coach Alex. Come in and step in and saying, okay, let's maybe integrate some more strategy. Let's use some utility to get ourselves into these sites as we go into this next buy round and then try to get the win from there.
I mean, I like the idea of sending out a little bit of utility just to contest A long, A short. Prevent Team Secret from getting so much space or information, especially because this is Haven after all. The fact that you are pushing out can give your team so much value if you're on the defending side. But for PaperX, like you mentioned, right, you need more utility as you go in for those side hits. You need some set plays, more coordination. Right now, it's a lot of individuality and just pushing out, but
I mean, yeah, what are you going to do? Just absolutely screwed in that situation. Benkai will find 2, though. That's going to give him the neural theft. Pops out instantly, but here they are. The reveal happens, and the bullets start flying. Borkum scooping up 2 on the backside, and this is the spike hell.
2v3. They have to outduel this one.
Work cut out from here for the duelist duo. Jing able to find 1, tries to get himself down into short, and somehow Jessie Vash. Weapon not available, and now we're in a 1v1. Ahead of the nade is Dubstep, however. And he will once again be the last man standing.
And that was just tough. I mean, the win conditions, it was simple. You really just had to shoot and duel your way out of that one. But when it comes down to it, I think Dubstep had the sense to actually push up a little bit more forward. So Jing wasn't expecting him to be on the far right. I think he was thinking that he might be closer towards window, which is where the paint shells was. But then again, this is what happens off the timeout. You think that, yeah, PaperX might have come in with an anti-strat somehow, but no. In fact, it's going to be Team Secret just changing things up.
And we're seeing this time and time again. We had these plays happening even just yesterday. Granted, it was with a jet rather than the Rays, but you come off the backside of these timeouts, you have to kind of almost start anticipating that there is going to be that mid-rush into window. It's becoming way more commonplace these days.
Really, really strong.
Certainly something to keep in mind for teams in the future, as well as for PaperX for the rest of this half. Jing now, hello, get out of the way. Getting body blocked, Rocket goes in. Borkum gets tagged up. Defy able to find the finishing blow. Jing as well, gonna pick up another. Dubstep looking to hold things down as best as possible. It's not really able to spawn anything. Gets a sense of it, says okay, let me just check this area. Forsaken gonna be taken out. Brings it now into a 2v3. Jessie Vash just arriving over at C. Breaking these defenses, the sightlines that are covered, going to prove to be a little bit difficult, even with Defy on this Stinger. Gil comes across, Jing looking to go ahead and rotate around behind, get the backstab here on to this Killjoy. Check back comes in, but Jing's got the kill.
There we go.
And while he's trying to hold for it, Jessie Vash will manage to draw down fast enough to get him, but in the end, Defy, he'll be the one to get the final kill, and PaperX will find a second round.
Playing ratty, I like it. I mean, this is how they kind of decided that, all right, A hit's not really working out, let's head back towards C. And because of these close-range duels, because of the close-range weapons that they have, they actually managed to convert this Thrifty into a win. playing off the stingers at that range, initiating fights with the showstopper. This is kind of what we need to see from Paper X. I think kind of like what Will was talking about before we actually headed into game. Paper X doesn't quite have that breach. So you need someone else to step up as that catalyst.
Sure.
And now,
see the clone being sent in the garage. Dubstep, I mean, he's clearly not trying to mess around with these. He doesn't trust it at all, so he is just shooting them regardless. But yeah, Dart comes in before Borkum can make his way into the smoke. Benkai now going to be tagged up by the Hunter's Fury. Jing watching over towards the defending side. Somehow also snaps on the Dubstep, dodges out of the Hunter's Fury. The Divide with one of his own takes down Jeremy. Suddenly it's Jessie Vash. And as I say it, he dies. A much cleaner round here from the side of Paper X. Great setup. Borkum just a little bit too slow to get himself into that smoke. Gets detected, and it's an easy spray down, and that's a site broken open from there.
Smart adjustments, I have to say. I mean, it's that coordinated set play that we wanted to see, and of course, the C long being a shorter route than heading towards A with an A split push, you weren't able to just overwhelm your opponent. I think there was only one defender trying to anchor down the side at that point, and when everyone rotated over, Paper X were already prepared to watch down those angles. We even had Benkai holding off Garage, and it was perfect. I like this timeout from Team Secret, though. They want to keep that momentum in their hands, and Paper X, after just winning 2 rounds, just quashed that away.
Good timing to go ahead and call it. See, Paper X is going to be able to play for a round win off the back of this. Take a look once we get back in and see what the economy looks like, but you have to suspect that it's not going to be very strong for the side of Secret at the moment.
Yeah, not perfect, but then again, we can't really count them out. Paper X, I think the question here for Team Secret is, which is the next site they're going to hit? How are they going to do it? I mean, now they have a little bit more freedom because they have that firepower. It's proven that they have some strats that they're hiding. How do we want to kind of force them into making some of these mistakes, force them into making some of these plays? If you have an eco buy, I don't know, maybe you want to go off with that mid-round push again. Maybe you want to hide in some corners where shorties might work.
Look at C right at the moment. You can see that we got Dubstep and Borkum set up to try to go for a push and maybe get into that cubby once again. Smoke is already used. Here they go, getting ready to swing the corner. Flash leads the way, and instantly Borkum going to be taken down. Dubstep is well spotted. The entry through. Jing clears the site. The ping is well, revealing Dubstep on the way out. And C site absolutely in the hands of Paper X.
And again, it's just that fast play. That kind of push into the cubby of C only works if you have Paper X headed towards A. But now
the cover fire,
simple.
It seemed like Jeremy was going to be able to get that one onto Benkai. Perfect timing on the arrival there from Mind Freak. And Devi, we're talking about him how he's usually a bit of a quieter player, but in their last matchup had those crazy clutches to drag them across the line on that map of Lotus versus DFM. Today, he is absolutely farming.
I mean, without a doubt. We saw him with the Hunter Sphere from the previous round, starting things for his team, closing off certain spots and angles. This time around, I mean, a lot more confident, just finding a lot of these frags, basically almost playing deathmatch. And a lot of people don't know this about him. The first couple years of Paper X, he was the one playing Jet alongside Forsaken. Now more on the Initiator, and he's doing such a great job. Let's see how Team Secret responds.
Again, take a great Jet player, turn them and mold them into pretty much anything else that's great. Some teams still struggling with that around the world, I won't say who, but we've seen that from time and time again from DRX, that it's definitely possible, and Devi just another decent example of it. Dimensional Drift, scouting through, spots Borkum, not going to be seeing too much else. And jumps out right here in the smoke. Jeremy is there for the punish, however, but it's still damn flashy from Forsaken. Benkai finding another Jing as well, shutting down Dubstep and Garage. And that leaves Jeremy on this side of the map. Jessie Vash still an eternity away. Finally starting to rotate back through across the spawn. They have a showstopper. I'm curious if they feel like they could play for this, but looks like the answer is going to be yes. And the rocket goes in. He finds the elimination, but Devi and Mind Freak, they cover the defending side. They get the kills, and suddenly, just like that, we are all tied up at 5-5.
I mean, that has to be a smart prediction, I think, from Paper X, anticipating the possible showstopper. You notice their post-plant positions, they weren't all out in the open. They might have been covering some potential angles, but that long rotation gave Paper X a little bit more space to set up for this contact play, playing off of each other, peeking out at the same time. Doesn't matter if you lose someone, they're a showstopper. And of course, I think it's a lot better that we're seeing this on the side of Team Secret as well. You know, they're trying to make some adjustments, but you know, you kind of need to respect Paper X a little bit.
Flash into mid, and the challenge failed there by Dubstep. Aggressive push-up from Jeremy. He'll be able to find one, but again, going to be traded. Ping goes out, and Vash now going to be taken down. Wickham will find one more for his troubles. Bringing this now to a 2v3. He makes it a 2v2. As Ben.G sat here on the cam. Wasn't ready for Borkum, but still finds the kill, just given the weapon advantage.
Spike dropped in V.
I don't know if he swung out wide enough to notice that the spike wasn't there. Either way, the TP does go ahead and pick it up for him. But because Envy doesn't push further out, he also has not been able to recover a weapon.
And he's paranoid. Not quite sure where any of the Paper X players might be hiding. He has to kind of suss them out, maybe tap the spike a little bit. He's got a little bit of utility to work with too. And Ben is on a journey of his own.
Well, line's good, but so is the paranoia. Gets himself into Cubby. Envy tries to line it up.
Nice try.
Just a hair off there. Paper X will go ahead and string together 4 consecutive rounds.
Really
Last
close.
round in the
I
half.
like what Team Secret are trying to cook up, though.
I am actually fully incorrect. I think it's 5. Yes, it's 5. It's now in front of my face. I forgot to write one down.
But this is great. I mean, yes, it gets a little bit brawly at times with the way that they're pushing into each other, with the way that Ben is trying to control it, just lurking off in his own spawn of all places. It's Team Secret trying to throw a wrench in Paper X's plans, and at times, this is the result. This is the damage that they get. If Paper X didn't quite have the economy this round, that would have been a good play, but here we go back into it. Last round of the first half.
Looks like we might be ending things similar to the manner in which they started. Those early rounds all entirely focused on the A site.
Very safe positioning from Team Secret, though.
Yeah, which is good. And honestly, I was kind of anticipating this, just given that they do have that lockdown available. You can just allow them to get into the site if necessary, and then use the lockdown, go for a full 5-man retake in one fell swoop. Boombot leading the way. Find much of anything. A couple cyber cages now going to get set up by Ben.G. Spike gets brought forward. Already Dubstep right in position.
Might as well have rolled out the red carpet for this one. Paper X, they will commit to the spike plant, but the positioning afterwards, they have no choice but to run away. And then all that time, Team Secret sets up camp on A.
Great aftershock. Flush him out. Jeremy able to find one. Forsaken going to be taken down, but not before he finds Envy. 4 members left. Jeremy dangerously low. Ben.G starting cheat forward. Showstopper now going to come out. Ben.G gets the collat. Suddenly, Jing, not going to be able to make it happen. Swings the corner to try to interrupt, and Jessie Vash takes his head off. So 6-6. Perfect parity between these two squads as we end the half.
And this is what the fans expect as well. So much rivalry, so much chatter on Twitter. And it comes down to this showdown between them on the first map of all things. A little bit of heroics from Ben.G, but then again, it's that smart play from Team Secret, knowing
yeah, he's popping off.
Spinning around, knowing that they're looking for that spike plan. We have the lockdown. We know we can retake this. Let's go in together. It's not a problem.
Well, let's see how Paper X are now going to be faring with this double duelist shifting over to the defending side. We did see quite a bit of success on the defense just yesterday between Zeta and RRQ. That's where both teams were able to collect the majority of their rounds. I'm curious to see if that's going to continue to be the case on a map where typically we have seen the attacker be a little bit more favored.
Yes, I mean, that's kind of the thing about Haven, and that's kind of the thing that I like to see from Paper X on their attacking side. You notice that this Yoru pick is really interesting, but the way that he's been using it is not such an explosive, duelist, frag-heavy sort of style. In fact, one of those rounds he used his Dimensional Drift to gain information for his team, and it's more of like that pseudo-initiator, catalyst sort of gameplay. On the defending side, though, I think this is where he can kind of mind trick freak out the minds of some of these Team Secret players. The way that you play off your gate crash at times can be a really, really fun mind game layer sort of thing for Team Secret.
To give context, in case anybody doesn't know, Ben.G had a root canal fairly recently, so.
Chipped his tooth eating K-barbecue.
Not just a stray tooth enthusiast who's curious about Ben.G's dental health. But Ben.G seemingly doing quite well and not letting it affect his gameplay too much, so.
Yeah, man is very, very much so. A little bit more reserved in person, but in game, you can see that he is very much so in control, not letting his emotions just spiral out and not taking any ego peaks or anything like that. In fact, it's more of Jing and Forsaken that we want to watch out for. But in all of these games, what I'm really impressed by is Devi stepping up as an initiator of all things. Dubstep even anchoring down sights on the defending side, but we have swapped. It is the second half.
And we have now onto the attack go Team Secret, and it seems like they're going to go for this A site already. Stun comes out across on the Devi. They reveal him. Paint shells to try to cut off. Bounces a little bit too deep, but never mind. He's actually not trying to get himself into Link and will just be crunched. Forsaken arrives over here in heaven, waiting to hear some sounds of the spike.
Here.
Plant comes down, but it's behind box. He's not going to be able to get anything done. Dubstep in the meantime. Going to be set on this lurk.
Oh, this flank.
3 people ready to watch the flank. The first right click comes in. Envy, that's a kill on the Jing.
Not just any kill too, that was huge impact. Because this delays the other push coming in. See the rotations all the way through B for Mindfreak. And at this point, his teammates are gone.
Yeah, I mean, they heard the footsteps. They were pushing back around sewer. They heard him cutting through B. It looks like Mindfreak gonna try to find some value. Gets the dink even on the Dubstep, taking him down to 10 HP, but cannot find the kill. Secret will go ahead, move up 2 for 2 on pistol rounds here on Haven.
Dude, Seth, I was worried about this. This says to me that Warbirds has done his homework. Team Secret have prepared for this. They know that this is the setup that Paper X tends to go for, especially with a composition like this. When Jing is on Raze, he tends to prefer sometimes peeking out mid, peeking through C instead, and that's exactly what they've done. Leaving Devi as the sole initiator, the sole player on A, allowing for Team Secret to easily take it.
And again, it's just going to be solo on A. They say, screw it, we'll run it again. In the meantime, all of Paper X, they go for a gamble stack on C, which unfortunately for them is not going to pay off unless they can get this thrifty retake of the site.
We saw how that worked out, right? You're going to go in with this flank, and it's so imperative that players from Team Secret hold off A long, hold off A short, and they did it so well in the previous round. Now they have guns, they have that range to play with, but here comes another drop. Ben, he's just going in for it.
That he is. This time, back flank not watched nearly as heavily, but it seems like it shouldn't matter too much. They had the alarm bot as well as the turret to play contact off of. Find that kill. And right now, this is okay for Secret. If you're Paper X, so finding another elimination here, then you're feeling very good about this eco.
Nope. Economical damage. Then again, look at how Team Secret are positioning themselves right now. Being very safe, setting up camp on site, not letting any of the Paper X players in easily. Playing off of the utility just like that.
Mindfreak ready, gonna go for the right click here. Sets it up, finds one, and okay, that's about as good as you could hope for if you're Mindfreak. TS do stretch the lead up by 2 rounds once again, but you take away 3 of those guns.
That is still good value for the next round. You might have a Bulldog that you can work with, but Paper X will come in with that full buy, and that is where things start to get dicey. Of course, this is now the second half. This is now where we start to see Paper X switch up the strats. I believe that's what they'll do, unless they still leave Devi as the sole anchor on A. Then maybe we'll have things to complain about.
Looks like they're not going to do that. They might actually set up for a bit of a more aggro play. Okay, looks like Jing not going to go for it. Just sends out the paint shells. Info, like the paint shells dart, perhaps, being sent through. And I mean, Secret. Gonna be going down the alphabet here. It's like B site gonna be the next thing that they turn their attention to. Jeremy gonna be able to find one, but now Forsaken gonna be taken out, so one of the duelists gonna be lost. Jing hovering around, waiting for them to exit the smoke. Catches Envy, jumps up top, trying to hunt for Borka, but he's now since relocated into the back side. Devi is right here at the front line. Guns down 2, the spike stranded. It's all on Dubstep, the drone on the hunt.
what much he could do, though. Look at this crossfire setup. Near impossible. Basically impossible to break through.
I mean, you essentially have to swing in wide on one side, but while the smoke is there, but now the smoke is gone, so this does become that much more unlikely.
Even if you try to go through garage, right? Jing's got that angle locked. You can't possibly go two-way. That's way too long. So your best hope. Oh my God!
That's one way to separate it nicely. The wides, but Dubstep unfortunately can't get the last one. But man, what an effort! And again, much like we were talking about in that anti-eco round, we see Team Secret lose quite a many few guns. Very much the same just occurred to Paper Rex here.
Oh my God! Let's watch that replay. That got me excited there. I mean, the pressure that you were feeling, but just one simple piece of utility to throw that crosshair off, and he peeks into it, finds some frags, actually able to dismiss this crossfire setup. Impressive plays. But of course, Paper X with the numbers will be able to prevail. It's 8-7 now. Still basically neck and neck.
It's just nasty there from Dubstep. Essentially faking with the nano, drawing attention. And he even checked high before he had to readjust to take down Mind Freak, so it's really great. Again, though, fast rush here on to B. Paranoid connects on the Indy, but he still manages to find Jing. Benkai trades it back, evening up the numbers, but Jeremy finds him and he finds another. Mind Freak taken down. Borkum gets the spot there on the divide. Everybody knows where the last man standing is.
Try to disperse them, though.
Love to do anything here. Jeremy, as low as he was, it seemed like maybe he was going to be able to get that kill, but it just barely eludes him. And again, Team Secret find themselves up by 2.
This is impressive. I really cannot say it again. I mean, like, Team Secret have figured out that this is what hurts for Paper X. They see that little bit of a gap in their defense, a little bit of a weakness. The previous round, sure, maybe it wasn't working out too well, but this time they tighten things up. They have that Shroud to step onto the top of the box, everyone else to follow suit, and Paper X were just kind of trapped in. Ben really couldn't do much with the back of the site there.
Triple shorties here for the side of Paper X, so this should just be get sat up on a corner. Get ready to pray. Benkai spotted, blinded, absolutely destroyed. The kill comes in. Mind Freak now trying to swing forward, but again, a blind timing is just perfect to allow for Jeremy to find this second elimination. Paint Shells buys more space. Shock Darts look to fish for a little bit of additional damage. It seems like Borkum does get tagged. But how do you retake in this position effectively? The best thing you have to do is A, hope they push into you and give you a gun after you kill them with a shorty. B, die to the spike.
That's it.
Envy might be falling into play number 1, but he actually backs away. He gets a sense of it.
I mean, that's kind of what we were seeing in all the Meet the Teams videos, right? Yeah, some of these younger players, they get a little bit eager.
You can't bang that wall.
Yeah.
That one you cannot shoot through. I'm sorry. But you can just push up and kill somebody.
Jessie.
Oh, Jing.
Oh.
Yeah, no hope of getting away from that. And in the end, no one's going to die to the spike. Instead, they'll all just get cleaned out one after the other. 3 rounds now, the lead for Team Secret, with just 3 more to go to close out their map pick of Haven.
Seth, my heart is breaking. There was just really no chance. Like, this is one of the more painful rounds to watch. You bought up that many shorties, and there's really nothing going your way. Nothing at all that you can do. Hope for the exit frag, Jessie peeks into you, and you still kind of, it ends up being a whiff just because of how slippery some of these Team Secret players are being with their movements. So you really need to start to kind of fix your strats, and this is where momentum is coming into play again, at least for Team Secret. They have that lead. They have been making more initiative concerns and finding a lot of these plays where they're able to break through Paper X's defenses. When things like these happen, Paper X are the ones that kind of need to catch up, and you don't want to be playing catch up in a game like this.
Certainly not. But unfortunately they are. You can see, though, plenty of fans out here in the studio looking to support both sides.
Yes.
In the elevator with a couple fans who I believe are coming over here to actually support Team Secret. So people making the journey over to South Korea to be able to tune in for this showdown of just SEA godlike figures.
Godlike figures, indeed. And we
later on, we'll get God Dead.
Well, yeah, that's the next one. We need to see godlike plays, though, I think, Seth. at least for Paper X, if we are to see a win. But then again, you know, it's kind of like what Will said. This isn't really one of their favored maps. This is Team Secret's map pick after all, and they are having their way with it. Look at now how they've decided to suss out information.
That smoke comes down, Forsaken doesn't go for a stray shot, and while the orb is collected, that is now the 5th ult online. Envy just got the Rolling Thunder off that pickup. And this feels like an impossible scenario for Secret to lose in, I should say. Let me express it that way. That being said, there are still nearly 5 ults available for the side of Paper Rex, and they're going for the push. Jeremy good for one, Forsaken gets the other. Snaps back into spawn, immediately rotates over to A, suspecting that this is going to end up being the hit. It's a pretty correct guess.
We have for now 1 minute to work with. Team Secret could easily just throw out a few ultimates,
coming back.
Sell a fake. They're not committing. In fact, they're kind of assessing their options, knowing that the rotation probably went through the A side off that initial hit. Not much sounds on C. So now, they think that this part might just be clear. In fact, Garage isn't really being covered by anyone. Oh, this is a great from the shadows, though, from Mindfreak. He actually gets so much information on A long.
Spot him now, the rotations can start coming through once again. Rolling Thunder cuts across. As Borkham leads the charge, he doesn't get stunned up by his own teammates, and Devi arrives on the site with the covering fire. Envy now going to be taken down. Hunter's Fury fishing for a kill, will get Devi in the end. Mindfreak sits here in the smoke, the gun barrel spotted. The time, however, so very low. It's a fake on the Yoru. They can't get it. Benkai swings back around by Lumber, and he cleans up the final 2 kills. And while I said, I guess I cursed him a little bit, a nigh impossible situation to throw away, fortunately for the side of Secret, it does not work out, and it costs them 2 of their ultimates.
I think this is a valiant attempt, though. Like, it almost would have worked out, but you have to consider they are playing against Paper X. What I liked from this was Mindfreak getting that information on A, setting up that site smoke that actually blocked things off and split the side in half, allowed for a little bit more space, a little bit of a little room for Benkai to actually slip in and get that position on logs.
Got the shot going out. Nade into the back, does force him away. Showstopper now out, and it's going to be a trade. Jing taken down in exchange for Jeremy, but Mindfreak trades it back up. Envy eliminated. The Hunter's Sphere from Devi finds Jessie Vash getting revenge for the kill in the previous round. Borkham tries to make his exit, but Forsaken swings around, catches him. Now, all of a sudden, Dubstep, the last man standing. Lockdown's available, but the push is coming through. He's got no way to survive, and Paper X continue to claw it back. Now, again, 1 round away from tying it up.
Like I mentioned, all right, you got to make these plays. You got to find that initiative. Team Secret are just kind of throwing caution to the wind. Showstopper straight onto side, and Paper X reacts exactly in kind. And a lot of these anchoring potential comes from Mindfreak. That one paranoia setup, the smokes, it completely disrupts any push coming in from Team Secret. And then, of course, the team play at the very end, Devi and Benkai pushing into this lone psych planter. Working out well. Let's see if they can find that even score.
It's going to be equally clear on the turret. Jeremy, in the meantime, going aggro, does find a kill on a Forsaken. Nade out into Link, and already got the rotations coming through. So Paper X going to be poised with 3 members here. Borkham tries to get up into heaven, ends up getting taken down. Nade down onto the plant spot, up over the top. What? Spots them both! The Jing strikes them down! The Showstopper finding 2! The reveal goes out from the neural depth, and Dubstep again is left to his own devices. But this just feels like save or a very slow and painful death.
The aftermath. A nuclear explosion, and now that radiation creeping and crawling up your skin. Mindfreak on the other side of that dark cover. He wants that spike, but at the very end of it, just such an incredible play. Reads, preparation, and of course, explosions on top of explosions. I think, Seth, we have found a whole new meaning to the term Jing ult.
Gorgeous from him. Fantastic entry straight out of heaven. Up over the top of the smoke, spots them both. There's no escape. At that point, I mean, you have to kill him. That's the only way to survive, and you have to kill him before that rocket leaves the weapon. Maybe across. Jeremy just getting himself tucked away. Forsaken looks to swing out. Boombot Will spot. Do they read? Okay, now they absolutely read that that was the operator. Their gate crash going to be set up.
Playing it really safe. You could hear the team comps from PaperX earlier on as well, but now he's just setting up for that first contact. Secret. Good protocol, smoking everything off before actually hitting it.
When to decide to use this lockdown? So far, they have not, and they need to do it before they start really getting themselves into the site.
Oh.
There it is. Dimensional Drift goes out. The drop down, however, from Jing finds Borkum. Envy going to be spotted. Stuck in the cyber cage, but he manages to swing. Finds Forsaken, finds Divide dropping out of heaven. Tucked away on the corners. Benkai now he's aware of it, but he just cannot get the kill. No one detained. Benkai, the IGL brings them now back into the lead with a 4th consecutive round victory. PaperX, as they look to steal away this map.
4 in a row, and now I don't think the economy on Team Secret's side looks good at all. They've been trying, Seth, to hit sites. They've been trying to come up with some set plays. They actually managed to get the spike down, but once again, momentum now on the side of PaperX. They had those ultimates. The way they used that dimensional drift, the way Forsaken actually called for this, seeing off that initial boom bot and then backing up, the operator just playing it so ever so safely, and that coordinated retake together with the entire team. And Benkai at the very end, of course, just showing that he's not fazed by any of this at all. In fact, Team Secret, we're throwing that gauntlet. Now it's up to them to find a way to claw this back.
I mean, across the multiple rounds, all of the ults invested coming up short. Haven't been able to find anything here. Let's see, again, plenty of fans showing up for this very matchup, and the ones on the PaperX side of the audience might be walking away from this map quite happy if this continues. So Warbirds, we'll see what he's able to do it after. I mean, he's just chatting up the squad, but talking about the economy, and as mentioned, doesn't look great.
Not fantastic. We're seeing a Stinger, a Spectre.
Hero rifle? They're going for 2 of them. Dubstep as well.
You kind of want to think about it, right? Like, if you don't do much in this round, you might as well, you basically lose the next one anyway. I mean, the score is pretty close.
It's play for win or play for the overtime.
Play for the, yes, exactly. So you kind of just, I guess they're going for overtime. So, decided to switch their minds. Forsaken with the operator still though.
Oh my goodness. And yeah.
Punched it.
Just sees the head. And there's your explosive entry. Dead. Benkai finds another one. Suddenly, he's got another neural depth. And they know exactly where he is. Good luck, Envy. Can you find any kills? Flash goes out, but it catches him from behind, so they're not full blind. Defy will clean up another 3 kills as PaperX take this to map point.
This is how I expect them to perform. I mean, you see that final play. Of course, it's simple. You're just hunting down that one last player. But the protocols, the way that Defy was swinging out wide, one a little bit closer, both shooting into that same corner. And this is how you're able to overwhelm someone with numbers, because you see that first player swinging out wide first. And when it is now, of course, match point, Team Secret are feeling that extra pressure just to find these 2 rounds for overtime.
Well, right now, getting an orb for Envy is absolutely paramount. Aided the corner, Forsaken. Continues to scope in. Jing, in the meantime, is actually going to find a kill with his own paint shells. Takes him down. Jeremy knocked to 8 HP. Shock Dart keeps him at bay for a little bit longer. Boombot going in, but they push the corner. The op is still there. But as Forsaken TP's out, Dubstep is there to catch him.
Spike down A.
A 2v2 to keep Secret in this map. Spike still on the floor. See, PaperX just backing away.
I have the spike. They kind of know that Team Secret might be able to rotate to another site for the spike plant, but they're just waiting for that initial bit of information. Ben is hearing all of this. But what I'm more curious about is how Team Secret are going to hold this post plant. You got 2 players versus 2.
They don't know where anyone is. They can suspect Benkai's position, but as far as Mind Freak, very much puzzling until that very moment. The paranoia comes across Benkai out in the open. Jessie Vash finds the headshot. They're still wary about behind, but as Vash covers that, Dubstep takes the fight and wins it. A triple for him. Secret, go ahead, push back. Take this now 11-12.
Yeah, that was really well played by Team Secret, Seth. I mean, the sense to know that you don't really know where PaperX are going to come from. They could have rotated back around as well. So the protocols are in place to kind of leapfrog off of each other. I'm going to watch an angle. If the utility does come out, which is the paranoia, I'm going to play off your contact. We're going to be able to peek safely. And of course, being nearsighted, he's not fully blind. He can shoot that one angle.
They're just going to continue to run it. They're going for
They've
A.
got the
Showstopper
ults.
is out. They have the stun. Jing tries to exit. He's spotted. Hitting the lineup. No! Forsaken from heaven. Strikes him down, nullifying the ult completely. A Rolling Thunder still in their hands. TP into hell. The push comes in. Jing finds the kill. He tries to steady the end, but he cannot. Dubstep swings around the opposite side. Manages to find the kill. Gate crash goes out the fake. Not quite jumping out the window. He drops down, but the covering fire comes through. Forsaken, dead to the floor, egg on his face.
My God.
Looking for the drop up. No, lands right there in the windowsill. Finds him. We might just be having this OT come through if NB can get the clutch. 6 bullets. He swings out wide. And that will be the defuse and the map win. Going the way of PaperX.
A great attempt from Envy. Just nigh invincible. What we saw from last week, but now onto this final moment. The numbers advantage, the teamwork, the duos from PaperX proved to be true. Some blunders, I'm not gonna lie about it, Seth. Like the fake out jumping down from Benkai as well, but at the very end of it, it's just the way that they're playing with these retakes. It's so safe, it's so coordinated that Team Secret, a great attempt with the showstopper, but unfortunately does fall a little bit flat.
Well, 13-11 in our first map. Not going to overtime like we were hoping for, at least I was hoping for, because this whole ride has been very thrilling to watch with all the adjustments from both teams and just some of the absolutely wild moments throughout. But now we get ready for Fracture.
And
not to curse anybody.
Sure.
But we have been seeing a fair few teams dropping their map pick and then being able to pick up the second map to be able to take us into a game 3. That's been a fairly common trend, not just here in Pacific, but in some of the other regions as well. I mean, namely in EMEA.
Nope.
America's has only had one day and it was double 2-0. Or no, it was I don't even remember. It doesn't matter.
So much Valorant.
We'll focus on the important region.
Yes.
So I'm curious to see if that's going to happen here. Because Fracture, one that Secret should feel both teams should feel comfortable on.
I believe.
So what does the prep look like? Have they really done their research on what PaperX wants to do here on this map?
I mean, they kind of left it a little bit open, so they must have some idea in mind. But then again, I believe we've seen so much more from PaperX on Fracture. You know, with the Neon plays, Jing as Battle Sage at times. I don't remember seeing that much from Team Secret, in fact. So this, personally, I just think PaperX kind of has this one in the back.
Well, we'll find out. First, we're going to go to a quick little break, and then when we come back, the desk will break down all of the crazy action from map number 1, and then we'll get into Fracture to see if PaperX can close this out cleanly, or if we will have a map 3. So don't go anywhere. Clearly, you don't want to miss it.
Because the entry point into each of the sites is narrow, so
cross, spray him out. Dubstep here, looking in this position. Getting tucked away, jumping out of the smoke, and then just get might want to claim that runner. Fire. There's the swing out. Spike now going to be dropped. Push coming, Forsaken able to find one. Jessie Vash holding on the corner. Absolutely screwed in that situation.
Have to outdo this one.
Work cut out from here. Can't spot anything.
Only works if you're
going to be able to get that one onto Benkai. Perfect timing on the arrival. Looks like the answer's going to be yes, and the rock is in. He finds the elimination. Failed there by Dubstep. Aggressive push-up. Benkai sat here on the cam. Starting to cheat forward. Showstopper now going to come out. Benkai. A little bit deeper people ready to watch the flank. My freaking try to find some value.
They have that range to play with.
Back flank, not watching players. Right click here. Sets it up.
Way too long. So your best hope. Oh my God.
That's one way to separate nicely. The wide. He's going to be spotted. Stuck in the cyber cage, but manages to swing. Finds Forsaken.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. Greetings to all the watch parties, especially over there in the Philippines. Hope you guys have been enjoying, because that was an insane first game. I'm Victoria on the desk with me. We have Will and Paper Thin. Guys, how was that game? I didn't even want to miss a minute. I had to go to the bathroom. I just didn't. With every single round, it was just back and forth, a lot of chaos, a lot of really fun and exciting plays.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we usually expect when you're up against Paper X, right? Both teams kind of start to turn it up to 11. But this time, I think both teams also had good adjustments despite the speed, and we started to see them really go back and forth. We're going to see it if you look at the bottom of the scoreboard. I mean, you know, first Team Secret starts to get a lead, but then Paper X strikes back. And then it happens again in the second half, right? Team Secret feels like they're going to be able to get to match point first, but Paper X says no, and they're able to really claw back towards the later part of the game.
Yeah, this is what you expect out of the APAC Classico. Like, these two teams have played each other so many times. There was no way that this one wasn't going to be a close affair. You know, on Haven, I thought this would be very close. And Paper X here, like you were talking about, making really good adjustments. But to me, one of the biggest differences here is I know if you look at the stat line here between Jing and Jeremy, like, Jeremy kind of almost, you know, has an edge in a way. He has a better combat score. He has more kills. But I think Jing is the better raise. I mean, his plays with those blast packs are so impactful. He's able to completely change the dynamic of a round. He's breaking crosshairs all over the place. Well, Jeremy certainly played very well, and he was getting set up by, I thought by Jessie Vash very well with some of those darts and those kind of things. Overall, I mean, I think PRX here just had great coordination, and Ben Kai in particular was absolutely monstrous.
Yeah, I mean, the IGLs on both teams. I think you're right. The raises were really fun to play. Just watching them blast pack past each other. It's absolute chaos. But the IGLs, both Jessie and Benkai, were just fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of good ideas from both teams, and we were talking about kind of what do we see in terms of adjustment, and here's a good round as Team Secrets continue to take the lead. What we're going to see initially is we're looking at it from the sky view, but this is a round where Jeremy pushes out with the showstopper off the back of that recon bolt. So that's what you mentioned, Paper Thin, is the setup from Jessie Vash. But what I'm going to focus on is we're going to actually have a moment here to zoom in on the minimap in a second. If you watch again, Paper X makes the right adjustment to say, okay, if they're pushing on a B, let's hurry up and take A long, and they're trying to catch up to Jessie. But Jessie simply tries to stay alive because he knows they have the numbers advantage out of his teammates coming out of B. And for him to stay alive, that means they now have a crossfire once again. They know that Paper X is now trapped in A lobby and A long, and they have nowhere else to go. Eventually, it actually comes down to the wire in a 1v1 because Jing makes a heroic play down into sewers. We'll be able to follow that on the minimap, but it's still going to be a numbers advantage where eventually Dubstep cleans it out. And this is the type of play where you say, okay, they weren't using that recon bolt. They used it once in round 3. They save it for round 6. This was after the timeout coming out from Paper Rex, so they're saving this up to say, they didn't clear this bolt well last time either. Let's use it off of the back of the showstopper now to try to get a solid lead here in round 6.
Jing lived for way longer than I thought he should have done.
That round should have ended much earlier.
In fact, the entire first half, we kind of thought it was going to be in the bag for Team Secret, and I was just a little sad about that. But they did have some really good plays. Clinton, do you want to break down some of Paper X's good util, even in the first half of the game?
Yeah. So Paper X looked a little bit sluggish. They looked like a little bit off balance, but then this execute here, like you were saying, they took a timeout a few rounds ago, and this to me looked like, okay, we're digging in. They get the spot, and then they know there's going to be ults coming. So as soon as Jessie Vash's ult comes out, then it's Divide following up with the ult of his own. So you get the lightsaber battle here through C's site is doing it, and it's actually Divide who wins it because they forced Jessie Vash to pop it. I think Jessie Vash maybe panicked a little bit here. I don't think he should have popped his Hunter's Fury yet. The spike either wasn't, I don't even think it was attempted to be planted by the time that he had let loose with it, and your teammate Borkum was already cut down because he got spotted in the smoke from the Sova utility. But this is all just a good coordination, a good attack here from the side of Paper X off the back of a Thrifty the previous round. This is where they started to take over and really change the tone and tempo of this match.
And the second half, this is where things started to change a little bit. And I truly didn't expect this to happen, but we started to see Jing really pop off.
Yeah. I mean, he was free to literally fly around the map, right? And here's the things. Oftentimes, you talk about great raises and how great their blast packs are, and usually it's because they have some cool set play, right? You have the double blast pack. But with Jing, it's not only the really far distance one, but it's these short blast packs to just get another angle, right, to survive just a bit longer. Of course, this was the really solid flight path. But, I mean, Jing's instinct to use single blast packs just to gain an advantage in these duels, along with being able to make these set plays, is what makes him such a valuable raise player.
He is amazing.
Yo, shout out to the fan, in the audience with that sign that said amazing, because that was what he was in that match. And I like that you pointed that out, Paper Thin, that Jeremy, while he had better stats, I am curious to go back and look. His first kills, how many of them were on the defensive side instead of the attacker side?
And how many of them came from targets that Jessie pinged for him?
That too, because Jing's was really him just going out and getting those kills for himself, right? Really single-handedly with these blast packs and opening duels. So props to Jing. It's always a pleasure to see him on this raise.
And when this comp was really clicking for Paper Rex is when it's Jing and Forsaken getting in the mix together, when the whole soup is being stirred together, right? Because you're breaking crosshairs all over the place with Yoru and Jing with his blast packs with the raise. So I did see some really good stuff with the Yoru here from the side of Paper Rex. I saw some stuff that left me wanting. I think there was that one round where Forsaken was up in heaven and he tried to make this hero play where he TP'd down before the rest of his team. Yeah, he used all of his utility, TP's down. None of the rest of his team is there, and he just dies for free. And they still end up winning the round, but he doesn't get anything out of it.
I have faith that Forsaken's just doing this to make sure people still don't believe in the Yoru, okay? This is all just smokes and mirrors, all right? I'm a little disappointed, but it's all just smokes and mirrors. We're going to go back to the heydays of Forsaken Yoru one of these days in 2023.
It was still quite good overall. It was still quite good overall.
It was pretty good, and you could see the clear ideas at the very least, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Jing has been a super high impact raise, and Forsaken's Euro plays were fun to watch. In fact, all these rounds were absolutely fun, and I'm so glad to see a bit of that energy coming from both sides, especially Paper Rex. I think a lot of us kind of came into Pacific with a couple of question marks about Paper Rex doesn't seem to have the fire that they used to have, but I saw a bit of that come back in the second round.
Yes, the confidence and the speed, and what really comes into play there is not just Forsaken and Jing turning it up to 11, but the rest of the utility following them and even backing them up maybe ahead of them to clear the path so that Jing can make these blast pack plays as this race.
And Ben Kai just turreting all over the place. I mean, he was just a beautiful, take beautiful positions and then just be able to just get these huge multi-kills off the back of it because he'd be in unexpected spots. He'd be using his utility to check on what's going on around him, place himself in a spot where he knew that the enemy was likely to be coming to play off the teamwork, the crossfires and these kind of things. Just a phenomenal map from him.
I do want to give some credit to Team Secret as well. During the first half, their B site control. Sorry, the second half, the B site control, the mid control was amazing. The way they would entry into site, those round after round, and Borkum just TPs on top of that box, just beautifully played, well-executed site entries.
Yeah, and I love, like you mentioned, because the way they played that attack was they would first focus on A, and usually if a team starts to really push on A, you expect them, once you have the buy round or something like that, they'll go C because they have the better weaponry. No, Team Secret says, now we're going to target B, and Borkum going up on top in the middle of the site means that either you have to spray the smoke and not focus on the second line of attack coming into the site, or you just have to let Borkum live, right? So this is kind of an ultimatum that Team Secret throws out. A really good idea, but it just didn't get enough rounds. I mean, maybe even just one more round on the attacking half, and they would have match point first in the second half.
Yeah, I think the thing that really kind of put the nail in the coffin for Team Secret was they just weren't quite adaptive enough. They weren't maneuverable enough. It seemed like once they made up their mind on a site they were going to hit, that was just kind of it. They just kind of dove in towards A or towards B. And yeah, it would work a lot because their coordination is excellent, because they play off the back of each other's utilities very well. But that's not going to work in the long run against a team as good as Paper Rex. I needed to see a little bit better mid-rounding here. I need to see them fake some sites, try to go the other way. Too much A pressure at the end of that. It felt like they were forcing A over and over again, and it just wasn't enough to get them over the line.
I'm really curious how the next map is going to go. This is Paper Rex's map pick. What do you guys think how this is going to play out?
Well, we're going to Fracture, right? So in terms of theory, this is kind of the natural habitat for a team like Paper Rex, right? You can run rampant. You can really just clear one half of the map very quickly. But I like what Clinton pointed out. Paper Thin was mentioning that Team Secret, you have to have a little bit more adaptability, and that is actually one of the strengths of Paper Rex, is that they force these errors, right? They force their opponents to really just have to stick to one idea. And we saw that if you go back and look at the scoreboard, Paper Rex actually strings together 5 in a row, both in the first half and the second half, whereas Team Secret is usually getting 2 or 3 in little small pockets. So clearly Paper Rex is able to hold on to their adaptation for just a few more rounds. And Team Secret, especially on Fracture, I think what's going to come into play is, even if you're kind of ditching one half of the map, right? Maybe you just let Paper Rex have it and say, okay, let them have their speed, you have to try to keep in mind, okay, when we do meet them, what kind of skills do they have left? What are they using? Because that's what they're using to clear the other side of the map. And then you start to adapt on how do we draw even more out of Paper Rex.
I mean, it's definitely potentially slightly Paper Rex favorite in the fact that they've at least seen Team Secret play this map. Now, you didn't get a great view of it because they absolutely stomped Talon on this map. So Team Secret, you know, you got to feel like if they kind of stick with, you know, what they did last time, is that going to continue to be successful? I'm curious to see here is I mean, I think I know Forsaken's going to go for the Neon.
Yep.
So yeah, double duelist here and potentially looks like a Viper on the back side of this. So Paper Rex kind of bringing a little bit of another unusual comp at us.
Yeah, and what I like about this is oftentimes if it's just the Neon, you have trouble against those Cyphers, right? Because of the trap wires, of course, you've got the Cyber Cages as well. But now that you have Ben Kai just staring us down, making me lose my train of thought, but Jing's on that raise, so either he can help jump over those first, I mean, you can attack different angles, or you can help clear the Cypher utility as well. So a couple more options on the side of Paper Rex to help set up one or both duelists. Now, my eyes are also on Envy on Team Secret, right? On that Haven, you could tell that his timings with his own utility, trying to swing on his own flashes with that breach, it wasn't as clean as we've come to expect from this player. So if he can really buckle down again, because he had some amazing solo plays last time they played on Fracture, hopefully Team Secret can bring it back here on map 2.
Yeah, you're going to need a big map out of, I think, Jeremy as well. But Borkum, once again, if he could step up in that role as that Brimstone, really, you know, keep the map kind of in the favor of Team Secret, keep everything cut off. I am a little bit worried about dubstep on the Cypher with that Neon, because not only are you what you're talking about, Will, that there's a lot of options here to break the utility, but also it's actually, I think, really tough to judge where that Neon's going to go. There's 4 different angles you have to worry about as the Cypher. I think it's tricky to kind of guess your opponent correctly.
Whatever it is, I'm expecting another chaos-filled map. I'm really excited to see how this plays out, and I think our casters are ready to go. Quack and Achilleos, I could hear the joy in the second half of Quack's voice. Like, as we went along, he sounded so relieved. Quack and Achilleos, tell us how it is up there.
Oh, well, it is just fantastic, Desk, and also, you know, audience continuing to fill up as we go later into the evening. But yeah, do or die time down here for the side of Team Secret. A lot to prove. We compare how much this map has been played by both squads. 7 times total for Team Secret.
Not a lot.
17 for the side of Paper Rex. And they've obviously beaten some incredible teams on this map. They've been able to take down Optic at international events. Did lose to FPX, but still, fantastic results from them. But in the most recent times that we saw them play it, they were doing some experimentation over at the India Invitational. We saw them beat Boom very easily. Yeah, it was a 13-1. And then they lost to Heretics 6-13 while trying to run double controller with the Viper Harbor. Said they're going back to kind of their bread and butter. This is pretty much the same composition that they've always run. But this is the second time ever, aside from the first time they ever played Fracture, that they're not having Chamber in this lineup. So we'll see how it looks.
I mean, you mentioned as well, right? That's that little role swap between Bankai and Davai for this. So it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment period, if anything, but there must be a reason why this was left open. They have a higher win rate than Team Secret on this after all. But I will say, Team Secret has played this recently during lock//in. So of course, it's up for some of these players on Team Secret to step up and now force the hand of Paper Rex with how they're actually contesting for dish control.
Yeah. Good chip damage on Jessie Vash. I will clarify my earlier statement. First time not using Chamber in a VCT event.
In a VCT, okay.
So let me just go ahead and put that out there before I have some people push up the brim of their glasses.
Excuse me,
well, actually, Achilleos, what is happening? In tower, here we are.
Here we go.
Jing, maybe look at the challenge. Forsaken checking back behind, trying to see if there's going to be any deep rotates on that north side of the map, but Dubstep gets the swing timing perfectly. Just taking too much damage and finds an elimination for himself. In the meantime, everybody cuddling back through the attacker spawn. We do have Jeremy getting ready to strike.
Still setting up towards A main though. Jeremy making a lot of noise.
Taps the door.
They know he's here.
Tries to get situated, but yep, push comes in and they look away. They did not read that. Mind Freak, gonna be the last one to fall, finds a single kill on Jeremy, and Team Secret will again win the pistol round, now 3 for 3.
And this is the confidence that I love to see from Team Secret. A lot of times, teams will kind of just respect Paper X, let them go in, and that's what you don't want to do, especially on a map like Fracture. You got these 4 different sides of the map, and Team Secret has contested for almost every one of them. B dish, A dish, and B tree as well, and then back towards A main. This is where they set down their foot, and Paper X are forced to turn away.
Pretty much everybody other than Divide heading over towards arcade side. Start creeping forward. We'll see if this is just a mission. Could just be orb gathering. Obviously, a very big thing that we see a lot of teams doing on Fracture, just trying to funnel those charges in towards your breach. Stun out, Divide tagged up, Borkum up against the wall. We'll be fine for now as Ben.G gets spotted, and Mind Freak going to be the first one that falls to creep out through the underpass. Oh, good timing there from Jessie Vash, who now spots them. They know they are contained.
More than contained, dude. I'm feeling claustrophobic.
I mean, if Jeremy was here, that paint shell would be devastating. Instead, they have a high-low setup. Both players taking quite a bit of damage.
Oh!
Displaying attention, but Envy! What a flick! A 4K for him with the Sheriff! And Jing with just a shorty. He's got a gun to the side of him. He will go ahead and pick that up. Quite the wise decision, and actually gets the headshot onto Envy, denying the ace. There's more shots like that. Jing could potentially recover this round, but now tagged down. Paint shells. They have to swing ahead of it. They'll get some extra damage through. Force of, armor buy if they had any, but otherwise, Team Secret will go ahead and be able to close out that second round. But again, fairly costly. They lose out on 3 guns.
It is painful economically speaking, but that said, Borkum was kind of saving up in that frenzy, and beyond it, nothing but a Sheriff still. But I mean, just gotta watch the way he flicks back and forth on this. So quick, so sharp. What on earth was that?
It's just gorgeous. I mean, the desk was just talking about Envy. We didn't see as much from him in the first map. We need to see him level up, and that's one way to start off the map to keep yourself in this series.
Just able to buy back up as well, so they will be going in for this A main control, pushing Paper X all the way onto the other side. Paper X getting some information off of this, but look at the defensive positions from Team Secret here. I mean, did they not exposing themselves. Oh.
Prowler doesn't scout either of them, but as the smoke dissipates, Mind Freak will look to trade it back, pushes on the corner, can't quite get that third and final kill. Ben.G and Divide now the last 2 standing, but the spike is in the hands of Jessie Vash. They have to know that he would take a more forward position. See if they're prepared for it. Actually, no, they are absolutely not. Suddenly we find ourselves in a 1v1, Ben.G versus Dubstep.
On a map like Fracture, or 1v1, you've got so many different places to look out for that I think Ben.G kind of has the advantage here, and that's why, yeah, he's going to be able to turn around.
He shifts back over. And I mean, really, Dubstep can do nothing other than wait in this position.
React, yeah. And he doesn't quite have the gun as well. If I were Dubstep, I might just go off on a journey to find a little bit more firepower.
I think he's going to have to, once the spike does get planted, he's going to have to rotate through the attack spawn, just knowing that he can get one of those rifles.
He's only going to have to hear it after the spike goes down, though. So at this point, you got about 40 seconds.
Does he do it? No. Okay, he's just going to cut straight through.
He only has a camera to play with. This
and this trap, but I mean, Ben.G obviously very aware of it, so.
Doesn't have to do anything here. Just wait for the spike tap. Ben.G, in fact, has a full kit of utility, Seth. I mean, he can throw anything, an aftershock, fault line, flash, just to peek off of it.
Fault line, he can swing out wide on it! And then he caught the gun, and he got the shot. Dubstep, last man standing, will drag them across the finish line, converting into 3-round wins. Gorgeously done.
Absolutely impressive. The fault line, and instinctive sets just to peek out wide along with it, because of course Ben.G is going to peek you after throwing out that piece of utility. Such a crucial 1v1, and it gives Team Secret this strong lead, the bonus round. Paper X has poor economy this time.
Oh yeah. Not great for him, but with a little bit of firepower, 2 Bulldogs, and just 1 away from a Rolling Thunder, they could yet still make this work. Jing, the quick entry, gets himself through door, backed up by that fault line, which unfortunately for him doesn't find anyone. And already the full rotate call comes in from Team Secret. Everybody getting corralled around this A site as it's is now occupied, but Benkai gonna be struck down. Gets the spot out onto the Neon, puts some damage in. Instead it's gonna be Jing, the first duelist to fall. Mindfreak will find a nobody kill, gets himself a second. Steps up and Jessie Vash gonna be taken down since 2 of the veterans gone. Borkum the last man standing in that regard.
About a little bit of time with the ultimate, but it doesn't really quite hit anyone. In fact, Mindfreak's gonna be able to set up this Viper's Pit.
Got it. Jeremy gonna be taken down. Forsaken makes his exit. The push comes in and he finds Envy on the hunt. Now it's all on Borkum to see if he can do anything. Pushes through. So close to finding them. Catches one. Backs out of the smoke. Finds the other. But now he's got to contend with the Viper on her home turf. The swing around the side. The tap on the spike. Has to drop back. The health just decaying a bit too low. He builds it back up. He pushes through once again. Does he get it? Yes, he does! What a play from Borkum. Gets on to the spike, and he's got the time for the defuse. A clutch. As Secret will move up 4-0.
What an attempt from Paper X still, but when it comes down to it in this 1v1, Borkum stares down their face, and he does all the work necessary to take his team to the next level.
Out of here.
Just going in and out of that, finding these 2 frags.
Hold on.
And at the very end of it, I think, I mean, tiny bits of movement kind of throws the crosshair off. Placement just wasn't there for the head because you have the Bulldog, your damage just isn't that good. So now, 4-0. Can Paper Rex actually turn this around?
We'll wait and see, but here comes the rush play, and Jeremy landing, finds Mindfreak. Another first kill for the player that has been a first kill god in this match so far. 9-5 in our first map despite the loss. Relay bolt will connect. The jump comes out. Envy, however, finds Forsaken the rocket at close range. Jeremy gets another second kill in the round as the spike is now stuck, and with rifles in hand for Devi and Benkai, it might be time to tuck tail and just go ahead and hide as best as you possibly can. It seems like that is going to be the case. Devi trying to get through the sewer. We'll find Borkum, gets a kill. But now they're aware of his position. Does he try to do more damage? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. Pushes in, tags up Jeremy just a bit. Nano Swarm, not going to go deep enough, I don't think, to actually disrupt Jessie Vash, but he actually clears it instead.
Minor tags here and there. This is crucial for Paper X to find some additional duels.
They're trying to play for this.
Exactly. One-on-ones first. You want the spike, but you can't just rush in on a split.
30 seconds left.
Narrowly misses, but as he tries to turn his sights over to Envy rather than the retreating member, he can't get the kill. They missed the opportunity to take away another gun, and Envy continues to just look excellent.
I mean, look at that score, Seth. It's 10-3-1. And there's so much of that round. Starting things off with this frag from Jeremy. Watch the kill feed and the number of assists on that. And this is the set play from Team Secret. The way that they were able to push Paper X back off onto this site alone. So smart to be able to contest for some positions like this. Starting things off with, of course, hi. Starting things off, of course, with Envy and then Jeremy to find the frags. And it's just so much value gained out of all of that utility. And it's a very impactful frag as well, because the person that they did get, like you mentioned, was the one who's been getting the first kills, Mindfreak. And he's also the controller. You no longer have smokes. It just makes things so much more difficult for Paper X to actually work off. So 0-5, I think, yeah, we know this timeout was coming.
Yeah, it's incredibly necessary, as it turns out. So first timeout on Fracture, called. But what gets called for the playbook?
Haven't quite seen before. I mean, honestly, in the past, Seth, I think Paper X tend to go for that A-split sort of push. You kind of want to go from drop, you want to push through A main, you would have Forsaken set up that highway just to disperse any defensive positions that the opposing team might have on the side itself. But this time, look at how Team Secret actually play on this map. They're not just hiding, they're not just defending. This is what's good. When you want to play on a map like Fracture, you push out, and that's what they're about to do on towards A main.
Okay, well, they scrape together another buy. The overdrive is available for Forsaken. Aftershock clearing top gen, I suppose. Just trying to push Forsaken. You know, Jeremy off that angle. Should he have been there? Jeremy, in the meantime, forced out of A main.
No way.
And Forsaken has got himself all the way across through arcades. Double trap setup, though, if he tries to get himself into the spawn.
Placing swarm.
Oh no.
Clears one.
He's gonna run out.
Yeah, his ult not gonna be there anymore.
My ultimate is ready.
This is making me nervous, Seth. I mean, he's gotten a lot of space on the B side, but the spike is not there. This was a fake play, but...
Okay, I think the Aftershock actually cleared the camp. Dubstep just sitting back. We don't see it set up anywhere. So it seems like that got rid of it. Rolling Thunder now cutting across over towards the spawn. Does manage to hit, I believe, onto 3. Haunt gets the reveal on 2. Dubstep. Oh, he sees the planter! He gets the kill. Now he spots Forsaken. Close. He's blind. He doesn't know where he's at. Tries to swap weapons, but cannot. Jing might have just kept them in this. The lockdown forces them back. The detain does go through. They manage to find one, but Jeremy is here to protect.
Well played. Now you don't want to get too greedy in a situation like this. You have to set up those post-plant positions, and you got to do it quick.
Good fault line. Benkai utilizes that, expecting that everybody was going to be come pouring out Gen's side. Jing swings around at Arcade, finds one. It's instantly back in tower.
Refresh the paint shells too.
Very good point. Given the plant position, it's very easy to line up that paint shell. Jing lines up the headshot. Those are paint shells down at Envy's feet. He's down to 16. He gets flushed right into Benkai's open arms. And they managed to bring it back.
Kaboom! And that's how you want to do it from Jing. A way to claw herself back into the game. Very well played by Team Secret, though, we got to say. I mean, this started off really, really chaotic. Kind of confusing when you're watching it from an analytical point of view. Just one player with his overdrive, Forsaken, all the way onto the B side, trying to sell off a bit of a fake. Paper Rex going in towards A, but knowing that the site wasn't exactly clear, Team Secret rotates back and forth. They finally managed to plant, but Dubstep had such a great play.
Here they go again. Prowler finding Forsaken. Jin as well firing off some shots, so they'll know that there's at least 2 players there in A main. Devi again on an island, creeping his way across up towards Dish a little bit, but seems like she's gonna hover in this position for now. Let's see if there's any aggro pushes as Forsaken's just gonna get spammed down.
Unlucky. And at this point, if you're Paper X, you have to think, do I still want to commit into this? We were setting up for the A-split push, but so many of these players from Team Secret are ready now.
Boombot cleared. Jing swings out, gets the headshot. Jeremy taken down. Jing not even eating any damage for that. Paint shells over towards the spawn. The Hawk going to be destroyed. Devi now arriving from Dish, finds one. Fault line to try to interrupt the arrival of the Killjoy. Envy sticks around, finds the fight, ends up winning it. Jing gets another one, and he is on the hunt. Everything thrown at Envy to ensure that he cannot find any further impact. And now Dubstep creeping forward. See if he can be a difference maker. Does he look down? Does he check drop? He doesn't see the gun barrel.
Oh no!
And Jing's like, yep, okay, I know exactly where you're at. Looks like he's gonna go on the chase.
I know exactly where. That's a Cypher line, by the way.
He backs away. True.
But yeah, of course, one on 3 at this point. No choice but to save. And this is back to a little bit more classic Paper X kind of strat. Classic A-split. They lost Forsaken really early on, but off of Mind Freak and his Toxic Screen, they are able to actually turn it back in. And of course, amazing plays. We're hearing it from the Korean casters as well, calling them out. But I do want to point out that Team Secret have been finding bits of success, finding bits of damage with how they're controlling the site, controlling the map, and throwing out pieces of utility. Just that this time, losing a little bit of that momentum.
Well, now going to be a timeout called here from the side of Team Secret. They recognize the position that they're in. I mean, round 7 completed. You look back to round 7 on Haven, the scoreline was exactly the same. The road that we took to get to this point, a little bit different, but after round 7 was when Paper Rex were able to go on that 5 consecutive streak. So, I appreciate this from Warbird, seeing things starting to slip up, seeing Paper X having success with these site execs. And he says, okay, this is what we need to do to shut these down.
Both teams, of course, having spent their timeouts too. This is shaping up to be a really intense match. Team Secret, they really want to hold on to their lead. Using that bit of momentum is going to allow Paper X to do exactly what they did on Haven, just like what you mentioned, Seth. So,
yeah,
Warbirds not going to allow that this time. But the question is, again, still, how they're going to actually turn this around. Their economy doesn't look too great this time.
Okay. Well, Envy sold. Disrespect there. It's still a fairly low buy. Dubstep obviously getting away, holds onto his gun, but doesn't get a bonus. Hawk not seeing anything. Sees Will grab one. Just Vash playing with that very narrow POV, trying to find an insta-kill with the Sheriff. Not going to make it happen. Jing goes for the entry, takes quite a bit of his own damage, but he finds Dubstep, and that's the rifle now eliminated from the equation. Sight widely, there's Borkum as well, dead. The push out of the smoke, Mind Freak in a perfect spot. Just pick them apart one after the other.
Incredible. And that's the entire site defense just dismantled in an instant.
Yeah. Certainly unideal. Good damage on the divide, but not finding the kill. Right now, Paper X looking like they're decently set up to find a flawless and put a third round on the board. Jeremy gonna try to turn the tides of that. Will manage to get one. Cannot get a second, however. So one gun lost. Paper X not gonna be too concerned about it.
Finding that a little bit. Just even one frag, though, I would take it. You know, it's a little bit of a morale boost for Team Secret, I would say. On to the next round. I mean, this is, again, how Paper X goes in, and they're going fast. Jing instantly blast packing up onto tower, cuts up so much space. And if you were Team Secret in that instance, you know you don't have the guns. You're just trying to play it safe. It didn't really work out, but now they're going to be able to cook up something of their own to get a play towards the dish.
Okay, relay bolt. In the boom bot, they know exactly who's here, but Forsaken. Oh man, he does not knock. He just busts down the door.
Wow.
But Jessie Vash answers back and says we are close. What a headshot from him. Showstopper lost 2 kills. The duelist is now gone. Device stuck, burned down. Borkum puts him out of his misery. Benkai and Mind Freak now stranded inside of A main.
Not much they could do. They're waiting for the smoke to dissipate and potentially finding then
smoke's down.
A little bit of a name tool off of that, but Borkum instantly just blocking them off again. The door shut in their faces. Oh, they flash and push through.
There's the push in. Borkum swings the corner, and he'll close out. Another 3 kills. Great shutdown here from the side of Team Secret. Borkum and Jessie Vash coming up huge to push Paper X back once more.
The seasoned veterans, of course. I mean, just watch how they thread the needle onto this, and even with the little push coming up, he instantly reacts. Just so happened that the flight path was in his crosshair, so easy way to take things off, and hearing the flash peeking off of it. This is the experience showing. Stay down, sit humble, you're younger. Listen to me.
It is looking like it's Borkum time.
Start tapping on our watches soon.
6-3. I mean, we saw a 6-6 half on the first map. The economy still quite strong here from the side of Paper X. Could likely just go ahead and scrape together another buy should they lose this round. We'll have to just wait and see, though. It's the site widely unoccupied. The pinch getting ready to come through as we see the approach from Divide and Mind Freak coming up to be made.
Team Secret, they've got the Rolling Thunder, they've got the Orbital Strike. They're just waiting for this plant, and here it comes.
Okay, they get the stun. They'll allow for the plant to go through. Orbital Strike, however, will find the kill, and that's going to be Benkai gone. Now, no, returning fault lines, no flashes. The push in, and this time they say, oh yeah, we're checking that corner. Jeremy takes him down, spots Mind Freak, puts some damage in, but cannot get the finish. Forsaken, ignored widely. Still does manage to find Envy, and suddenly Devi in a position where he can absolutely clutch from. Borkum has to be the one to really lead this. His double step, he's so low! Borkum swings out, answers back some damage. Barely has an advantage, now loses it, and Devi! Time and time again here in Pacific. You put him in a clutch spot, and he's gonna get it done.
Did it last week, he's doing it again. This time, just playing it safe, not overheating. And of course, when it's dubstep and he's that low, you have that chance. A little sliver, and it's all it takes. Smart adaptation from Team Secret, but then, how do you take down such magnificent plays from control players such as Devi?
one step closer to yet another even half. Buy is there, Jeremy, showstopper at the ready. Otherwise has a Spectre, but we're not going to get to see either utilized. Buy finishes the previous round, starts off this one. Gorgeous headshot. As Jessie Vash comes swinging in.
Oh
the
my God!
finds two! Forsaken Divine now taken out of the equation.
Bring them down.
A Prowler to check close, spots nothing. From here, can likely surmise that the rotate back might be coming through, but as we can see, that is not the case. How far did they decide to stray from the site? So far, it's their smokes, it's their breach. Push back onto the north side, Jessie Vash as well.
Oh no.
Back over towards Gen, but the head spotted. Dubstep can adjust. Not quite prepared for Benkai to also be in that position. Hit again, invested.
Spike planted.
See if Mind Freak can play through this one this time. Still outnumbered, but a Rolling Thunder also available should they desperately need it. And they're just going to go ahead and open with it. Not to push, not to play aggro, but just to buy time. Look at the gap. The wall, and actually takes the gap away. Flash in, Invi entries, finds a Mind Freak spotted, and Borkum again will be the one to drop the pit. The defuse comes in, and it will not be an even half. Secret at least guarantee themselves 7.
I was just gonna say it's starting to happen, but then Team Secret comes
Last
in
round before the switch.
with the numbers advantage. Just have that coordinated play. Might have lost player early on, but this smoke, this spray through, we have Phantom, might as well use it. And all of a sudden, 2 players instantly deleted.
I mean, that kill, being able to take down Jeremy, allowed them, gave them the lockdown, but it's Jessie Vash's spray again. This time, just through a smoke rather than through a wall. That nets them that victory.
Right there.
Economy not so good for the side of Paper X, but Forsaken does have his overdrive.
Shell's going out, already on the rope is Forsaken. See the overstay here. Jing tries to get the kill, can't make it happen. Overdrive now popped, Forsaken rushing forward, looking for a target, relay bolt, used, Dubstep gets the buy, Jessie, it's Mind Freak. Forsaken trades one back with a footstep, very audible, and Dubstep snaps onto his head, throws down the hat, and gets the reveal on the Benkai right as he grabs the spike. The double reveal, the door now shut. Goes for the spray, starts to run away. All of this being heard.
How do you frag yourself out of this one? Takes the rope silently, but so much presence on the A site. And with so much time now, Kilios, they could have gone anywhere. Benkai, I don't know how you must be feeling in this instance. Any place that you push into, a player from Team Secret could be just around the corner.
Well, right now, you do have Borkum looking
30 seconds left.
up towards drop, and okay, seems like the call finally came in. They're suspecting the dish approach. You see the pings coming down. He's got to clear it, and he can't. Jeremy finds the headshots. This time, Secret will end the half with a nice advantage, 8-4.
Switching sides.
You might have called it, Achilleos. This is one of those things where teams are able to win out on maps that aren't their own. And it's just how well Team Secret are starting to adapt. Paperthin was talking about this on the desk. They weren't really adapting so long to Haven, but now they really are. Now they're setting up some of these positional plays. We had Dubstep up on the upper side of A, and some just simple frags, 1 or 2, and it changes so much. In this round, PaperX tried to go in for that alternate attack respawn approach, but as soon as they're met with resistance, they instantly turn around, and that's only because they had no other option. And at the same time, because it was such a fast play, Team Secret instantly knew to contest them in towards A main, and that's where they halted an entire push.
Seems like Alex there in the coaching booth, maybe getting stressed. It's about five Red Bulls missing from that fridge. It's just having a little chug-a-lug, just trying to keep him and the rest of the team in this match, in this map. A lot to run back, but we'll see how they fare, because we have been treated to some very aggressive plays from the defending side. With that race, with that Neon, you can absolutely set those up for yourself. So a lot of caution going to have to be taken here by Secret as they get ready to attack. I mean, hell, even just earlier today in Americas, we were seeing 100 Thieves doing very much the same to Sentinels with some great executes, rushing out of A main, rushing out of B, and just getting this crunch before they can make it to the ropes.
But do you remember what happened at the end of that series?
Yes.
100 Thieves might have won a couple.
Yeah.
It was good, but Sentinels wins out the whole series.
You can't make it work.
This might happen here as well.
Had that prediction correct? We'll wait and see if I get this one.
On flat chat, yes, I saw it. But here we go. This is where I get a little bit nervous too, because Achilleos, PaperX are known for pushing out. When you have their composition set up like this, yes, they played it many times. I think it was more of attacking rounds that actually surprised us. On defense, when you have a Viper and you have a Killjoy, those are your best bets at anchoring down sites. What happens if you lose those players? That could be it. You got those two duelists, and they really need to show us what they're made of right now.
The biggest things that I'm looking for right here from the side of Paper Rex is a pistol round win. Because so far, they haven't been able to find any. Divide narrowly avoids getting clipped by the fault line. But great damage onto Jeremy. Making that Raze entry power pretty much non-existent. It's just a walking paint shell thrower.
Look at that movement. Silent rope drop.
Never mind. He'll just let Forsaken come to him.
Layers of defense. PaperX are moving over, thinking it just might be a B hit, but look at how safe. Team Secret are expecting this push.
Comes out Frenzy. Beats Ghost at that range. Borkum walking away, only 4 health remaining. But 2 men up now in the battle. As Dubstep is in such a cheeky spot. The Sheriff shots, a couple of them connecting there, but Dubstep wins out the fight. Cam destroyed, identifies where Benkai is at. Now the only unaccounted for player is Mind Freak.
Spike planted.
I'll start watching behind from now. Jessie Vash will give his life to go ahead and scout the info. 2 low players, however, this is very possible for PaperX.
They have to work together, though. But look at the positions they're just setting up for post plants. A bit of a tap. They're actually getting halfway.
They're holding it. They're absolutely just holding for it. They push out. They can't get him off it.
One enemy.
Oh my God!
And they just steal it from him. Right out beneath their feet.
Achilles, you said you wanted the fist around it. Is this not what you were expecting? Are you not entertained?
The fashion in which it occurred, definitely not what I was anticipating. But entertained, yes.
Yes.
I mean, I love pretty much everything that Secret were doing in this round. Dubstep doing that deep lurk was just absolutely fantastic to see.
But
the wall set up to block off tower. The bite goes in. It stops the swing out. And they just hold for it.
I mean, it has to be plays from Warbirds that just control Team Secret. Like, PaperX are going to push into you. Just hold still. It's okay. And that's what they did, but somehow.
There.
Borkum got ripped apart. Jing kind of botching the Boombot line up there. Doesn't know about this position here from Jeremy. Maybe it doesn't matter, because as they try to rush over towards B, instantly the kill found. Jeremy will find Jing. Push up to the corner. Cleanup comes in. Mind Freak got Jeremy, and Forsaken finds the rest. 6-8. PaperX win 2 in a row. Only lose out on 1 player there in the anti-eco. And are nicely set up as we go into the second half bonus.
There are some teams, some players who just step up once they start to feel that pressure, once they start to feel that sense of imminent defeat. It was 4-8, and PaperX started to go in for it. Managed to recover themselves now. A simple bit of a brawl towards H3. And off to the next round we go. Team Secret. I'm more curious as to how they're going to approach this. Still playing it safe, actually, there. Somewhat of a default on Fracture?
Yeah, just
default hold.
Sending out the util, making them think the rush is going to be coming through. Jessie Vash solo on that side of the map. You hear the sprinting on site. Relay bolt, looking for the hit. Paint Shells goes up into tower. Forces them inside. Now the push out comes up in a perfect spot. Isby as well. Takes them down, breaks open the site. The plant comes in. The few remaining people for PaperX all rotating north side into arcade. Looks like Envy is prepared for this. Set up a flash. Just gone back in and It's just going to be the save call issued by PaperX.
I mean, we started off this round with PaperX having these three exact players kind of go for that gamble, stack up on towards drop, up on towards dish, because if someone did push, they would have gotten to let it rip with these guns that they have. But Team Secret, the way that they're playing this, just that delayed push on towards the B site, I think it surprised PaperX. It surprised Mindfreak and Forsaken, to say the least, especially with this position up towards tower. They knew that's exactly where they would be. And Envy, playing that sort of angle down by the side itself, it's just so tough for Jing to deal with. 9-6, and well, Team Secret shows us that they have so much to offer.
Jing getting situated here on top of Gen. No one else is here, so it doesn't seem like it's going to be any kind of setup. If Ben Kai, if you had a showstopper, then yeah, I could see the rush coming over.
A little bit more of a defensive play, I think. Splitting up across the map.
No one's looking to play around that position, though, other than potentially Jessie Vash. They have a cam ready to ping in case somebody does go for the aggro push towards bench. By hovering close. Fault line is aimed at Amen entrance, however. Now they know that they're a little bit deeper. Door comes up, and Benkai Defy absolutely tear them to shreds. A fantastic play. Just reactive off of Jeremy's gun going off, and now Dubstep pinched from the back end. Jessie Vash left all on his lonesome. The captain has to be feeling pretty damn hopeless here.
Nothing much that you can do.
There.
Just run down the clock and try to survive.
40 seconds, though. He does have a little bit of utility to work with, but of course, that sense of paranoia, again, where any player could be checking every corner meticulously. I mean, this one push from PaperX, that is the power of Breach on Fracture. Ben Kai, such a well-timed fault line to follow it up with a flash point. Sends every player on Team Secret screen to full white. And then, of course, Divide just peeking through the door that way. And this is that next version, that next evolution of PaperX that we're starting to see, I think, Achilleos. They're not just aggressively checking and pushing out in every position up on Fracture. In fact, they were holding this time.
Certainly a change-up. On that. Completely caught Secret off guard in main.
Nope. We were kind of talking about this. Victoria, we ate blood sausage that day. You know,
yeah.
Victoria and I went on a little trip. We actually bumped into Team Secret. We talked to Warbirds, and he looked really relaxed. You know, I think he had a lot of plans in mind for PaperX. He knows that they're a team that loves to push, but what we're seeing right now, in fact, is Alex coming up with new versions of this PaperX play. They are pushing out this time, though.
They are.
Okay.
It's gonna be Forsaken taking down. Now Jing kind of stuck in the corner. The Prowler doesn't connect, but it doesn't matter because Envy's bullet does. And that looked a bit half-baked for the side of PaperX. Mindfreak now rushing around the back. The trap just in front gets cleared. Vash watching for this. Tries to get himself tucked up against the wall. Will be able to do so. Second shot finds the head. Jeremy counter swings. They get the cleanup. Now Ben Kai, the last man standing here in Canteen. Can't find anything. It's going to be a flawless round coming across. 10-7. Secret again take the lead up by 3 rounds.
Once again, it's these players from Team Secret with the ruler in their hands, kind of teaching PaperX that lesson. You want to think twice about making these plays because you're not going to get away with it every single time, especially when Envy is the one staring down your barrel.
He has just been so crisp.
17 kills.
Yeah, Fracture in particular, just this is his map.
There. Where are you?
Fracture is my city. Haunt goes up over the top of the dish. Turret can be cleared. And Orb will give Jeremy the showstopper. So that entry power, that much more terrifying now.
Baits out the Poison Orb too.
They can swing back over, grab Orb for Borkum. He'll just be one off having that orbital strike available.
Playing the Pac-Man strat. Picking up pellets all across the map, but...
Hey, I mean, eat the orb. Here, Paper X, they're the ghosts.
That just might be it. Got that
Showstopper
Cherry.
out. Fault line slows him up. And, well, okay, it'll be a nade kill from Jing into the rocket kill from Jeremy. Both Rays is finding some value. The duelist piece going to be taken down. Rolling Thunder goes across, looks to interrupt. Jing jumping forward, manages to get on top of Dubstep just before the Rolling Thunder connects. Borkum swings back out, finds the trade kill. Benkai gets in B at the same time. Advantage now to Paper X. Up a man, the spike, stuck right in the middle of the site. They know where Borkum's at. Vash now arriving, has his work cut out for him.
Oh.
And okay, orbital strike goes up, and he will be able to find one, but Vash can't win the fight. Benkai taken down to 4 HP. Now it's all on Borkum, and he cannot get away from this fault line. Benkai, with no health, will find a third kill to keep Paper X alive and stop Secret from reaching 11.
The MVP from last week awakens again in this moment. That initial Rolling Thunder, and then the one to go back into it. An orbital strike spent as well, so this was a really expensive round for Team Secret, but at the end of it, it comes down to these marksmanship skills of Benkai.
Why you out me again? Oh my god.
Isolating one on
What Benkai just letting his teammates talk the trash. He remains stoic
as ever.
It's just such a contrast in Benkai's demeanor in and out of game. Just complete inversion. Now, Forsaken back over onto the operator. Waiting for the peek, and looks like it's going to happen. Drive, but the shot, it's just a little bit too late. For the shallow peek, and Jeremy really trying his luck. Rushes across, goes to the extra jiggle. Forces out the relay bolt as well as the fast lane as Forsaken heads for the hills, gets himself tucked back over by the defending spawn. Jing in the corner, gonna eat a nasty chunk of damage. Knocked down to 81, but oh, the timing! How did he not see him?
Planted.
That was so unlucky.
Oh my goodness.
Go in a little bit too fast, but here comes Jessie Vash with the vengeance. They have the B site now.
To the rescue, but Forsaken joined back in by the rest of his teammates. See if he can get anything done. Finds Borkum, the molly down to cut off the rest of the team. Mindfreak sprints through it, spots one, but cannot line up the shots. It's just a bit too whiffy, and Dubstep fires back.
I'll find you.
Benkai and Divide now the last two standing.
Not much to work with, and the timer is ticking, so I think it's just going to be that save. But
You saw Benkai, he was thinking about going into underpass, trying to get some punishes, trying to take some weapons away. Was it, Envy, Dubstep in particular, not going to have the most cash. But they decide to not risk it. They themselves also don't want to lose anything. And Secret very narrowly come away with that round win. So another timeout, the second one now called by Paper X.
And once more, this is that sort of flavor from Team Secret. They're sussing out Paper X and how they play. Sometimes it might be a push onto the opposite side of the map, but playing a little bit more measured, just letting that timer tick down to about, say, maybe a minute 30, minute 25 seconds, and then a sudden coordinated set play onto the site. With a lot of these blast packs from Jeremy, it cuts up so much space that pushes Paper X back, and if they want to fight back into it, if they want to resist the push, they're gonna have to think twice. Jing certainly caught out with the utility just for a second, but then in the weirdest moment, a little bit of a funny blunder from Jeremy, but instantly the reactions from the other players on the side of Team Secret controls it back, brings it back within their reins. 11-8, and we are sitting at the edge of match point, Seth. That's why the timeout was called.
I mean, pressure mounting. A couple tools to work with. The showstopper there. 3 away is Divide from having the lockdown, which they would love. But the big, really big, crucial ults that can fully disrupt the round are gone from the side of Secret.
There.
Neural Theft is there. Jessie Vash can gain information, deny audio, obviously with the Nightfall. Still things that they can utilize. See if they come out in this round or if they save them for the next. It seems like Mind Freak wants to use this pit that he's had, you know, reactively rather than proactively cut off an entire site and try to funnel people over to that side where it's a bit more heavily stacked. Seems like he wants to be able to get in during a, you know, a defuse attempt almost, and then lay down the pit.
It's a great point, but if you're just about at match point, you might as well have to use it sooner rather than later. Team Secret just assessing their options again. If you use it for a retake, it could work, but you're going to have to make that fast rotation over. Timing is so crucial right now with the way that Team Secret are playing. You're just going to be caught surprised.
Dubstep's been sat here staring towards Arcade with the cam. Go about the jet. Backside of box. The shot going through as well. Molly on the one side to try to cut him off. Well, Devi was contained. It's just going to be a push through, and Envy drops the spike.
Down B.
Big value.
They're not in, surrounding him at the moment.
30 seconds left.
And unfortunately, one of the key things that they were missing from that equation was some paint shells. But crucially, Borkum does continue to come up big. Finds the kill, but Jessie Vash down and Sewer going to be eliminated. Borkum dead. Jing now, reload heard. Dubstep will find the kill, but with 12 seconds remaining, gonna pop the cage. Suspicious, and as he swings out, he will be struck down. 2 guns lost, Paper X again holding on, but still in a deficit.
No matter what. Go, go, go.
Incredibly intense, incredibly stiff competition. And Paper X are finding bits of success for sure. Just trying to play a little bit more defensively off the timeout this time, but you can see that Team Secret has a lot of depth in their plays now with the way that they're actually pushing in off of each other. Just a little bit of a mistake with the tower push. Dropping the spike there was bad.
This is a familiar rush, and Jessie just dips out. Is he spotted? Looks like the answer is no. I mean, if he could tag him on the rope with a rocket.
There.
I don't.
I mean, oh man.
If you could, that would be sick.
I didn't know that Jing was a TF2 player. Like Soldier.
That would have been really fun to watch, but I think the velocity of that does take a little bit of time. Team Secret still trying to set up for that sort of measured play, a delayed push, just gaining bits of control. Paper X, though, with this information towards attacker spawn, they know that Team Secret are on the other side of the map. The question is, it's going to be A or B.
Benkai thinking that they're a bit further in than they actually are. Now sends out the aftershock. Forsaken gets himself into a good spot. We'll find Jessie Vash, but Jessie Vash actually killed Jing at the same time. So we're going for that double push. A little bit scrambled due to the mini-map placement, but now Forsaken gonna look to re-aggress through main. Ends up getting spotted. Jeremy backs away. Spike going down now, 25 seconds remaining.
Forsaken.
Benkai finds Jeremy. Another kill, picked up. Envy getting one crucially before dying. Now it's just Borkum and Dubstep. They have the ult, the orbital strike to buy some time. But Devi swinging around the back. Borkum hearing this, he needs to survive, but he cannot. Dubstep drops in the neural theft, looking to reveal. Spots them both. And now gets tucked away in Canteen. Spikes in the open. Mind Freak looking to hold it to half. The counter swing. He gets the headshot. He doesn't get the half. And Dubstep lines him up for the clutch. 3 kills to take them to map point.
Eating them up like nothing. Up by the Canteen. The way that he peeks out, Seth. Have to watch this replay again. I mean, so many things going right for Team Secret in this round. Paper X getting the information, sure, and Forsaken with a nice play out by Tunnel, but look at how he actually swings out wide on this. Effectively isolating both duels.
That half step to the right, breaking line of sight, takes it away from Mind Freak. And now he says, okay, you know what? I gotta use this damn thing. Pit goes down, double push from the duelists coming out of main. Oh! Forsaken will find 2! Jing does get taken down, but that's an immense amount of damage here for Paper X in a round where they need it the most. The buy, not fantastic. They will go ahead, stay afloat. Envy as well, 58 health remaining. Borkum just now getting a gun as well. Believe he only had a classic before picking one up there.
Then just trying to play off the information they gathered, knowing it's going to be an A hit this time. Devi's positioning is so crucial. He is aided by Ben-Kai, of course, but they're trying to time it. They know that no one's on site just yet.
Are they going to do this again? Oh, they absolutely are. It might not be as much of a massacre, but it's still a good, damn good kill. But Envy plays just before the door, ends up getting shut, and he delivers Devi right into Dubstep's lap.
Served on a silver platter, back to a 2-on-2, now Forsaken and Mindfreak.
Zoned away.
30 seconds
The
left.
aftershock still there.
Spike
Dubstep
planted.
trying to hide.
Envy's got utility, Seth.
Flash comes out. Whoa! And Envy ends up dying, and Forsaken will find 4. We are not done yet. A moment to calm down after the clutch.
What did I say before? Sometimes when they start to feel that loss, Forsaken grits his teeth and that beast inside is awakened again. The way that he instantly reacted, this is that Zoomer peak reaction. Dodging the flash, getting the first flick, and on to the next. Team Secret are dazed.
What a swingy round, an absolute roller coaster. Advantage after advantage. Dropped on the floor, but at the end, it's Paper X who managed to hold on just a bit longer. The orbital strike still here for Borkum. Should they be able to get a plant down, but Devi's got a lockdown. So the orbital might have to be dedicated to that.
Go get him.
Oh. Boombot meets Prowler. Nade goes flying. Secret will back away.
Don't want to count them out. We've seen so many moments of greatness from Envy.
They both avoid the stun. The Secret continue to press the issue. It's looking like they kind of want to, but now the door gets opened up.
Uh-oh.
And this should tell them there's a hell of a lot of people on this A side.
They're not punching though.
Like not connecting. I think the Bloom might have just kind of disguised it. There was somebody there. They go pushing in. Forsaken going to be good for 1. Envy finds the headshot. And yeah, they have the crossfire. They're already starting to tag him up. Dubstep with a ghost will get at 1. But it's only 2 kills found as Paper X look to take this into overtime. 1 more round to have it happen.
Also delete my hard drive.
This time they're facing a full buy, however. Or as close to one as you can get. You can see a couple pieces of util not being there. 1 Prowler, 1 flash from Envy. Those minor lackings could end up costing them.
And it all happens because they were kind of rethinking their push to the other side, but now Paper X looking to push out again. They hear that haunt.
Haunt reveals 1. Probably should suss out by now that where Forsaken goes, Jing goes, and vice versa. Especially in the latter half of this game.
Oh, surely hear that blast back.
Should give them a decent idea. Dubstep again, staring across, watching. Sees nothing. I'll send pretty much everybody through that pass. And Borkum gets the timing. He still nearly loses his life. Forsaken was just a fraction of a second away from having that kill, but Borkum manages to double down. He gets another. Jing now gone. It's Ben-Kai and Mindfreak against the world.
I know exactly.
Jumping to the side. There's the neural theft. Reveal getting ready to come through. Ben-Kai finds 1, but they spray him down. Now it's all on Mindfreak in a 1v3. Revealed again. The plant is in, and it would certainly take a miracle at this point.
He's clutched before, but in this instance, like you said, Seth, it's gonna have to be a miracle. He's got only 2 snake bites, 3 targets to hit, and they are everywhere. That's it.
A bite to try to block off. He swings out. He finds 1, but now he's done. The counter swing is in. And Jessie Vash will be the finisher. 13-11 the scoreline again. This time the only thing that Paper X are clutching are their pearls, because they are now concerned that Secret are going to steal this game away. We are going the distance as hoped, as expected in this SCA showdown. And that means that it's 1 more map to decide who is going to be holding their heads high at the end of it all. Who's going to have that 2-0 start in Pacific. Split will be the decider. For the first time in Pacific, we'll get to see it.
Of course, it's got to be that map with the Pacific poster too, but In all of these rounds, such greatness from the players of Team Secret. I mean, they had layers upon layers of greatness. I mean, the strats.
I mean, let's just, again, just applaud Envy's performance.
Yes.
Because, good lord.
Initiation, the rolling thunders at times, the one round where he actually delivered a player to his teammate. And of course,
imagine if he had that same impact in the first map. This could have just been a 2-0.
it's possible, and I see now why you actually predicted for Team Secret. But let's not discount a lot of these heroic plays from some of the players from Paper X themselves,
absolutely
too.
not. Absolutely not. No one is out of this. That is for damn sure. This could still go either way. We've seen Paper X push before. We know that they can persevere. Secret, so very hungry to take down their rivals, a team that they have in the past when they faced off of them, not really been able to get the upper hand against them. So this means a ton to them. But it all comes down to split. We're going to get first looks at both of these teams here in Pacific on this map, and it's all going to be about preparation. There's no VODs realistically here to review about this one. It's all going to come down to what kind of read you can get on your opponents, and I, for one, am so very excited to see it happen. So I'm going to go ahead, throw us into the commercial break. The desk will break down the action for map number 2, and then we'll kick off the fantastic conclusion of this set. So do not go anywhere.
What I like about this is oftentimes if it's just the neon, you have to
Players taking quite a bit of damage. Oh, play attention to Envy. What? But as the smoke dissipates, Mind Freak, they're prepared for it. As we know, they are after the first back out of the smoke. Finds it again. Doesn't get it. The rush play. Oh! Super. Mind Freak. Oh, he sees the planter. He gets the kill. Now he's spotted on everything. Throw dead. Push out of the 5. Not finding push through. Push gets swing to the corner. Widely. Ben wants to see this. He's so low. Barely has the advantage now. Loses. Push Gen with the head chance. Envy. Entry finds the line. Body. Sheriff guy absolutely just holding for it. They push down. They can't. James up the corner. Sit inside. Now the push out. A little bit deeper. Door comes up. And Ben will be able to do so. Second shot finds. Oh, the timing! How did he not? My goodness.
Oh, in a little bit too bad.
Was contained. Just gonna be able to half. The counter swing. He gets the headshot. It doesn't get the half. Flash comes out. Whoa! And he ends up dying.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm Victoria. We got Will and Paper Thin here, and I am so happy we are going to map 3. That was another crazy game. These two teams did not disappoint.
Are you happy because we're going to map 3 or because we're going to split specifically?
Okay, both.
Honestly, los dos.
Yeah.
Honestly, both. Honestly, both. These two teams are just on fire right now. They performed really well on both maps, and of course, it's going to be our first split showing. But let's break it down. Let's talk about what happened here. Again, both teams are losing out on their map picks, but I think it doesn't matter. It's just really awesome plays.
Yeah, I mean, I think this time around, even the stats just show it, right? It's strongly in favor, even though the final score was close, right? It's 13-11, as close as you can get without going to overtime. But if you're winning more first kills, and also you're stringing together more rounds than we saw over on the first map, right? Team Secret is able to hold on to that momentum just a bit longer. Now, one thing stays true is that they continue to have a stronger defensive side. So that's something that we'll have to keep an eye on for Team Secret, but otherwise, Envy popping off once again as we've hoped he would.
Yeah, I mean, I was really impressed with the way Team Secret played their defensive side of Fracture. One of the best performances, that you'll see on this map on the defender side. And also, another thing that I'm really looking at here is that Team Secret is also a little bit better on their post plants here. That to me signals that their structures on these situations are a little bit better. We saw some unique positionings where they're pushing into defender spawn a little bit better at times and getting some good reads on their positioning. That being said, it's really close both ways. We're seeing great combo plays from both teams. We're seeing a lot of great performances individually. Even Forsaken showing up there at the end with that impressive 4K. Look, there's so many good things to talk about here. You could almost spend another hour, another map of itself just breaking that down.
That's right. I think we had round after round of a lot of really impressive and really exciting plays nonstop. We saw a lot of really great rounds by Jessie Vash as well. Do you want to go into that?
Well, yeah, I want to talk about a round coming out from Team Secret when they were going into round 5. So they had already won 4 in a row, right? So it's 4-0 scoreline here for Team Secret. And then on round 5, they actually have a couple ultimates stacked up. And once we get the replay going, we'll get to see that even though they're on defense, they want to really invest heavily into this. So it all starts with Jeremy just flying out. He doesn't, stick the landing, but he's able to get 1 kill. But then Paper Rex makes the adjustment to say, okay, we just got to push fast. Let's go into tower. What Team Secret does here is to make the decision of we're keeping a lead as much as we can, because if we can break Paper Rex's economy once again, we might be able to string together more rounds. The other important part is that close quarters is where Paper Rex thrives. So if you're able to make sure that they can't set up all around the site on B and just kind of break that pattern, the tempo, with your heavy ultimates, you're going to be able to secure that round. And I loved that kind of mid-round call. I mean, it was very much in the beginning, but that adjustment that they made instantly to say, we want to shut this momentum down now.
We also saw a really interesting play on round 4. And we thought that game was going to be in the bag for Paper Rex when the Viper's
This looked
pit
over.
came up. Yeah.
This looked done. I mean, the Viper pits here, all of a sudden, Forsaken steps up, gets 2 huge kills. Envy tries to push on him. Forsaken not fooled at all by it. Borkum on the outside of this, just kind of reading this play really well. Now, they're weakened up a bit. And the way that he's working this smoke is so good. In and out, checking the angles, checking behind him, and he's so quick to react to some of these moments. Now, I thought he was going to get shot in the back here as he tapped it, but Mindfreak opted to play it a little bit slower, and it was just a step behind Borkum. And then it's the change in angle there on Mindfreak's crosshairs at the very end that changes the outcome of this entire thing. I mean, but just the predictions here from Borkum. Again, it's Borkum time. We saw it the last time on Fracture. Once again, we're back here checking our watches, and sure enough, they're on time once again.
Yeah, I thought we were getting pretty close to overtime. I thought that was going to happen. But that Borkum clutch, oh my God, that was insane. We also saw round 6. We saw a good Paper Rex setup. Paper Rex did have good ideas.
Yeah, look at this. They send Forsaken out on a mission by himself through sewers, and then he's able to get in towards B. You just have Dubstep's utility over there, which he's able to dodge. They're creating a lot of attention over at A Hall, over at A main, and kind of forcing out a lot of utility here from the side of Team Secret. And then Paper Rex, with all this information and space that Forsaken has gotten, they're going to call the change of pace. So this does get scrappy here. They're even able to use the ult to make sure that they're able to get this plant down safely. Still, Dubstep comes in, picks up 2, and then it's just a mess, right? But this is where Paper Rex thrives. When things get a little bit scrappy, this is definitely where this team can have some success. So good things on both sides here. Paper Rex kind of waiting out the Rolling Thunder, able to disrupt the plant for a while, but then Paper Rex starts working together here at the end. They're going to find the win once this one comes through. Jing was an absolute monster up there, but Benkai coming through around the other side to make sure that the flank is clear. And we're going to highlight Dubstep, though. Thought he played out of his mind on this map.
Yeah, I mean, again, with the Cypher, not only just the setups, but also just knowing when to kind of reach out to really test his limits versus just hanging back and saying, I'm supposed to be the anchor. I just want to keep this area clear. If they take the site, that's fine, right? As long as I don't give more room, we're going to be able to fight back. And he had some nice clutches as well alongside Borkum. The veterans this time really coming back alive to breathe life in when it seemed like Paper Rex might be able to take the momentum their way.
What is it that happened this round that really put Team Secret ahead of the game?
I mean, I would say I think one of the bigger things is just, again, having a better read on Paper Rex's momentum, right? I think what we saw on the first map of Haven is once Paper Rex started going, we saw what typically happens is Team Secret starts to rush, and they say, okay, well, Paper Rex is playing really fast. Like, we got to play fast as well. We got to go before they set up every time. And this time they just said, okay, the map's fracture. You're meant to give up some space on either side, attack or defense, right? You have to accept that fact. You can't always play all four directions. Team Secret starts to make that adjustment. You see one round, they adjust again, they adjust their setups, and they're also trading a lot better. Let's note that, right? The flashes and such are actually leading to kills rather than just kind of throwing away utility.
I think slightly better utility usage. A few rounds where they're able to combo their utility a little bit better, like the one you highlighted with the orbital strike and those kind of things. There were a lot of others, especially on the back half. Now, Paper Rex had a ton too. That's why it was so darn close. But I think the coordination and the crossfires, the things you're talking about, are just slightly better right now for Team Secret on Fracture. We saw on Haven that once Paper Rex kind of got their feeding underneath them, yeah, they were able to kind of fire on similar lines, even though Jessie Vash I thought was great with the Sova on that one. Here he's great on the fade, right? We could see that there was that one where Jing blast packs out to Arcade, right? And then they've got a Haunt coming around the corner. Jing's trying to push that angle. Immediately another Prowler, comes out from Jessie Vash and catches Jing, and they're able to kind of work together to shut that down. So it's just slight amounts of better utility usage and comboing that is giving Team Secret the edge.
Something else to add on, because we both touched on it just now, is the crossfire. But this is what we saw from T1 yesterday as well, is these teams that have good ideas, right? When their plan goes as they prepared it, it's great. They have some great execs, they have some good utility usage. But when you start to really clean up your crossfires, your positioning, and the angles you're covering for each other, those are the fundamentals of a traditional FPS. And if that comes together, now you can really test the waters with all sorts of different strategies, different compositions, because that's the part that never changes in a game of Valorant, right? The angles you hold, the guns you're holding, that part is always constant. So it's great to see Team Secret continue to improve on that front.
Definitely, and they have improved significantly, I think, since lock-ins till now, through last week and this week. I want to ask a bit about their team comp. Do you think it would have changed the outcome if Paper Rex had a different team comp? We were talking a bit about Forsaken being on Neon. Do you have any thoughts you're willing to share about that?
Look, as the map went on, Forsaken's Neon got better and had more impact. Like, they started being able to use those relay bolts to not only take space, but often to find kills, to set Jing up. It'd be relay bolt, Jing blast pack, boom, he's there right behind it. And that's why I'm saying that Paper Rex's utility usage not far behind Team Secret's. That's why the score lines are so close. So, I mean, with the way that Paper Rex is currently structured, with the ideas that they have, I'm not sure that you're going to get a better agent necessarily than Neon for what they're thinking about and what they're trying. Now, would I personally like to see a different agent potentially? Maybe, but I'm
glad to hear that you really wanted to see the Yoru again on Fracture.
Yes, you read my mind. No, I literally was actually kind of rolling it around in my head. I'm like, would I like to see Yoru here? Yes.
Well, the other thing we should note is we can joke all we want about, oh, well, Forsaken just wants to play whatever he wants that week. Sure, we can joke about that. But the truth is he's the one who's carrying the burden right now to fill these special roles, that makes the Paper Rex special. Because otherwise, it's just another team. And this is what makes him so unique. And the thing is that's what allows Jin to shine as well, because he can just stay consistent on that raise that he's so good at. Forsaken's trying to carry that burden of, okay, I'll play kind of this wild card role of this unique flex that jumps around all these different agents. You give him a bit more time, this could become a very PRX-specific composition and strategy.
Well, it seems like Neon should be an agent that should
just in
fit
general.
Forsaken, right?
Yes,
it feels like his play style. This was
I mean, it started out a little bit slow, but as it went on again, he started to work with the team, and that's where it really started to shine. On his own, of course, he had the 1-4K that was miraculous, that was beautiful. But outside of that, I didn't feel like he was, individually, creating a ton of space necessarily, especially on the attacker side. I didn't see the value that you really need to be getting out of a Neon.
I mean, these are really good points about Forsaken's tough position that he's in, but hopefully we see more team coordination coming from Paper Rex. But you're right, it's a really close game for both of them, and they've both been doing really well. We are going to the third map now for Split. What are we expecting here?
Well, for one, I think we can safely expect a double duelist coming out from Paper Rex, right? Also because it's Split, but also because it's PRX.
What if it's Chamber?
You know what? That is, we just saw it, right? We just
been picked yet in our
well,
league.
not in Pacific. Yeah, we just saw it in the Americas region. But I am curious because Chamber, this Split is one of the maps that he could still work very well in because of how close together the different paths are.
I think we're getting two double duelists here. It looks like...
I mean, this seems to be the norm ever since the changes to the map, right? Where now you have certain angles that you can try to take better advantage of as the attacking side, so why not speed it up even more? Get the advantages where you can, because generally the map favors the defense quite heavily.
Yeah, you're giving those extra angles, right? Particularly at the bottom of B main, right? You're giving a little bit of extra space, a little bit of extra time. So the big difference here are going to be controllers, right? You're going to have the Astra versus the Viper. Personally, I lean a little bit more towards an Astra.
Well, we've got the Astras on both sides, but it's going to be the Cypher and the Viper as well, right? So it's a double controller versus the single controller. Now, Viper oftentimes used as that kind of semi-sentinel, but what's really going to come into play is, listen, Cypher's great on Split, but he's only great if you really know your timings on when to push out from the defensive side. On the attacking side, it's fairly obvious what your role is, and the timings are fairly obvious as well. But the times we've seen the Cypher fail is oftentimes when teams try to play the Cypher on A side on defense, and then they push out without any info to try to get a deep lurk in a flank, and then they get picked off, and then A side's free. So I'm curious to see, Jessie Vash, if you're IGLing as well, how much info can you get with the passive utility that Cypher has?
Well, the teams are ready to go into the last and final map of today between Team Secret and Paper Rex. I'm really keen to see how this plays out. Let's go over to the casters, Achilleos and Quack. How are you doing up there?
Oh, well, I am just absolutely fantastic at the moment because this series is delivering on all fronts. This is exactly what we wanted to see between these two teams. This rivalry has been brewing for a very long time. And right now it's hitting a fever pitch. Team Secret looking to do what they have been wanting to do, what they said was their goal from the outset. I mean, remember hearing from Jessie Vash after they took down Talon, and he said, yeah, we are looking forward to beating Paper Rex. Outside of DRX and Asia, they have always been the team that we want to take down. We consider them our rivals. And right now they are one map away from doing so. It's a first look at both of these teams in Pacific on Split. And already, the comps are delivering.
It's a blast from the past, Seth. First of all, I'm not okay. After that last round from Paper X on Fracture, no. But
drink
this
a Red Bull, you'll be fine.
Yeah, the Red Bull will help. This composition, though, I mean, with the double duelists coming on both teams, it is like what we saw from the very first or second year of Valorant. And now, both sides, they're trying to change things up a little bit. What we want to bring attention to, of course, is Paper Rex with their double controller.
Yep, Ben-Kai going over now. His third role that he's playing in this series. We've seen him go from Sentinel into that Initiator, now into Controller. Envy, I respect the knife selection. The Ice Mace, always good. Mind Freak now. Oh, goes Astral, and the timing is just off. They get the kill. They hear the rushing out into heaven. Paint shells flying up. Forsaken still eating damage. Gets tagged low. Sight, there's the abandonment. They go ahead, pull back through garage. They want to be able to join in. Not funnel one after the other and look to retake this to the 5v4. Swing on the corner. Jin going to be taken down. Does spot the head of Envy for a brief second as he goes back up the stairs. Trailblazer going to be destroyed. Doesn't get much. Just further confirming, yes, Jessie Vash is still there.
What they're really doing is trying to prevent that space from getting taken, but shots indeed.
Shots so clean from him. Caught with a flash. It's going to be Jeremy. Picks up the buy. Pushes the corner. Ben-Kai finding one. They hold it to half, and Borkum will strike him down. And if my count is correct, 4-1 pistol rounds with Secret very much in the lead.
And remember, that one round only that they won on pistol was off of a defuse getting stuck. It's not the pistol frags, and this is worrying for me as Paper X fan, of course. The way that they've been playing these pistol rounds at times is just way too risky with how they peek into a lot of these angles, a lot of these duels, and Team Secret show that they are definitely ready for them.
Now, moving in, Marshall in the hands of Dubstep, which, of course, worth highlighting again, back over onto the Jet. We did hear from Jessie as well in that very same interview saying, Jeremy's not very good with the operator. So when we feel like we need it, Dubstep plays Jet. But additionally, you want that double duelist. Apparently here on Split has been the developing meta. Double dive setup. Decent. Envy gonna find Forsaken. He continues to be a first kill monster. Dubstep pulls back, gets himself over onto the rafters. Here's the tap, and it does get a quick double. Looks for a little bit more. He gets a third, and Jessie Vash will just absolutely decimate Jing as he comes leaping down from above. A flawless round here. The follow-up of the anti-eco once again. Secret excelling. But do they get that bonus convert again? We saw them streak 5 rounds right at the start. I mean, these are just some nasty shots. I thought maybe he was going to get Jing as well.
Potentially. And you have to keep in mind, too, with that many frags, you are only 2 points away from your Blade Storm now. So we are looking out for that bonus win. And if Dubstep can actually find a couple more, this round could be it.
Jessie taking a bit of nasty damage there from the paint shells. Dubstep spotting him. They're going to continue to push it. Tries to go for the no-scope. Can't make it happen. Jessie now playing inside of the ring. Jumps forward. Finds one. They'll counter spray. They manage to take him down. Jeremy arrives and is quickly dealt with. Borkum now the last man standing. Was damn clutch on Fracture, but this one I think might be a bridge too far for him. As Mind Freak waiting. Spots him, but it's a delayed reaction. He doesn't adjust the crosshair at all.
Awkward for a second. Borkum's still looking for a way to make this possible, but Paper X are sussing out information that one guiding light might have just made it even more difficult for Borkum to turn this around.
Just the Spectre there, but he's going to push over, get himself towards ramp, grab the rifle perhaps. They would hear the pickup.
Blocking vision.
Oh, vision blocked. Forsaken pushes, was low on HP. Swing out. Looks for another kill, trying to take one of these rifles away. Won't be able to make it happen. Jing with a nice little fadeaway shot, but 3 weapons denied. As Paper X will go ahead and find themselves a win in round 3.
It was a good idea from Borkum towards that end. Setting up the Nebula onto the spike itself made it seem as if he was about to pull off a ninja defuse, but when it comes down to it, of course, the firepower rings true. Just holding up on a ramp, planting their feet firmly down, Paper X managed to turn that chokehold into a fortress where they will fire back, fighting fire with fire. Their guns were better in that round.
Point and break it.
Dubstep. Now, you were highlighting it as far as having the blades. Now he's going to operate.
Yes.
So this is what he's in this role to do. He looked very clean with it still. First challenges last week. They can try to scout, identify where this Cypher util is at. Fortunately for Jessie Vash, the cam has not been spotted quite just yet. Jeremy, in the meantime, getting himself situated behind the box, playing in case there's contact here from Dubstep. He's scoped in, staring over at Ramen. They see the gun barrel. It's just an easy kill. Benkai now going to be taken down. Spam out into the back of sight, however. Jessie Vash going to fall and make it a 1-for-1.
Still, they managed to make their way in, and with these Nebulas in place, they get to cut off so much space, pushing further into screens. Not a single sound from Team Secret, though, and they might not have a clue. Dubstep. Watching this like a hawk.
Oh, okay. Minor delay. Dubstep not finding that kill, which would have felt like it would have delivered the round into their hands. And at the same time, Mind Freak finds an elimination. Envy, a bit whiffy, finally stabilizes, gets that kill, but he's down to 1 HP. And he's not going to be able to lead this into a clutch. 2-2.
Yes.
PRX very swiftly tie things up, and now the operator is lost.
The way they push in that impact frag onto Dubstep. Operator lost. And that's a valuable tool outside of Team Secret's hands. This is how they play it. Now, you're going to have that presence up on mid, but that means that A side is a little bit more vulnerable. A little bit of damage coming from Jessie Vash, but that was it. And Paper X managed to overwhelm. I love to bring attention to this toxic screen up because I've been seeing it for the past few rounds now. Benkai always blocking off mid that way.
Get out of my way!
Taking that vision away from them. Blades on either side. Both of them drifting. They make contact. Back away. Dubstep does go in aggressively, trying to take it out Jake, but shot not quite going to connect. A flash out, the Seekers fly as well. Got them down. It'd be gonna be good for one. Jessie Vash.
Oh my God!
There's the knife kill we were looking for! And off the back of it, Team Secret will pull off a thrifty to very swiftly turn the tides of this map.
We were setting up for it. We were thinking that the passive utility from the IGL himself might not have been the greatest, but he just sets up for the cage play.
How do
dancing around it.
How do they keep doing it?
I don't know, man. Paper X are starting to look a little bit careless with these pushes, and it's that void bash from Jessie Vash himself.
Oh.
The frenzy. Oh my.
That deserved a little bit more zhuzh from the watch party. I think they should have been a little bit more hyped up after that play. Not only is it the thrifty, but with the knife. Straight up style. Let's see though. Paper X can stabilize, not get too frazzled by it. We know that they won't. But they do have a very hefty stack here in mid. Mindfreak hanging back, watching for any aggressive pushes out of garage. Dubstep. In a back. Ooh, I was going to say, maybe in a bad spot, but Showstopper now drawn out. The chase in towards Robin, and Jeremy gets himself a third. As they are just shattered. We'll be able to find one. Looks for the second. Does get the tap on the Dubstep, head through the wall. Shoving him back, but the heals will come out from Envy. Spike in hand, what do you do?
4 players to work against, and there's just so much of the map being covered by Team Secret. It really isn't all that much. The best that you can hope for is to play off your smokes and find ways to slip in past enemy lines. But look at this setup. There's just no way you're going to peek into mail room and get out of it alive.
Yeah,
of course
tries
not.
to play off the backside of the flash, hoping that it was going to just be Envy watching, but it is not. So you can go ahead and find themselves a 4th. Timeout going to be called. And I mean, PRX have been using these pretty early on, right within the first quarter in every single map.
Enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
I mean, if I were Alex right now, I'm chewing out the team. This is a terrible mistake from Paper X. You can see the ideas that they have churning on with the toxic screen up by mid, like you mentioned earlier on. It blocks vision. It's a bit of a default setup that allows Paper X to kind of set up some mental conditioning off for Team Secret. But when it's such a small thing, like holding off angles, when you have Team Secret pushing past the toxic screen and just hiding in an off angle, surely you check that.
Well, hasn't been the case, but it's bound to be something that is being talked about here. Reinforced, drilled into them. Try to find some added stability. We're still seeing the development of Split at the moment, you know, just given the surely recent changes to the map. Before, I mean, you'd say, okay, you get 3 rounds, 4 rounds, you're in a pretty good spot on the attack. Hasn't really been the case as much as late.
Not so much.
A couple more, and I think Paper X will be able to breathe a bit more easily, but ideally, at the very minimum, you're going to be aiming for that 5-7 half for yourselves. Goes up to block off. Dubstep just going to be finding that dog for now.
This time around going for the full potential set play, but instantly dismissed by a bit of presence. A lot of sound for sure. But I don't think Team Secret are worried at all. They know it's an eco. In fact, it's it's Paper X who are kind of sweating. The way that they're jump peeking a lot of it, they're afraid to push out.
I mean, they don't rotate off of the noise, and it ends up being a very correct play here. As entry up onto the ramp. Oh, he's just just waiting for it. There's a Stinger in hand, still very much at risk. His dubstep unless he can get it, and he does. Jing pushes out. Ben.Kai with a great headshot. Off the Sheriff manages to find one, but now Jeremy takes the fight, finds the second, looks for the bounce on the paint shells, lands it at Mind Freak's feet, chunks him down to 57, and with a swing out from Envy, they'll be able to close it. 5-2. Thrifty, not able to be found here by Paper X, much like it was for Team Secret. Now, we see what they put together, what the game plan is during that timeout for this buy round.
Then again, it has to be said, like that was a good round from Team Secret. Just classic defense.
That was great.
Mental reads, not moving at all, given how Paper X would probably play.
And look at the read again. They have a triple stack right here in front.
It's that same toxic screen.
Jing's gonna try to go Showstopper, it would seem. No, he just goes bouncing across. Had he Showstoppered actually in the main, he would have found 3 kills. Either way, they gain space for themselves.
Just a little bit though. You want to push into heaven, and with the way that this is set up, you have the option to go back through ropes in towards mid. I kind of like it, but there's no way in hell that you actually push onto A side with that many players from Team Secret holding it. Dubstep as well. Back on that operator.
Looks like the rope play may end up being the call here. As they continue to creep up, just hugging along that Viper wall.
You are divided.
Oh, divide now. It's going to be invested. They're going to go rushing forward. Get ready to drop out. The dog spots Jeremy. Flush him out. Envy dead as well. Shorty from Dubstep, who spots him for a brief moment. Are they going to double face? For a second, it looked like they wanted to go for the push. Jessie Vash tries to get a second, cannot make it happen. Just a singular kill. Dubstep with an operator. They're just going to go ahead and hightail it and let that spike go off. Paper X on the buy, looking good.
That's one way to dismantle that defense. The Cosmic Divide just set up a little bit further down, a little bit more shallow, just to block off screens, and that little sliver up by A Heaven itself allows for Paper X to actually drop down with the Trailblazer along as well, coming in from Divide. Everything set them up to eliminate each player one by one. And of course, with Dubstep and the Shorty, I mean, that was just a sick bit of movement from Forsaken, air strafing in and out of the Cosmic Divide, nullifying that Shorty.
Well, great turnaround. Keep themselves in this, building back up some momentum. Obviously, economic-wise, not a ton of damage dealt. They will force out a couple of additional buys, but as you can see, Borkum, 6,050 at the moment, still in his back pocket. Only having to spend 450 of that here in this round. Operator retained, so it's going to take a little while to churn through this for the side of Paper X, but if they can get up to 5, that's when we'll start seeing things become a bit weaker for Team Secret, and already, again, like I said, you'll probably be fairly satisfied getting 5 in the attacking half. But obviously, they're going to be aiming for more. Showstopper still held on to. See if that comes into play for Jing in this round.
Blocking sight.
Might be it. Starting things off, the Guiding Light. Information not gained, though, and then that's going to be the call to play it safe instead.
Again, just trying to info bait here.
Not a lot of utility being thrown out by Team Secret either. That's just one Nebula. And all the cameras coming in from Jessie Vash calling it clear, but here it comes.
Okay, flash in, another Nebula set up. Things are coming down as well in towards Mail.
The camera.
Secret realized that, you know, they've abandoned mid completely once more. They could be anywhere.
Oh,
Showstopper. Does he land? Oh no, he gets just over top of that trap wire. Finds the kill. Borkum dead. Decent amount of damage out on the Jing though. Forsaken pushes in, continues the chase, finds the kill, but if he shuts him down, the Bio find Jeremy up in heaven. 2v3, now a 1v3, and the first shot from Dubstep is not going to connect. And he's just got to back away.
Spike play.
Look at Ben.Kai's positioning and all of this.
On the
He
hunt.
knows where Dubstep is.
Oh yeah, he hears him now. They're going to try to get this out of his hands.
Well, he is really far away at this point, though. Lost the initiative, but that was a great way for Paper X to go in with that delayed push, baiting out the utility, a cloudburst in just to set up for that Nebula, taking out the camera, gave them a lot more value. They had no idea that Jing was going off like a little bit slower, not so much far.
There's one. Do they continue to push for this? Obviously, the round's in hand. But you don't want to lose too many extra weapons. Looks like it will just be at the end.
Especially not when Team Secret has that much economy.
Yeah. But Paper X, again, running it back, making this close. Now just one away from being able to tie it up. It feels like this is just how they're destined to perform in every single map that we have.
Very careful. You can hear in all of that, with Jing quite literally bunny hopping, they managed to still secure each and every one of those frags. And again, the toxic screen with the mental conditioning, it tricks Team Secret into thinking that the site hit's going to be onto A, maybe mid. There's so much utility getting spent now.
Spike's still just going to be dropped in a neutral position, back over here towards the A site. Just waiting, staring Operator in Forsaken's hands, hoping and praying that Dubstep decides to just swing around this corner and take it aggressively. Seems like he has no intention of doing that whatsoever. However, so will just be sat back, but everyone's crowding towards him. Needs to be Johnny on the spot with the exit plan. Walt getting ready to come up. Tries to go for the timing shot. Now has to run away. Into the trap wire. Does go Defy. Slows him up for a little bit longer. Ops held at range. The swing out, Forsaken. Holding the angle. Finds him. Now Jessie Vash going to be taken down as well. That's the site broken open. Infi, I believe, blinded as he pushes forward. Ends up getting taken down, as will Jeremy. Tagged him through the box.
30 seconds left.
As Paper Rex, looks like they should be able to go ahead and take this one. Borkum now in a 1v4. Push coming in. Defy gets that headshot through. Paper Rex, they do in fact tie it.
Just as I was about to say it, I felt this timeout being called from Team Secret. How many rounds has it been from Paper X now that they've won in a row?
3.
Yeah, taking heed of Alex's words, right? A lot of these protocols are now tighter. You can see that they actually send out utility first to make sure that they gain that information before actually going in with the site hit. And they're not just rushing it right as soon as the barrier drops. They're baiting a lot of the rotations. They're baiting out the utility from Team Secret first.
Yeah. Very nice run back here from the side of Paper Rex. And if this continues, obviously, it just feels a bit better and better for him. Let's see if this timeout from Secret can have a similar course correction.
They'll have to fix some of the plays so far. Not getting information because of how conservative Paper X has been thus far. Not a lot of early round presence. If anything, just a toxic screen to possibly throw them off their scent. And Team Secret are oftentimes caught unaware. They need to get a little bit aggressive with this, but if they do, there is that sense of possibly getting shot in the back by Paper X. And I just have to remind everyone, there was that round where we see Ben Kai actually going with deep, deep lurks as this Viper because of the toxic screen that he has. Team Secret definitely respecting that fact.
All right, well, again, it's attention on mid from the side of Secret, but once more, Paper X looking to push their way in towards A. For now, it's just Envy and Jessie trying to hold the line. Do they, once again, creep across towards rope and get themselves situated along that toxic screen for potential play through mid?
If they do, they're going to meet Dubstep.
Oh no. Unfortunate there for Envy. Tries to scout it out, but is completely and utterly spotted. Jing will remove the dart. Seekers go chasing down into ropes. Have to be destroyed, and Jessie displaced. Can't get Ben Kai, just takes him low.
Saving.
And now, yeah, again, the early call to save comes through. They realize that that final round of the half is on the horizon, and they need as much firepower as they can get. But with Jessie Vash down to 150, Envy at 400. Borkum in a very far forward position. He needs to win this fight. Okay. Delay, but still finds the kill. They go ahead and get collected together.
Good bit of an exit frag. They're very close to their ultimates on the side of Team Secret, in fact. Off this save for sure, but I mean, just talking about it, Seth, you were saying PaperX were looking for that 5th win on this first half, and they've got it.
That they do. And now they're putting Team Secret in a disadvantageous position, saying, yeah, the best you're gonna get as Forsaken takes down Borkum.
In the half.
Is a 6-6 half. PaperX now hungry for that 7-5, but on the opposite side of what I was saying. They want the 7. They want that 2-round lead. The way that they're playing, it seems like they very well should be able to get it.
A little bit more cautious on the side of PaperX, but we need Team Secret to go in a little bit more, a little bit deeper. In fact, in that round, they were playing such defensive positions, and we see Dubstep on this operator so much, we need him to find value out of it. They're pushing into A now.
Pushing forward, Benkai backing away, gets himself in sewer.
Calls it clear.
Ping comes down, but Borkum, can he hold the line? There's the dropout, the knives go flying. He will be able to get the headshot, but Jing is there for the trade. A 1-for-1, the smoke's now gone. No Cosmic Divide to be found in this last round here for the side of Secret.
Showstopper, possibly, if anything, to start this retake, but with how PaperX are playing, they're going so far back, it has to be so much space for Jeremy to just slip into Garage. If he could land a shot, that would be huge. But PaperX have completely evacuated the site. They're going back to mid?
Swings out of his own smoke, does find Benkai. 11 HP as they start on the defuse. Everybody's zoned so far back. Pop Flash doesn't find anyone. There's the near ult depth. There's the kill on the Mind Freak. And now they get the reveal, the chase up top. The defuse held a half. Jing on for an ace. Jessie Vash, the nade comes in. He got the reset. And there's just no hope. The time is not there. Oh! Jing with the ace to deliver the 7th round win. PaperX, they have the advantage.
Switching sides.
And I was just thinking about it, but this is why they have those heroic plays. It's not oftentimes it's just magical, mechanical skill, but rather players that are set up for it. Seemingly, the strategy wasn't quite there, but it's just so careful about this, so controlled. Having the game sense to know to rotate back through mid, to push out at the right time, to throw out those paint shells, to shoot people who are flying up at him.
Such a quick reaction. And then from there, there's no hope. An ace, what a way to end the half in style. Jing consistently finding impact and making his presence known in these maps. And now again, the question that we have to ask, and I'm dying to see the answer is, does PaperX get the pistol? Because it feels like that would be the beginning of the end. They're already in such a great spot. However, if Secret can get that, suddenly we're in a position where this could be tied up.
That's right. Might be a 7-7, potentially an 8-7 if things turn around. I laugh, but it is true. PaperX has been suffering in every single one of these pistol rounds. They're back on that defensive side. And I'm just curious to whether or not they're actually going to get aggressive with it. On to the other point, though. I think Will on the desk was actually saying that Team Secret has been winning out more rounds on the defensive side. This 5-7 is a little bit worrisome. If they don't get this pistol round like they've been doing so far, this might signal some trouble.
That it certainly would. Now, looking to have a strong defense. They don't have the double controller. They have Jessie Vash. Got Borkum. Isn't good enough. Strong attacker, being the same. My bad. I'm getting mixed up because my brain is just firing on all cylinders. Clearly overheating a little bit.
A really, really fun and intense match to watch.
Don't have double controllers to help escort you into a site. There we go. I fixed the comment.
I mean, it is that Sentinel instead. You're gonna have to lurk. Whereas on the side of PaperX, you got 2 controllers. Viper a little bit more of that pseudo Sentinel. But what we're seeing on the minimap is that Benkai is alone on A. He's blocking off a lot for mid, but if he gets overwhelmed, that's it. And of course, this also kind of says that Paper X are setting up for that retake play. He's playing so defensively, so far back, up to screens.
They have a star for him. It's a quick dissipate. Paper X, very big push. Coming out. Yeah, Borkum, you got to hightail it. He's got that spike.
Oh, mid. Oh.
Jessie thinking about doubling back, trying to put that trap wire down.
Heard something.
And sends it a bit closer, and the dog goes right underneath of it.
Oh.
Not going to get the trigger. Does catch one. Everybody's coming across. Dubstep finding one. Forsaken finding two, however. Shots come across, and Jeremy will also get involved. Forsaken swaps over. Grabs the ghost.
He's got spike.
2 players left. Spike is
Oh,
down. Envy around the back. Sneaks his way through. Benkai's dead. Now Forsaken. He needs an ace of his own.
40 HP though, and with 3 players to work against. Does not seem likely. But this was such a smart round from Team Secret, and like we were talking about, the fact that they won it just might turn things around. They had a 3-pronged approach. First, gaining that map control up by mid. You have players up inside of vents, players inside of mailroom, and then the footsteps intentionally to bait out that push, bait out that peek from Paper X. And then suddenly, when you pop out of vents, everything just goes awry.
Well, the final count, 1 out of 6 for Paper X on pistols. Certainly something that can be investigated and fixed in the future. But for now, gives Secret a way back in, a way to tie this up. Cannot squander this round here with the weapons that they have. Flash coming down. Ooh, the close peek. Benkai dealt with. The drop out of heaven. Jink does manage to find Jeremy with a shorty, having to close the gap, but swiftly then dealt with. Gun recovered. All Spectres now for the remaining members. Just trying to get everybody as healed as humanly possible. Borkum not there to receive, so still will be sitting quite low. Trailblazer goes in, catches, gets the stun. Divide dealt with.
Not having the timing on this too. Delayed rotation over.
Oh. Yeah, don't peek that again. Dubstep will find Forsaken. Dubstep will find Mind Freak. And we are tied once more. Secret bringing it to 7 after just consistently incredible starts to every single half.
And it's that consistency that sometimes gives Team Secret their lead. And of course, begging the next question, will they find it in this round? They have some guns. They didn't lose that much. Dubstep banking on another operator soon, possibly having a sheriff save. If they can find this bonus, that's going to spell problems for Paper X.
Rushing forward, mid, widely abandoned. Jessie Vash and then lurk over towards A. Cam set up. Then we'll certainly we'll be hearing as he just continues to tap and still Dubstep forward. The Hawk, oh, it goes into the corner. It actually doesn't confirm. The audio bait attempted. Benkai flanked forward. Drops the bite. We'll go ahead. Get clipped by the dog. Looks like they don't have that much interest in pushing him for the moment. HL's out to the back of heaven. They're just going to go ahead and some more audio baiting. They're really just trying to play the info game here. Now they know that there's someone forward on the close side, so Jink sends out the paint shells to try to displace, but kind of botches the bounce, so Jessie Vash perfectly fine to stay where he's at.
Good.
Blocking sight.
The one-way set up. They make contact. Out on the rafters. They know Forsaken's near stairs. He's trying to push the issue.
30 seconds left now.
Yeah, he's funneling them back over towards A. The ropes are tapped. They hear this. We've got 2 people into the site. Flash into the back corner. Jing not flashed by that whatsoever, and Benkai does find Jeremy. The push into screens, and Jing gets 3! And Benkai will be the finisher. A flawless round.
A masterful spray transfer, and Benkai just sitting pretty on the site. So patient, so clean, so good. All of these rounds, that audio bait does not phase Paper X at all. The way that they actually called it clear because of Device guiding light. All that information gathered, all that position gained, the space gained to push Team Secret back in towards A heaven. where PaperX were just set up for success.
And this is where things can get dicey. Economy's starting to build up for PaperX. Which a must-win round here for the side of Secret. You want to stop PaperX from being able to get the 10 with relative ease. See a lot more attention being paid to mid. Jing in the rope room. 2 up in heaven. Push for the corner. Oh, the suck comes in, but Jeremy finds stability and actually trades him back. Dubstep in a bad spot. Jeremy, however, finds another. Dog going to be expiring. As the heals come in. Much needed for this Raze player. Borkum spots Forsaken. Things now start to fall apart. Envy running out. Can't offer up anything, not even a sliver to their Astra player. But with everybody else healthy, still in a good spot.
As soon as Mind Freak pushes into Garage too, Benkai immediately aware that the push is headed towards A. Question is though, will he find that initiative?
Over here, Rope tries. It's so close, but just fires right past Envy's ear.
30 seconds left.
Clipping him, but not killing. And now Mind Freak, I think well aware that damage done is still going to be value found. So far, only claiming a single rifle out of their hands. They'd probably want more, but it seems like he's going to be content to just hold on to this.
Maybe an extra frag here or there. Round's not over yet, but
concealment.
Consider the fact that this is how Team Secret has been playing. I think we're gonna have to see a switch up from PaperX next round. Toxic Screen just basically disregarded. It's a really aggressive one, deep one, that when you don't have players on the other side of it, it just allows for PaperX to slip through mid once more. And of course, that's where they found those frags. That's where Borkum actually lurks back behind into Garage, taking Forsaken down. Numbers advantage for Team Secret is big value.
But it'd be cool.
Tied up now at 8-8. Money a little bit iffy for some of the people on the side of PaperX. I mean, yeah, being able to get that kill was pretty much everything in the round. Swing back out to help protect Dubstep at least for a little bit longer. Finds Devi. See the energy building up a little bit more there at the watch party. Operator in hand though, Forsaken.
Jeremy has Showstopper.
Heavy investments, looking for it. Oh, they come jumping right at him, and the operator's on the ground. Jeremy with 2. Does he expect a close angle? I'm not sure, but Devi, he runs into the concuss. And the site gets completely shattered open, as does the economy.
And that leaves Benkai and Jing to pick up the pieces, but not quite.
Yeah, they just have to run away.
Way too much.
You need some form of firepower as you get ready to go into this next round, losing the lead here. And that's just gorgeous from the side of Secret.
Fantastic call from Jessie Vash too, if anything. But a bit of a misread from PaperX, having Forsaken with such a valuable tool, just immediately disappearing off the game. Instantly initiating fights has been Jeremy so far throughout this entire map. If I'm not wrong, he's sitting on about maybe like 16 kills thus far. And that Showstopper bringing so much value to the team. 9-8.
9-8, okay, Jing. Sat at screens, we'll take 2 of those guns away, softening up
17.
Their money just a bit more, and yeah, 17, 11, and 2. Jing right there with them, a battle of the Razes here. See who can overtake the other. With those eliminations, crucially for Jing, this does give him now his own Showstopper. We'll see how he decides to utilize that. But as you said, the call here from Jessie Vash, just perfection. The star setup to get that gravity well into the concuss. Everything about the exec was just perfect for Secret.
I want to see a PaperX timeout soon. They're doing the same things. It's not working out.
They've only got 1 more though. And the question you have to be asking yourself if you're Alex is, do I do it now?
Or do I
and try to
it?
stop the bleeding when it's only begun? Or do I wait until they make it to 10? And it is a tough call.
It is. If you don't fix it soon enough, it's going to be a big problem later on, so.
Ooh, the Hawk, it doesn't pop. It actually expires, so no info confirmed. Mindfreak has to jump, and the shot's
for
flying,
baiting.
so now they know there's at least 2 people there.
And instantly, Team Secret actually rotate away from it. They have those stars set up towards the middle, where they could potentially play with a little bit more information, baiting some rotations over from Paper Rex, but at the same time, look at the positioning onto its A heaven.
Paper X is kind of ended up reading this right as far as where they're putting the lion's share of their players. Jesse looking to hold, but Jing just snaps on. Doesn't even take that much damage. Seeker's now unleashed. Envy looking to spot him out, and Jing manages to find yet another one before getting taken down. Gravity well. Jeremy backing away. Benkai gets himself situated here in the corner. The swing out. He's vulnerable, but he still finds the kill. But do they expect Divide? The answer right now looking like no. He's playing around the screen so perfectly, and Borkum will fall as Divide finds 3 to tie us up yet again.
Bobbing and weaving inside and out of those screens. He's playing peekaboo style, Seth. Man hits him out with the left and right hook, and Team Secret just caught unaware. And of course, it all starts off with Jing finding that instant snap onto the head of Jessie Vash.
Yeah, the follow-up, taking out Dubstep, so much firepower lost at the hands of Jing. And Divide set up to, again, just frag out of control on the site. Dubstep now buys down a bit with the rest of the team, likely offering up a weapon. We'll have Bladestorm in his hands. See if he can try to divide. Jing, crucially, still holding onto that showstopper. Has not felt the need to use it quite just yet. But with that spray, Envy gets taken down to 24. Wow. Benkai will fall. That's A site now broken open. Not that they necessarily know that.
Must be thinking about it, but the spike isn't quite committed to the A site yet, so that's the one major difference now for Team Secret. Seeker sent out just gathers more information, and they call that it's pushed towards the middle, but fortunately, Forsaken does not find that value.
Tries to play off of it. I mean, he had to have known that he had really weakened them, but ends up getting a bit too aggro. Jing, Divide, they rotate over. Ramps, this is where things fell apart for them in the last round. Doesn't happen again. Envy the first to fall. The spike goes down. Dubstep gets Jing, looks for a bit more, and this time Jessie Vash will find the shot. 3 members left alive. Mindfreak, the last one standing.
30 seconds
Spike gets picked up. Does he try to play for this?
Got 2 stars to work with, but that one little bit of movement from Dubstep hovering off to the right side just kind of threw off that spray. It's going to be tough. Might be able to flush someone out of position with a concuss or a gravity wall, but that's it.
Isolating these fights while in this position. It just feels so difficult. Cypher Cam as well. Staring around. It's not looking the right way. He pivoted back. They would have been able to spot him. But, there's a trap. And now they know exactly where he is. They know exactly which way to not go. Exit by the screens towards the defending spawn. Again, Secret fighting back, trading blows, and retaking a lead 10-9.
And they breathe a little bit more life into Team Secret, too.
I mean, members that died, weapons, I mean, money-wise, they can buy.
Not too bad, but Seth, I mean, this is just, we're on only into day 2, week 2. It's feeling super intense between these 2 teams that now that we get to double digits, that timeout gets called out.
Yep. Opt to go for it right as they lose the lead once again. But this has to be everything. Because if TS, if they continue to come back into this, winning out rounds, there's no way. Warboards is not going to call a timeout.
He doesn't
unless
have
they
to.
start losing. So he's just going to leave him in radio silence and completely shut Alex out of the equation. So this timeout needs to have results.
If not, that could be it for Paper X in this matchup. Just see how serious Alex has taken it too. The protocols thus far on the defensive side, a lot of times we see some bits of success from Jing with the ace earlier on, but when they start to feel that bit of wind beneath their sails, sometimes they get a little bit over-eager. Sometimes they start to peek out a little bit too much, and then they start to lose positions up over by ramps, up over by site, And it's easy hits, easy breezes for Team Secret there on out.
I think overeager is one of the most perfect phrases or descriptors of paper their Valorant careers. You take the good with the bad, but I think overeager is right on the nose. Second. Oh, going for a push, but with a bulldog. Gravity well comes out. They try to nade him out. He will be good for one. Overall, I don't think you're going to be nonplussed about that if you're Paper Rex.
If he did not get that one, I'm
oh, that would have been catastrophe.
But still,
Obscuring, recovering it.
this doesn't exactly favor Paper X all that much. Sure, you lost Duelist. It's not that huge of a problem. But you lose on defense. You need players to be spread out across the map. And now, without those positionings, Team Secret gets to play around with the map a little bit more. They have that much space to work with. They have those options. In fact, it's just going to be Jeremy looking to blast back onto site.
Flash flies, spots, Jeremy gets in, finds the kill, spots another, the showstopper, takes out Mind Freak. Suddenly, 4 members strong, just about on the site. The late lurk here from Jessie Vash. Misjudged the plant position. Nade goes the opposite side. Now they know exactly where Jing is out. It's all about finding Ben-Kai from here. Boombot cleared. He's keeping Borkum's position a secret. The jump out, he's got the right idea. He puts some damage in, but Ben-Kai cannot follow up. Dubstep the one casualty. Secret are now 1 round away from taking this to match point.
And you talked about it, Seth. We had to see results from that timeout. Where is it? It's not here. What was that push into Garage? He did it alone. And it's just so painful because now, again, Jeremy has an amazing play at his hands. The blast pack was so good, and then the showstopper secure a kill, followed by Borkum and Envy just to clean things up. They get the spike plants, they have great post-plant positions, and Paper X are caught playing catch-up.
That's going to be the pit, just cutting off mid, but from what we can tell, Secret have no intention of playing around it. Gravity Well trying to buy some time. Dubstep just going to go ahead, tailwind out of this one. Mind Freak looks to hold the site, but he misses the timing, and Dubstep breaks open the site once more. 2 kills, a Cosmic Divide now invested, just looking to make this completely and utterly unassailable. Push getting ready to come through, but Borkum, he just strikes him down. What, the very frame that his head came out of the Cosmic Divide? How did he get that kill?
Pre-aimed, a little bit of a deadly premonition, and he senses those pushes from Paper Rex. Team Secret have been reading them like a book, or even just setting up a lot of these plays.
And look, they have to go save. This is one of the worst feelings in the world.
When you have these guns.
I hear those footsteps. On the hunt, they've now been found. Jing hit the 86. Ben-Kai moves forward to try to reinforce. Gets the jump on him. And he'll at least get an upgrade for his troubles now. Doesn't have to try to carry through with a Spectre, and they've got a decent crossfire. The swing out.
Okay.
They clean them up. But the cash is plentiful, and Jing goes down at the end. And that could now be everything. He does have a showstopper to try to rely on.
He's on light shields, though.
Yes.
And that is potentially a big haymaker.
Oh.
This one Cosmic Divide just blocks off so much, and of course that frag from Borkum out of nowhere. Team Secret are finding so much that Paper X have to tuck their tail between their legs and turn away, and now they're playing so much more defensive.
Guarding for Forsaken. Ben-Kai, he's thinking about going on this swing.
No.
They've got 2, but it's not escorted by a flash! Dubstep takes down Navaya, now there's no flashes to speak of.
Completely gone.
The clutch god of this team eliminated right at the very beginning. Trap wire set up. Forsaken pinging. Wants to clear that out.
Needing someone to break that trap.
Step is looking like he wants to swing it. He does. Forsaken with a monstrous kill.
I've got your trail.
He's able to keep them in this. A second. He looks for the third. Unable to find it. Scopes back in. The paint shells fly. He ends up getting caught by the Seeker. Benkai in the meantime as well, completely and utterly blind. The decay expires, they're storming their way through. Benkai, does he go for the push? They drop down to the ropes, he misses the timing, but Borkum has lurked his way through, catching Mind Freak.
30 seconds left.
3 players left alive, Spike on Envy. They're making their way through the back alley. The Showstopper pulled, jumping away. Benkai comes in from behind, finds one. Showstopper from Jing gets the elimination. Borkum's taken down, and Paper X managed to persevere.
Once again, that beast play from Forsaken. Starting things off with the Guardian, and then catching on to how Team Secret would have gone with a mid-round adaptation to B. It was good. They managed to get the spike down. But what they did not expect was that Showstopper, was Benkai coming back out from mid, nullifying this B tower defense.
What a quick swarm.
Oh, this is a nice
Paper X, they still need to do that 2 more times. The buy's still not great, but the Blade's gonna be pulled here by Forsaken. Other than that, a Cosmic Divide.
Here.
Any kill, though, for Jessie. And that Neural Theft is in. Right now he's playing all on his lonesome. Dog, does it spot? So the answer's no! And they push off of that! They don't check above! Divide will be able to trade it back. That's gonna be the smoker now gone from the side of Team Seekers with a push around the back. Dubstep comes in from behind, and they completely wipe him out! Benkai and Jing, the last ones left. No ults to speak of, just the rifles, just the nade. Dubstep will burn them down. It seems like Secret have finally done it. There's the Neural Theft, the knives. They make a brief little contact, but Benkai, the IGL, left on his lonesome. He will die alone in the alley. Dubstep finds 3 as Team Secret will take this matchup, a battle of SCA, and they will crush it. 13-10, they are victorious.
Burying those graves for Paper Rex. Just leaving them out in the open. A bit of a push, and Team Secret completely catches them from the back, up in front. Dubstep stepping up to the plate.
What a performance from Team Secret. It's Jessie Vash, a man of his word, said how badly they wanted this win. By God, that he IGL the ever-loving hell out of this to get it to him. But so close the whole way throughout. Paper Rex, the willingness, the ability to be able to fight back at every twist and turn, it does have to be very much rewarded and acknowledged, because there was not an easy map in this series whatsoever. 13-11, 13-11, 13-10. Down to the wire every single step of the way.
I mean, a lot of heroic plays with Jing on the ace this round, for example, but still, you have to admire how consistent Team Secret has been throughout this entire series. What was it, 6-1 with their pistols?
Yeah. 5-1, only dropping that singular pistol to a fairly ninja diffuse, just holding it down. And then still getting the last kill in that round. The consistency from them in those early rounds, very nasty, and something that should worry every team that still has to play against them, which is obviously all but Paper Rex as well as Talon. For Paper Rex, though, it's going to be bittersweet. They start the first 2 weeks on a 1-1 scoreline, but I think that this is, with these longer maps, with these longer series, you get so much study material out of that. There is a hell of a lot to go back across the next week before your next matchup, study and fix.
Without a doubt. Just go through every single, get some dabs in there, Borkum. Starting through all those VODs and look at all of these different protocols and look at how Team Secret actually breaks up the map, how they find that formula to success, how they actually repeat that formula, in fact, to make it so consistent. Whereas on the side of Paper Rex, like we mentioned before, that keyword being a little bit over-eager, right, Seth?
Yeah.
How do you temper that? How do you fix that? It's up to them to watch those VODs.
That it is. But man, what a set. I mean, this was, again, a contentious game as far as who to predict. A lot of people saying, obviously, Paper X are going to be able to take this one. I'm not even trying to call you out.
All good.
But, you know, I felt like there was a spark. There has been that dip from PRX. We saw them struggle. We saw them nearly drop that Lotus. And I wasn't sure if it was going to be fixed by now. Whereas Secret have been on this upward trajectory. It's, you know, obviously, it was never known as a fluke. I want to clarify that. When they took down Team Liquid over at Lock-In. We knew that this was a strong team. The fundamentals always looked good since they, you know, showed themselves off for the first time at that event. And now they're proving that they continue to grow. And, you know, we always nominate the players for MVP. I would love to give it to Warbirds because it felt like every single time he called a timeout, and I could go back and check, but it felt like pretty much every single time he called a timeout, it transitioned into a round victory. It just felt like he was having that effect. He was keeping them stable and getting them through those last 2 maps. And also, I mean, keeping them in that first one.
Yes.
So I got to give a big shout out to him as well because that was incredible what he's been able to do with this roster.
I mean, personally to me, round 20, also, it's not just his own timeouts. When LX calls a timeout, he makes use of those to actually come up with counter strats because he knows Paper X is about to do something dirty.
Yeah, great reads, great just dismantling and breaking down of Paper X's strategies there from the side of Secret. And obviously, you know, on that same note, Jessie Vash being able to IGL them through these moments when they're, you know, not able to, when they don't feel comfortable calling a timeout because it's still in, you know, maybe the first half of a map and whatnot, keeping people stable, keeping spirits high, and just rallying the team around him with the, you know, the 2 youngsters that they do have now on this roster. This is a very scary team. And, you know, I may have underestimated them slightly in the past, feeling like we didn't have a necessarily good gauge on them because of the opponents that they played in Brazil. Now I think we know they are, in fact, very much the real deal. And this is a team that everybody has to be concerned about. Because the thing that I'm noticing from them here is that their prep work looks very, very clean.
Absolutely. I mean, they are able to read out how these plays from Paper X are being made, and they know how to break them apart, too. We see so many times. Clutches from Envy, he's finding multi-kills on multi-kills. The way Jeremy initiates fights at times. But I just want to say, I mean, in that final map, Dubstep was the one to watch. Dubstep was back on his jet, which is something that the SEA fans know about, and he's back on it.
Sure. I mean, it's always a treat to see it. I'm happy that we got to see it again here. So incredible performance from him. Dubstep, I mean, not only on the jet, on the Killjoy, looking fantastic. You know, one of the top performers for the team in that first map where they did lose on Haven. So overall, a great day from Dubstep. And speaking of him, we have him standing by with Jen for an interview. So we'll throw it down to the stage.
Well, we have the Southeast Asia rivalry going on at the end of the night. Team Secret comes out on top with that 2-1 win against Paper X. Now I'm standing here with Team Secret's Dubstep. Congratulations, Dubstep. 2 W's on the board. How are you feeling? And does taking down PRX tonight kind of change the expectations that you had for VCT?
Actually, it was not really a surprise for us, but I did not expect it to like go to this length, to like a game 3, but it was a really good match, and what is expected to be a banger match than a Paper X and Team Secret match. So I'm glad we pulled through. They were really crazy as well. We expected them to be crazy, but I'm glad we got the W.
Well, from what I'm hearing, you expected to 2-0 Paper X tonight?
I mean, that's my own expectations. So that's how confident we're feeling today, and I'm glad the confidence really paid out.
Well, speaking of confidence, though, when we talk about the young guns being able to change the games, it was usually about Jing and Forsaken on Paper X, but tonight it was Envy and Jeremy. So how proud are you of these boys and the way they performed tonight?
I'm always proud of my teammates, not just Envy and Jeremy, also Vash and Borkum. They put in the hard work, everything, like all their hearts and passion are into this. Like every game we have, we put our we devote our hearts into it, we put our all out into it. So yeah, I'm really proud of the team right here.
I think they're kind of proud of you as well. I want to talk about this role swap that's been happening, you being back in the jet with the operator. How are you liking that role?
I mean, Paper X has been running double Willis, like all the maps, I believe. So I think to be able to defeat fire, you should fight fire with fire.
fire with fire. Yes, indeed, tonight was spicy enough. Coming up next, though, you're facing Gen.G, and if you win that one, there's a high possibility that you guys can go on a crazy high win streak. So what's your mindset heading into that matchup?
As usual, we always take all our matches like this is our last match. So every series we have, no matter who the team is, we will always give our 100%.
Right, I'm expecting a lot out of that matchup as well. Gen.G looks good, Team Secret looks strong, but I wish you best of luck, Dubstep. Thank you so much for your time. Well, that was Dubstep for the post-match interview. We have a short break coming up after this, but don't go anywhere because Detonation Focus Me is taking the stage against Gen.G.
Those ranks particularly at the bottom of B main, right? And you're
Together, to Reed takes the farming, takes up the mine, tap, and does a quick double. Looks for a little bit more inside of the ring. Jumps forward, puck, waiting, spot, should blocked. See the gun barrel, stabilizes, gets that kill, but he's down to 1-8. He's got them down. It'd be good for one. Smash.
Oh my God!
Step, headshot. Off the sheriff, manages to find one, but now Jeremy takes the fight, down to 7 with the dead. Decent amount of damage, continues to chase, finds the kill bar. Ends up getting taken down. Rex, that they shouldn't be able to coming in. Right. No delay, drop out, the knives go to mid. Sweaty zone so far back, pop flash, there's no hope, the time is not there. However, shots come across. Yes. Pick that again. Dubstep will find Forsaken. Dubber and Benkai does find Jeremy. The push in and screen. Like, no, he's playing around the screen so perfectly. And last round isn't happening.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a bigger plate. Stacks is high, got expensive taste. Dinner time, so get out the way. What you know about that hunger? 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 Cause I'm hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a bigger plate. Stacks is high, got expensive taste. Dinner time, so get out the way. What you know about that hunger? 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 Cause I'm hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a bigger plate. Stacks is high, got expensive
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm Victoria. On the desk we have Will and Paper Thin, and we just completed all 3 maps of the first match of today between Paper X and Team Secret. Paper X did not win the last round.
We got our predictions right.
We did it.
I get to keep my job.
I feel like I've been getting a lot of predictions wrong, and I feel like I'm doing a disservice to all the teams I'm actually supporting.
Yeah.
But come on, it was a really close match. The
Yes.
first 2 games, it was 11-3 loss on their own map picks, but this last one, the decider, it was 10-13.
Ridiculously close. I mean, all of them, right, were double-digit rounds across the board for both teams.
Yeah.
So this was, you know, by such thin margins that this is coming through for either side. And it takes those little moments, and everybody had great plays. Everybody had great performances here on both sides of the coin on every map. I mean, this was everything you wanted out of this matchup, out of the Pacific Classico. Like, this is just the perfect setup, the perfect ending. You know, maybe if we could have gotten an OT, I guess, on Split, that would have been the actual, like, true like Split banger that we've been coming to know. But what a game! What a game!
Can I just say something? I think Jeremy heard you call Jing the better Raze because by this game he completely amped it up.
I mean, look at the scoreboard though, right? Jing's still topping it in terms of combat score, so all credit to him in terms of just individual play. But also, Dubstep gets his wish, right? And says, I get to go back on the jet on that 3rd map and prove that I can keep up with these youngsters in terms of the duelist power and lead my team to victory. So props to him.
Well, we also, you were right with another prediction.
I know, I'm doing pretty good.
You are doing good this
7-1 right now, yeah.
1 knife kill on a thrifty round. Let's pull up this clip. It was a brutal Tondo gaming by Team Secret, and just.
I mean, if you watch the match, you know exactly how this happens, right? And Jessie Vash is just trying to stay alive. We're going to follow his sight line the whole time, and he just knows when to switch and get whatever advantage he can because he was on that frenzy. But now, if we really look at how scary this looks, let's take a look from the other perspective. Divide just tries to go in. He just cannot keep up with what is going on because of the cyber cage. He's just trying to spray. And then he hears the first swing and he goes, uh-oh. Yeah, you can see him laughing. He's like, what am I supposed to do at that point? I know it's coming.
Oh, my God. My condolences to Paper Rex.
I'm sorry I had to do that to you, Divide, but we needed the slight pause at the zoom in.
Moments before disaster.
Rip, man. Oh, my God. That was great. We did see a slightly different gameplay from Paper Rex this time around, right, Clinton? They seem to be taking the tempo a little bit slower.
Yeah, at times. I mean, this is what made this match so good and so close, is that such great adjustments across both sides of the coin. But throughout this map, they had been using, as Quack was pointing out, the toxic screen in the middle. Here they put it towards A. Jing pushes out early, but they don't give any other information other than that, really. And then it's a crunch onto the site, and they're able to utilize their utility, just swarm everybody on there, get 2 quick kills, and then it's a 3rd one here onto Jessie Vash that kind of seals the deal. Of course, the Viper's Pit is well used in there, and the Cosmic Divide. So yes, ults invested, but the difference is that they sat behind that toxic screen on A. They waited forever. You looked at the timer in that round, they were like 30 seconds in, and they just completely cut info as best as they could. There was one guiding light that came out and got a check for the side of Team Secret, but that, you don't know exactly how many are there thanks to that toxic screen. So it's a really good adjustment, a really good change of pace, and a good change of utility.
I love that you mentioned that it was about 30 seconds in the round, because usually for Paper X, that's when the round is over. It's 30 seconds into the round, so a very big difference from them for sure.
The anti-W key gaming.
Yeah. The S key gaming, you're trying to hold back a little bit.
S gaming. Speaking of the start of the round, we saw many rounds in a row. This back and forth of a tied score was like 7-7, 8-8, 9-9. We saw this trend of this. It was almost like Groundhog's Day. William, you had an interesting observation about the start of all these rounds.
Yeah, so we're taking a look at the beginning of each round of the second half as Team Secret starts to attack. And other than the pistol, you see that they're always hanging back and trying to get info in mid. They're not ever rushing. And then we wait until we get to round 17. And after this round, they're able to say, okay, we've done this enough. Now we have the showstopper. Every time they have a showstopper, they're going to instantly start to push forward. So this was actually right before the previous round, but it's that exec where they actually go all the way through B main instantly as the round starts. You use the gravity one, then the showstopper. And this has been a pattern, right? We saw that on Haven as well. You have the showstopper. This is when we break that tempo. And this is actually kind of what we talked about Paper X needing, is having this diversified setup in terms of pacing. Do we go fast a couple rounds, then slow it down another round? Now on Team Secret, we usually go slow, and then we go fast when we have the strong ultimate. So a great adjustment from Team Secret in terms of how they play these mind games against their opponent.
Let's talk about some key players in this game. Who really stood out to you?
Dubstep. This was, I mean, such a phenomenal performance from him. Of course, you can see his KDA through the roof on all maps, but he's playing 3 different agents. Wow. You know, the Killjoy, the Cypher, and the Jet. So this guy is bringing so much value to this team in so many different ways. Like you said, he's a veteran, but he can do it all. I mean, he's so smart, he's so crafty. I still remember that double kill he had on Fracture where he, like, waited for the tap and then, like, saw the guy pull off, and then he over-peeked to correct for the player coming up around. I mean, the smarts that he has, the individual talent that he has, you saw with, like, the Blade Storms here on Split, a phenomenal player.
Yeah, I love that you pointed out the triple agents, right? The fact that he can switch agents based on the map just shows how much work he's putting in to be able to keep up and really fill these different roles that he has. So even with the Sentinels, Killjoy and Cypher play very differently in terms of what positions you're taking and your pacing. So Dubstep really proving that he holds that strong value for this team. But I gotta agree with Achilles to a certain extent in saying maybe Warbirds is the real MVP here. I mean, all credit to the players who actually executed what they prepared, but Warbirds able to help bring up that discipline and calling some good timeouts today as well.
Well, here's what's really interesting. I love that you're saying this because Warbirds doing a great job. The timeouts, so there were 7 ecos here, full ecos for the side of Team Secret. They won 5 of them.
That's an impressive win rate for ecos. Yeah.
And that has to be a lot of like coaching, like coming up with those strats on the fly and off those timeouts and stuff. So what a performance here for Team Secret and Warbirds.
Now let's talk about the overall MVP. Is that person the same?
I mean,
is it
it's
still
Dubstep
for you guys?
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, it has to be, right? Yeah, I mean, we look at his overall stats. I mean, if you're averaging at 1.8 KDA over the entirety of 3 different maps while losing one of them, obviously, that's impressive. Also, just the damage per round as well. That means he's always good for 1 kill across 3 maps that were all very close.
Yeah, there's so many superlatives you could say about the way that him and Jessie have been playing this year. You know, being the oldest players we have in our league, maybe in the entire world, other than Angel over on Na'Vi, right? These guys are the boomer players, but they're stepping up big time this year, and so this is really encouraging for Team Secret.
What does this mean moving forward for both of these teams?
Well, for Team Secret, I think they've almost kind of secured, in terms of their future opponents, right? They've secured a spot in the playoffs at the very least, in the top 6. Of course, you can't sit too idly by, but they feel pretty safe. And then on top of that, I think they're now making a strong running to go to Masters. I mean, some people were talking about this during that match of, during the offseason, it looked like, ooh, is Secret gonna figure out how their roster works? Are they figuring out what they need to shore up? And then they've come into Lock-in and we're like, okay, there's some promise here. Now we're in Pacific and we're like, okay, maybe they're actually a solid top 3. Meanwhile, on the other side, Paper X, I think they're still okay. But maybe they could take a page out of Secret's book and say, all right, change the pacing up just a little bit more on a couple more rounds.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think Paper X still a lot of good things going on here. A lot of great adjustments, a lot of good stuff. I think just slight coordination issues here and there cost them. Of course, the eco rounds as well, probably a big deciding factor. The pistols too, right?
Yeah, they're
the
pistols.
The pistols were not as good for Paper Rex here. That probably cost them a map potentially if you really look at, Split, for example. So a lot of good things to write home about for both teams, but I think now you have to officially say that Team Secret isn't like beating up on bad opponents or opponents who aren't playing up to their potential. Team Secret is making other teams look, worse than maybe we expected.
Yeah. I mean, they were just cleaner and they won the game. Overall, I think we were all highly entertained and really on the edge of our seats every single round. So well played by both teams. Now, this isn't the only match for tonight. We have another exciting lineup coming up. We have another Korea-Japan face-off, DFM versus Gen.G. Now, let's talk about Detonation Focus Me. Do you want to reintroduce who we're looking at, Clinton?
I love this team. I mean, personally, this is a team full of veteran players who've been playing for a really long time across the different regions. Suggest has bounced around a few teams. Taka-J has bounced around. He used to be on Zeta a while ago. And Genfree, of course, on North Epsion. So you've got some crossover between the Gen.G squad and this squad. But these guys, Anthem seems to always be good for an ace. I don't know how this keeps coming out this year. But what really impressed me with DFM was they showed a tremendous amount of improvement over lock-in to their first match. So, look, there weren't huge expectations for this team. Let's just be blunt. We probably expected that they would be bottom half of this league, but I was thoroughly impressed with what I saw in their first outing.
And we have Gen.G. I think they're another team that's also pleasantly surprised us. We also have Meteor here, who will be facing off some of his old teammates.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of touched on it, right? Genfree and Meteor used to be together on North Epsion, of course, with the coach on Gen.G, Bile, as well. So a bit of a reunion here on opposite sides. But Gen.G, I mean, for one, they looked promising at lock-in, but then they made these roster changes, right? They bring in Sylvan and Godden, and now we just saw on the roster they're both going to be playing on that first map. And sure, there's a lot of excitement about Sylvan already, and then Godden, we knew his potential was high, but then he really delivers last week. So if those two players can do that again today, I mean, Gen.G is on a upward projection for the rest of the season.
Yeah, it was crazy to see Sylvan not on smokes. That was a little bit jarring to me. I was like, ooh, this is uncomfortable. I'm used to seeing this guy on smokes, but his debut on Fade looked pretty solid overall.
Now, let's recap a bit on how their games went. DFM faced off Paper Rex last week, and Gen.G faced off against RRQ successfully.
Yeah, and Gen.G, I think the big thing here is you kind of want to win against DFM for sure today, because you still have all of these top teams that we expect to always be in the first 3-4 spots in VCT Pacific left in the rest of your schedule. So you want to be able to stack up even higher numbers against a team like DFM. Meanwhile, for DFM, even if you lose, again, if you prove that you're improving, okay, it's early on in the season, right? You still have many other opponents that you think you have a good power check against. Let's try to save up better strats against those other teams coming up.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing I took away from those stats was, DFM is playing a lot of close rounds, but they're just not quite coming out in the end. Their post-plant percentage was low, right? We talked about this earlier. Their opponent was Paper Rex. They had tons and tons of clutches. So there's just a few post-plant things and rifle round things to correct here, but Suggest, him moving over to the Duelist was absolutely stellar for them. This guy we've known for a long time here. Me and Will have been in VCT Korea for a while. We know how good Suggest is. It was great to see him really show that.
Yeah, I suggest kind of keeping up in stats against a player like Meteor. I mean, welcome back to the duelist role, because he is here to try to prove that he's always been a good duelist, because he was playing duelist back when he was on Neutron and they got third place in the very first Masters Reykjavik. So great to see him back in his glory days.
You made a good point earlier when we were talking in the back about Gen.G using their utility to get a lot of info, and that has served them really well.
Yeah, so we always talk about Gen.G, how they like to get info, and they're a kind of exec-heavy team, but the way they do it is very different from DRX. DRX is much more about getting really solid info through those initiators, whereas Gen.G, they're actually trying to favor the fact that they're going to have these compositions that always have more utilities left over, right? So like the KO, where you can actually shut down the opponent with the suppression, or you use like the Vipers and the KOs, where you're going to have these refreshes coming back and back again. So I'm curious to see if they're able to keep that up today against DFM.
Well, I can see here we are finally on the same page about our predictions, but do you think it's going to be a close one? Talk about your prediction.
I think it'll be close-ish. I think it's going to be 2-0 for Gen.G, but still, with what we saw with DFM versus Paper Rex, what we've now seen with Paper Rex, what they're capable of against Team Secret, I think it should be like I don't think either map, no matter what they are going to be blowouts. I think DFM is going to show us some good rounds, show us some good stuff, but the depth and the coordination and the utility usage from the side of Gen.G is just superior.
Any quick final words before we get ready and get into the game?
I concur.
He concurs.
As short and precise as I can get.
I also concur. I do expect a win from Gen.G, but let's see how it goes. Let's start the show.
Peace.
And here we go, VCT Pacific Week 2, Day 2, Match 2. We have Gen.G versus DFM.
No tissue yet for Goddad.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Get that man a tissue.
No!
Get some toilet paper down. Get some toilet paper down right now.
Somebody throw that man some toilet paper.
Suggested Meteor. I mean, they look like they're very serious about this duel as the kind of primary duelists on either squad, right? I mean, a lot of reputation following behind both players. And of course, TS, we've praised him a lot as the IGL of Gen.G, but I mean, Rada's also been kind of having this role ever since he joined DFM, and he's really starting to settle in on that position.
Yeah, he's a player that a lot of people from the Japanese scene say might be the best individual, one of the best individuals outside of like Laz's Zeta and 10. Like, Rada and Takaje at times I have heard are maybe the best mechanical players in Japan, so you got to keep their eyes on them. And then King and Zenfree, I mean, King, he's had such a good year so far here. Back seems to be, comfort with this team. We saw a little bit of struggles last year when he came back to the league, but King has been wonderful. And Zenfree, we want to see him continue to improve. He had some good runs with Northampton and stuff. Now we want to see him have some success with his new squad with DFM.
We have our coaches coming out. They look serious.
I mean, I think this is quite an important match for both. While DFM, they can be excused even if they don't get a victory here. It all comes down to what have you actually shown during the rounds. I think that's the focal point for DFM. Whereas for Gen.G, if you do actually lose this match, it actually spells a lot of trouble, because now the people who are starting to really build up hope because of the potential we saw, you're starting to doubt that and say, oh, was that a fluke? I mean, is this another team, another Korean team that's only going to have high ups but then really low downs? I mean, who knows? So Gen.G, I think you really got to stick to it. And we kept talking about the utility usage, but if they continue with these comps where they are relying on the fact that they will have more utility left over for the site execs or for the retakes, now the question is, DFM, you have enough tape to identify that. What is your response to it? Are you always going to try to aggress? Or do you actually just have faith in, that's Gen.G's style, don't trade utility, just wait until contact?
Yeah, I'm pretty curious to see how this goes, because so much of DFM's success was on the back of Suggest breaking doors down. They were getting tons of plants down. They were doing a good job of getting into the site or getting into these retakes, but they couldn't quite finish the deal. So if they've worked on that, if they can find the ability to kind of play anti-flash, play back off of the utility that's going to be coming out from the side of Gen.G, then absolutely DFM can push Gen.G pretty hard, I think. And who knows, maybe we get our first really big upset of the year. Icebox going to be gone, well, split. Okay, fine. We got split now, so I think we can,
we're not going to see. Yeah, we're not going to see it for another 3 weeks, right?
yeah, right.
It's
exactly.
back on cooldown, and it's going to sit out. But I am curious about the maps, because Okay, I mean, Detonation, they looked like they had some good prep on Lotus, so it's not a big surprise for them to pick it. Now, of course, Gen.G looked solid as well when they had to play it against RRQ, so both teams having some tape to prep against each other.
Fracture coming through. Okay, so this is a Gen.G staple, just sort of like DRX, right, where they're really good at this map because this is a map that favors a lot of what we've been talking about, the exec-heavy comps, the util comps, these kind of things. This is the map I thought that maybe Gen.G might consider going for as Ascent because this is one that DFM has been shying away from in recent history, but instead it's just going to be left there for DFM to ban it. And Haven going to be banned here for Gen.G. This is pretty interesting.
All right, so that's going to leave Pearl as map 3. I am curious. Now, the Fracture pick, I think, is really where we're going to be able to see the power of both teams. But like you mentioned, Gen.G, they've shown that they understand the map very well. Now, Detonation, I mean, your instinct is, okay, it's Fracture, it's Gen.G, let's try to push out every time to cover some of the map. But sometimes on defense, maybe you just hang back and hold these angles against them on that utility. Instead of always trying to trade duels, just wait until the exec actually happens and then fight them. Get one pick, go for a 5v4 retake, something like that. So I think that's the focal point, quite frankly, for all 3 maps today.
Yeah, what worked for the side of Gen.G's opponent last time they played Fracture, right, was they held back. RRQ was that they either held back or they got really far up front into unexpected angles and caught Gen.G off guard and would set the tempo early, but then Gen.G was just so good at bouncing back off of those routes.
Now we're seeing our agent select for map 1, which is Lotus. They're locking it in?
Yeah, there shouldn't be any big changes yet. I mean, both these comps, I think, have good reason behind them. And in terms of their opponents, I don't think there's anything too special that they would feel the need to adjust an agent, so it looks like we're going to stick with the same idea. Obviously, some big differences are in the fact that, you know, we're going with the initiator changes, right? I mean, Fade and KO on the side of Gen.G, meanwhile, just the Sky for DFM once again.
I just want to know what Zenfree's listening to. He's just like...
He's grooving.
He was having a good time. I talked to him out in the halls. He was having fun today. He was actually like really positive, and he said, I asked him what their key would be today, and he said, he basically kind of made a joke about Paper X. We're just going to W key at him. That's what he said. I don't know. I think we can believe that, though.
But hey, I mean, if Suggest starts to run forward and gets kills, maybe that is your key to victory, right? You have a player like Suggest, make use of him.
That's true. That did work last time, so why not try again? I mean, it's such small things from DFM that needed to be cleaned up from their first match that, you know, if you don't drop a couple of those 1vx clutches that they did, that could very well be a 3-map series against Paper X, and you're really starting to think that DFM could turn it around this season. Who knows?
Quack pointed out yesterday that some of these teams, he was referring to Zeta, but some of these teams can be quite emotional. So I think going in with the right mental is really critical as well. So it's looking good that these teams are looking light, they're looking serious at the same time. And let's see how this plays out. I think the teams are ready to go. Casters, we've got Achilleos and Quack. Please take it away.
Well, we absolutely will do just that. Thank you guys so much for setting the stage for this matchup. And yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of people are going to be like, okay, you know what, Gen.G versus DFM, this doesn't matter that much. It actually matters a lot. Obviously, every game matters quite a bit, but especially when you are in the you're in that position to be able to get a 2-0 start or avoid a 0-2 beginning, you really need to be focused up for this.
Exactly, and that's the thing without this throughout this entire league play. But that said, I think we saw how the predictions went throughout Twitter. Everyone kind of thought it was going to be leaning towards Gen.G.
But I'm there with Paper Thin. I think that with Phil Collins, I'm in agreement with him. I think that this is going to be potentially closer than we might anticipate. This map in particular, likely to be the case. We'll have to just wait and see. For Gen.G, we have the same map pool that we saw from them versus RRQ. We'll see how they fare because those score lines, 13-9 on Fracture, a 13-6 victory on Lotus. So we're looking for very strong performance from Gen.G yet again. And while we're we talk about Meteor, we talk about Sylvan joining this roster, one of the big ones, of course, is GodDead. Tissueless for now, but what we saw from him in that matchup was just great because his KO absolutely on point when it comes down to setting up assists. Now look at this, DFM, Camel Stack set up over towards B and C. Everybody else up from Gen.G drifting towards A, but not seeing anything. They're going to start cutting back. King taking some damage. He needs some help, and Meteor is there to deliver. Suggest, however, answers back with 3, now a 4th.
Spike down.
And are we just going to see a pistol round ace from Suggest?
They're setting him up for it.
In my Valorant in 2023, in current year, Suggest getting a pistol ace? TS has his work cut out for him now.
The first round, he's shaking.
Should have seen the shoulder there from Anthem. Here's the question, DFM, do they just try to set up for Suggest to get this? Probably a damn good idea, and he will. Well, there is a statement if I've ever seen one. Suggest, once again, we were saying this many, many times in your opening series. Welcome back to Duelist.
Without a doubt. I mean, take a look at how he actually snaps onto
pop off,
every
King.
one of them.
I mean, you know, King isn't like Suggest being the king,
Yes,
not King.
not King the Flame.
Yeah, exactly. Just to clarify. What in the hell did we
how
just
could you
witness?
not celebrate after that? The push from B, the push from C.
You have to be a sociopath to not.
Yeah. No emotion.
Well, Anthem now getting involved. Wants some kills for himself. It's a quick snipe there on a Meteor who had invested into that Marshall himself. Then for now on the back of Rubble.
What?
Lines up two. I mean, tag down so low. God, they're just unable to finish it off. And TS spotted being stalked. Gets a great shot. And that's now going to be a weapon upgrade.
Man's been hitting share shots since last week, but now a triple P.
Nature girl down.
Surely they can't bring this back in the brink. Could be miraculous to choose a word.
Placing swarm grenade.
Spike still down, however, over at A. Need to be able to recover this if they want to try to spin this around and pull off a Thrifty.
I thought it would have gone down to aim duels, but now, off that one Sheriff pick, two of them next to each other, they might be able to surprise Suggest. Takajay here to back him up, but he's got a judge.
Doesn't have a judge. That's why we see the
30
pistol drawn
seconds
out
left.
right now for him, holding onto that Sheriff. And the smoke doesn't cover everything. And now, I think they realize this. But they still managed to grab that spike and start drifting away. That was risky.
DFM already set up for this. They have the off angle through the door.
They're running out of time. They need to be able to get in here. They need to find the opening kills, and they won't. Suggest will still claim two more. Now just one away from a showstopper in round 3. But this was still a very good amount of damage dealt by Gen.G.
I mean, TS. This is the guy who was getting a lot of these Sheriff kills since last week. But when it comes down to it, DFM has a lot of these protocols just to take a Rubble control, and that's what we saw last week. See Sentry actually using the Shrouded Step to get further in. What was surprising to me, though, was the fact that he actually didn't really buy up. He had nothing but a Ghost that round, so he will have quite a bit to work with this time.
Okay, again, they're looking for this rush over towards A, but nothing to be found. Everybody from DFM just widely ignoring the site thus far. Breda, blind shot through the smoke from stairs. Takes out Sylvan. What a stray shot to find, and Meteor couldn't chase fast enough to try to get the kill. Plant will come in, however. Takajay gets ready to swing from the left side, spots Meteor, and now they can just double phase. Needs to try to isolate these. We'll just back away. I think that overall, that's going to end up being wise. King playing up top, but okay. Boombot does not scout. The dog does. Spraying through, and eventually King going to be taken out. Takajay finding the elimination. Rada going to fall. CS claims one, claims a second, but Anthem drops in, Bulldog in hand. Manages to find the kill. Suggest gets God dead. Meteor the last one standing. Can he pull it off? The showstopper. It takes him so low. The blast back. It'll kill him, and it does. DFM. They have the time. They have the third round.
A C4 to set things off. I think this is possibly the first one that we've had all Pacific League. A blast pack kill. And it's just that measured play from DFM. And also the showstopper, of course, but the way that they came in with this retake, waterfalling down off of each other, finding those trades, finding those peaks. Not the start at all that we expected from Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, good lord. How long will the celebrations continue? That's the grand question now. by here for Gen.G. TP well deep into the back site. TS looking to intercept some reinforcements. Judge in hand for TakeJ, but this time will end up falling. Smoke comes up, Reyna trying to find a kill, but they turn it around. Gen.G in a solid spot. Trailblazer spotting. TS continuing to play forward. Paint shells come in. A little bit of damage down. We'll have to go ahead and TP away.
Not such a big issue, though. This is a little bit more difficult. Yes, you have an op. You want to hold on to that. And at the same time, it's just not so good, but TS.
And that's just unfortunate timing. They just swinging just a fraction of a second too early, right before that flash connects. They watch for it. Anthem missing the shot. They're continuing. Trying to get on top of him. Up on the ground. Zenfree grabs it. Heading for the heels. TP's up. Into stairs. Scoped in. The timing a bit off. Catches Goddead. Looks back. And, ooh, what a hit on the Meteor. A great adjustment to answer back with some damage, but the operator being lost is still devastating as Gen.G get on the board.
We're just getting started, too. A lovely bit of aggression from Gen.G. Being able to come in with a set play to push straight into C, and TS actually going so much deeper than we expected. Down past defender spawn. It was something that actually pushed and ensured that DFM would not be able to come in and retake.
Just trying to stay focused up. 9-1-1 is ridiculous already. Spraying through a little bit high there's the aim suggests. Zenfree hearing all this motion, wants to try to put an end to it. Anthem pushed off the angle, out of trees. TS goes swinging around the side, and Anthem gets him in the head right through the corner of the wall. Trailblazer jumping in, doesn't find the stun. Suggest here, a drop. Does get one, but Meteor answers back, finds himself a third. Drops off of rope, and TakeJ snaps onto his head, but can't do the same to Sylvan. Plant can come through, and Gen.G continue to claw their way back.
This bears and brings back into mind how crucial information is. Once your position's given away, it's much more easy for Gen.G to reply in kind. But it's the high-speed push that they have. The way that they actually take down the site. All of these protocols, smoking off stairs, got dead with the flashes. Meteor actually updrafting up towards this spot, up on Heaven, to be able to take down and cut off rotations even further. DFM are going to have to swap things around now.
Too many things to replay throughout that one. Didn't get a decent look at the watch party for Gen.G, but I'm sure we'll get to see them moving forward. As long as Gen.G continues to do well. Meteor, obviously low on cash, not opting for any kind of buy. A bit of damage from the Nanoswarm. Updrafts and instantly claims Reyna's head. He's going to push the smoke, but there's no way he's prepared for this one. Zenfree does catch him. Nothing to be gained, though, as far as a weapon is concerned. So still operating with a Sheriff. Gets a couple taps in the King, but cannot find that elimination. Nightfall does go out. Sylvan on the hunt. Starts swinging around the backside. Spots Anthem. He's got a Bucky, so he can't really do much about it. Ends up falling. TakeJ to the rescue. Does help find the kill. King now is looking to defend, and he will do just that. 3 kills for him, 3 rounds for Gen.G. We are tied up.
And this is how Gen.G chases and claws their way back into the game. You took 3 rounds from us, we're going to take 3 right back. And of course, those 3 kills at the very end, they were rushing, hunting for this win. The way that they sent out their ultimates, the way that Goddead sets up for Meteor to actually drop up top to Heaven again with that Blade Storm. Even with the lockdown and the Nightfall just to secure the win, it's a little bit expensive, but it does put them back on board. Now this time around, we're going to have to keep in mind DFM has 3 ultimates, and they are playing it safe.
What they do, very well held back. Time that they decide to try to go for that stack over on A with 3 people. It's the time that we see attention paid over towards C with multiple members wrapping up around Mound. Trapwires set up to try to catch Meteor, whether he goes directly into the back towards ramp or up over the top onto the site. Or does he just decide to rush? Tries to get in on top of TakeJ, but yeah, cover not coming in. TakeJ gets the shot, swing from Reyna, finds Goddead as well. That's going to be the reveal, and TS is sent sprinting. Did manage to recover the spike, however. Now he and King really have their work cut out for them.
Such a powerful position, off angles and snake bites to shut the door in Gen.G's faces. Meteor tried to give chase, but unfortunately now only 2 players remaining. This is how you control C site. You have one by waterfall and one up by the stairs. Rada
30 seconds
being able
left.
to peek off of TakeJ's contact. I mean, if you were in Gen.G shoes right now, there's not much that you can do. You're trying to find some duels, but DFM really aren't giving any to you. You can see the way that they're positioned on the mini-map. Nothing exposed.
Just around the corner is Suggest.
Last player
Waiting.
standing.
Yes, dead.
Flawless.
King taken down as well. A flawless round to reclaim the lead for themselves. And that's a great momentum break, because one of the things that we've been seeing from Gen.G thus far, obviously only one series, but versus RQ, it was slow starts. The second map, dropping here on Flotus, dropping the pistol, dropping that, obviously that eco round. But then even on Fracture, they dropped 4 consecutive right at the start, and then they went on this massive streak to run back and dominate the half. So DFM breaking that momentum already is a very good sign for them.
I mean, we've already seen several strats from DFM early on the pistol round, C and B push. This time just playing it safe. Gen.G are struggling to adapt, but they're not backing down. Back into C site they go.
Full rush, there's the
God
pop,
dead.
God dead. No command out, TakeJ not going to be able to do anything, and Sylvan finds the first kill. You just have to pull all the way back. What's that defending side? The Hall. Meteor, he's looking for the push, and he's not expecting the high angle. Something that has to be taken into consideration if you're going to go for a dry peek like that. Otherwise, don't do it. King will find Rada. They look to try to get this retake. Nice pop flash up over the top. Boombot cleared. Work now. Cut out for them. Try to retake this. TakeJ, however, does manage to find one. Currently sat safe. Gets out of the smoke, but it's actually him who finds that third kill. It's a Jess versus TS. He's got the shorty, and TS has no HP. The push in, but the headshot is instant. A gorgeous adjustment from TS. And once again, 4-4.
And then the timeout being called. This is interesting, but a welcome one nonetheless. I want to draw attention to the dark cover that is placed on the spike itself, the way that he actually creates a little bit more space for himself to work with. TakeJ, of course, getting a lot of these frags spraying through. You have a Phantom, why not? But he is able, TS is able to hide inside of these sneaky spots and block off so much space, so much vision from Suggest, denying that defuse.
Yeah. And I mean, this timeout, I think for some might seem puzzling, just given, like, well, they just won the round. Why is this a thing that's happening? It's because they're trading back and forth. It's because they haven't been able to go on that streak. And this is fairly typical of Bile to say, okay, I'm seeing things that aren't going right. We're misplaying in these ways, and even though we're coming away with the round win in this situation, this needs to be tightened up because it is exploitable, it is something that will get punished, and he wants to see it corrected immediately.
You can see that that's exactly what he's doing. DFM's coach, on the other hand, that's what I'm wondering about. How will he actually find ways to step one up against Bile's strats in mind? Because a lot of these rounds are won and lost, through momentum. Right, we're seeing that 3-round lead, 3-round back. Now we're going back and forth. If you are able to actually get that lead, and then you throw in a lot of different mixes, different changes, different adaptations, you'll be able to keep your opponents on their toes, and that's exactly what these teams are looking to do.
And this is the changeup coming in here from the side of Gen.G. They've been attacking A, they've been attacking C. Now, for pretty much the first time other than that attempt at a thrifty win, they're going over to B, but Rada gets that tag on the Meteor, has the reveal. Sprays through, gets out with his life. For now, it will just be surrendering the plant, allowing it to go off, but just double blast pack plus showstopper very much available. And look at everybody in that back hall.
It's pretty open, but look at this push coming in. Oh!
Great headshot. TS as well, watching from the side at Waterfall. Catches him. Looks at TP back over towards B main. Does get spotted. The Jest. Rocket at the ready. Sees God dead. Doesn't know what hit him. He ends up going down. Anthem up above. Finds another. It's TS.
Oh my god.
Trying to persevere, but Zenford pulls off the spike for a moment. And unfortunately for Bile, adjustments not going to lead to them taking the lead. DFM will just continue to trade blow for blow.
This is exactly what happens. You know, you call a timeout, but your opposing team gets to talk as well. Melifovia is the one who gets to kind of play off maneuvers on this because he has those ultimates to work with. His team are able to come in with that team play. That Suggest especially, I think, was the one who started things off, and then having the additional manpower just to deal with whatever Gen.G throws at them.
Charlie Mike, let's move.
Flash action right off the rib. This time though, very much occupied. Door's gonna get tapped. Zenfree spraying out, doesn't want to catch a stray headshot there, so will back away. Suggest finds Meteor with a nade. How did this happen? Over by the connector door.
Oh, unaware. Meteor wanting to dash straight in, but immediately denied by Suggest with those paint shells, and this sends the signals to Gen.G to rotate all the way to the other side of the map. DFM having the information off those sheriff sounds now. The revolving door being pulled as well.
Oh no.
Taka-J.
Not like this. Taka-J finds a second as GodDead will crumble. TS will come around from the back, gets that elimination. Judge in hand as well. Moves up close. Still
Here.
will be able to get the plant.
Here.
Fortunately for them, the ping's not correct. Cam comes up, and yeah, I mean, why the hell not? They have to assume Judge is recovered. He's gonna be playing in a close quarter situation. Spam the box, get the kill, and DFM will be able to break away from Gen.G. 2 more rounds we've played out in the half.
We move
They have the lead.
unit, okay? Last thing
Once
I
again, it all happens and starts. This was a round with Gen.G not having that much to work with, yes.
Well, that explains it. Door just not broken, couldn't escape.
He was dashed into that spot too. And these are the protocols. I mean, it shows that DFM has done their homework. Melifovia has done their homework. I mean, his homework.
Yeah, I mean, again, I keep harping on about it, but the growth from the teams has just been incredible to watch. Teams that very much underperformed at lock-in have now been looking quite competitive. I think DFM being probably the strongest example by a fairly large margin, I suppose. But even RRQ, we've been seeing improvements from them. Lockdown now going to be dropped, trying to make it look like they're heading over towards B. They slow creep up, wary that somebody could be still forward over at Rubble.
I don't know. I mean, if you were DFM and you don't hear that spike being planted, tapped at all, surely that sends some warning signs to your head.
It does now.
There's that Nightfall.
Yeah, they'll just wait. Okay, Nightfall actually does connect on the Suggest, but as they swing out, Zenfree will find Meteor. Fought as well, destroyed, no reveal to be found. 5 members strong on the rotate, but TS has the back 7. Sylvan gets 2. Anthem and Rada both taken down. What? Suggest now set up over towards Tree, but here's the counter rotate. The Seekers showing them exactly where they're going. Will finally get cleared out, but the spike is going to end up on the C side at the end of it all.
And you just don't have any
Spike planted.
initiative whatsoever. You completely lost the timing if you're DFM. Suggest and Zenfree, so far on the opposite sides of the map. Gen.G, look at the positioning from King.
Okay, 1 noted. Nanoswarm popped. Most of the util now dealt with. No paranoias, no fragments, no flashes. As TS again trying to get in behind, and he does beautifully. Zenfree now at this point has to know that this is a hopeless cause and it's best to just hightail it out, save the weapon, and he will. But 4 members left alive, only Meteor as a casualty. Okay, little consolation prize for the round loss. But Gen.G fighting back. They bring it within 1. So we're looking at a 7-5 or a 6-6. Either way, I think a hell of a lot closer than a lot of people would have anticipated. But it just goes to show how much practice the FM are investing.
Impressive for sure. I love that they were able to read off of that lockdown But this is such a big brain play from Gen.G. I have to call to attention. TS was on a big lurk because of that lockdown, and he was able to come up from the other side because that's exactly where DFM would retake from, up towards attacker spawn, defender spawn. Now into the next round. It's a quick push, and from the shadows into his own dark cover. He knows this entire spot is clear, and it gives his team the initiative to push into sight.
TS just getting the re-smoke there on stairs. Just covering low, flash goes in, catches a couple, and as that smoke drops, Sentry will find one. Anthem with the ult back, takes down Meteor. Immediately, Trailblazer coming through. Spike starting to get planted. Godin covers. Oh, that shot. Blind and straight, still nearly connects. Question is, how do you decide to flush them out of here?
Difficult. If you can't flash them out and you have an operator.
Watch shows nothing when Takajay gets the timing. Sylvan down and should have a decent idea that both remaining players are going to be playing back here by the switch. The reveal getting ready to come through. There's the ping. There's Goddead taken down at 7-5.5, but DFM very nicely in the lead.
This team has been winning retakes on retakes, and it looks really good, especially on the A site, when Gen.G doesn't have any additional protocols in place. They were trying to play it safe and hide in some of those cozy spots, but when you have someone like Takajay just going for those heads-up duels and he actually wins them, it breaks apart your post-plant scenarios. And just the final interesting detail, I think Anthem's actually playing operator with the press hold to scope aim rather than actually hard scoping it. So he has faster reactions, but sometimes just a little whiff here and there. At the very end of it though, like you mentioned, like this is a lot closer than everyone expected. DFM 7-5. This is their map pick. This is something that they've grinded a lot on, I think, and we saw a bit of that in their match against PaperX last week.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was 6 rounds.
It's 11 and
picked up by RRQ versus Gen.G on this very map. So already surpassing that performance here is Detonation. And they look like, yeah, despite the loss, I will even caveat this link, despite the loss to PaperX, I still think they look like the strongest Lotus team that we have. They have such a great idea about how to approach this map. So if it wasn't for those 12 clutches from PaperX, from Defy in particular, that would have been theirs. So it feels like they have a really good macro understanding of how to approach Lotus.
A lot to study here for sure. But that said, I mean, 7-5. It's not all over yet. Gen.G on the defensive side will still be able to surprise DFM, I think. But of course, it all comes down to that pistol round. DFM on the attacking side, on the other hand, is something that leaves me wondering a little bit more, because there's a difference in duelists. Your Raze versus Meteor, the Korean Jet. Right now, they're actually on opposite ends of the scoreboard. So just with a 14-6 and 7 assists as well. He has gotten a lot of value from that first pistol round that we saw.
Here.
Thing is, we've only seen 7 rounds of Gen.G on defense on this map. They had such a strong attack versus RRQ, you know, a 9-3 half, that we didn't have to see too much. And they got held up quite a bit on their own attack, so we'll see how this goes. Anthem gonna instantly be finding 2, taking down TS and Sylvan. Meteor swinging around the back, trying to get this pinch through the attacker's spawn. Just find another kill to even things up. Just down, 32 HP. Anthem as well, tagged low. No healing available. So they're gonna start shifting towards A, and King, he's getting a very good read on this, but can he do anything about it with this classic?
He's a little bit paranoid about stairs, and that's the one thing, but look at how he's positioning back in towards the revolving door. He's just gonna play off any sound that he gets. Meanwhile, his teammates, it's so important that they don't die. Suggest is just lurking and waiting for them, though.
Oh, just cutting away the opposite side, though. Oh, Goddead.
Oh, the plan.
He might fall into this. Oh, but he gets the read. What a sense from him. Get the pinch.
King is still hiding.
Knife goes out. It's expected there's likely somebody at drop, and King might have seen just the corner of Anthem there. Again. Great shots. Does run out into Zentbrink. Just trying to split his attention, but with neither King nor Meteor having taken damage prior, can't get that one-tap kill, so Gen.G will go ahead, find a pistol round win in the second half.
It's such a little play, but it has so much value. King in this retake, just hiding by the revolving door all that time, actually comes off in the best possible moment. A jumping right click. It didn't quite land, but it does throw off Zenfree's crosshair placement. It does cause him to miss that headshot. He turned away thinking that he actually might have hit King, but then again, numbers advantage, that's exactly what it does. 7-6 now, Gen.G stands a chance at coming back and potentially stealing away that momentum.
All right, well, the number's falling a bit here for Suggest, 14, 7, and 8, but still a very solid scoreline for him. Just 13 rounds into this, so approaching over a kill per round.
Kind of playing it safe too. They heard some footsteps and they immediately turn away back in towards the B site, but Spike's on Takage and he's just camping up by attacker spawn. Safe as well. They have some information, but that's about it. Revolving door opened up.
Suggest, okay. Goes ahead, hits that shot across. Fantastic catching. I mean, Meteor's just having a bad time.
Lucky. Again, sometimes starting to get a little bit eager for kills. Caught out in open positions, and DFM are just playing incredibly safe. It's 30 seconds now, and they have yet to commit to a site. It could
30
be
seconds left.
pretty good if they are able to sell this fake by Anthem.
Goddead still moving over to see it, trying to check things out.
Good.
Does have a Phantom, the one pure rifle. If he loses it, that could be catastrophe for the rest of his squad. Catches one, paint shells fly. Has to back away. Plant will go through. 4v4 with the attempt on the hold.
Backs off to, waits for his team. They regroup, then the hit.
Nice bite to try to buy some further time. Prowler goes in. King clears out one. Also takes out that trap wire. Silver just rushing in, instantly snapping on the Takaje's head. Yes, and just unable to get a beat on King there. The defuse will come in. Gen.G will tie it up at 7-7.
Minimal damage sustained by Gen.G, and that means they get to bring forward their guns in the next round, sustaining their economy. DFM had some good ideas, had some good shots on towards Meteor, even the fake on towards A. There's a lot of presence with this one toxic screen that keeps getting dropped, and it's mental conditioning as well. Gen.G are forced to kind of try to read the situation and react, but this, in that previous round, it was thanks to Goddead having a sense to check back onto C, like you so adequately pointed out, Seth. But now, with the guns in hand, how are you going to deal with this? Paranoia out.
That was the question. Yeah, Paranoia as well as the C's burned.
Pushes DFM back in towards Mound. King and Meteor are here.
But King is the one making first contact. Obviously, Goddead is here. They could actually try to go for DFM's own set play and use it against them. King's coming down, flash comes out, Meteor, wow. I mean, just goes ahead, shoots straight in ahead, and will fall. It might not be the slaughter that they were looking for, the massive set play, but it's still a very nice kill.
And on all that time, look at the mini-map. TS, Sylvan, they've pushed out.
Yeah, they are cut off. Trapwire's behind, or right in front of them, so can't really get past these without giving away their position.
Don't have to either. Bound by bound, they advance. Bound by bound, they actually steal space and positioning away from DFM. DFM no choice but to either open the revolving door or to just run through to C site into the open arms of 3 players from Gen.G.
Looks like that is going to be the choice. Fight on one side, paint shells into the back, Fragment trying to buy some time, Ready goes rushing through and actually does find King. Suggest spins, takes quite a bit of damage, but then follows up. Got that taken down, the site broken open. Now it's just the 2 flankers trying to make something happen. A massive hit coming through. TS trying to close this one out. TP's into the poison orb, finds one,
Last player
interrupts the plant. Sylvan, oh, he sees him. He's just a hair off from being able to get him. And now he has it right as Zenfree tries a TP to safety. The head hitbox gets exposed, and Sylvan will close the round as Gen.G will take the lead.
TS. I mean, this was such an explosive push onto the C site. The way that Reyna starts things off with a bit of a crouch spray, and it actually works. It catches Meteor, it catches the rest of them on the site. But then, the two flankers, like you pointed out, Seth, they were able to break things apart because of the initial frag, because TS, such an aggressive TP into the poison cloud.
Great on him to be able to get one. Yep, that is indeed a pen.
Success, kid. We're gonna pump our fists.
He looked at it, he's like, is this a pen? Yes, it is. All right, cool. Just nods. DFM now going to be using a timeout. See what they can get done here. Try to regain this and tie it up once more. I gotta say, I'm already thoroughly entertained.
I am hooked into this match. I mean, the previous one was already so intense, but so is this.
Yeah.
Meteor, Zenfree, ex-teammates, and on to the next thing. It's just how you have so many protocols, such depth to play off of just perhaps a little fake toxic screen towards the A site, maybe rotating back and forth, and Gen.G putting up walls every single time the DFM tries to break through something. Meteor and the flash from GodDead and that final peek through C, that was something.
There's probably a fair few people who decided to go to bed, watching from abroad after they saw the first series. They said, okay, that one took a while. It's late. This is probably going to be boring.
You're missing out.
Gen.G
I'm
looked
sorry.
good. You fools!
Wake up!
For those of you who are here and you have friends who went to bed instead of watching this,
oh god,
make fun of them incessantly in the morning because I'm having a blast, and I hope that you guys are too. Who are going to be broken as the Trailblazer going to lead the way in towards B. Setup is still here with the alarm bot that gets cleared, and a swarm does get triggered. TP in from Zenfree taking a minimal amount of damage.
Good.
Spike still in his hands.
Teammates to check and clear out those angles, those entrances. Oh, actually, maybe pushing Friend to spawn. Sylvan's going to check it with the Prowler, though. That's smart. King rotating back to possibly catch them off this, but they're just going to rotate through Waterfall.
Cutting across. Turret does play contact for him. Doesn't necessarily, well, actually, never mind. I was going to say, doesn't necessarily mean that they're committing to C, but yeah, you've got Meteor and GodDead both inside the B site. Trapwire gets set up. Now cleared out. Plant starting. Smoke to cut off.
Spike planted.
Out as GodDead will go ahead. Activate the ult. Meteor dashing in. Spotted a couple. Suggest going to be able to get one with a Sheriff shot. Meteor comes out of his cloud burst. Finds one. GodDead gets a second. Just now suppressed, surrounded, dead. Still on Taka-J to try to do some additional damage here. Meteor will be able to clean up 3. Gen.G stretching the lead now just a bit more.
The spike is defused.
Of course, this was a thrifty DFM. I'm just impressed that they actually managed to get the spike down regardless, but Gen.G was playing it rather safe, just going out for that retake. And they win it because of GodDead and his null command. He was keeping them locked in there, onto site, making sure that they couldn't escape, and going in for a lot of these heads-up duels. The sound gets cut off.
Yeah, perfectly cut screams. Hit a pitch that only dogs can hear. Big stack. Looks like Gen.G looking for a rush play here at A. And they are.
DFM don't move though. So many ultimates to work with. They heard all of that noise. Now they're assessing. They know that there are at least maybe 2, 3 players up by A. Probably C-side is where we want to go.
It just seems to be the case in most of these rounds. I also feel similarly when I play this map in ranked. C-side's pretty good. Let's do C-side.
Got a mount to work with.
I don't have an entry on C-side.
Well, one possible way, suggest with a showstopper, but off to the next, it's going to be Anthem, needing to gain information, but what they don't know is there's Hiding by the rubble.
They should check it, but Meteor, great instant kill. And that's now going to be the neural theft infested. Showstopper out. That is TS dead, was blinded, blown to bits.
A little bit more space to work with. They get to push fast into A, and they have to do it now. Gen.G are already on the move to rotate over, and they are just regrouping themselves before they come in with the hit.
30 seconds left.
Take a little bit more time, and they just might be able to contest for the spike plant.
Left corner plant. Zenfree looking like he probably wanted the TP out of there, but let's get suppressed by that 0 point.
Back, tuck it in. Best car. Oh.
The location revealed thing, just a spectator bug, by the way. Cypher is not continuously revealing their location. Figures worth mentioning. Takaj finding one. Still need to try to clear out on this angle. Someone finds one, put some damage down onto Zenfree, but the defuse is going to be held as the clutch comes in. And it's so very close, but unfortunately, it's a heartbreaker for DFM, who still have yet to win a round in this second half.
It's an interesting idea, an attempt to leave the spike planet open so that you're able to hold it back from areas like the door and rubble. But fortunately, we're still stuck, and Gen.G actually able to go in for this. Happy Bile.
And a happy bile is a scary bile. Because most of the time, he's got something to be mildly pissed about. But not today, not at this point in the game, it would seem.
All these adaptations.
Oh dear. Okay, even Sylvan getting involved. Meteor overheating. Goes for a second peek. Tries to put his hand back into the cookie jar. And Mom pulled out La Chancla.
Chancla. Is that what they do in Korea? Is that what the
No,
Azumas do?
No. It's definitely more of a Spanish thing.
I don't know. Asian moms sometimes slippers. They have a thing for it, but back into this, it's going to be that toxic screen up again. Trying to give themselves a little bit more cover. King on the other side of it, though, and Sylvan up by top. Single noise, and he could be given away. He thinks it's clear. He sends out the haunt. Back into check.
And they keep going for these pretty deep rotates. They need one of them to work out. So just goes in the pushing. Okay. Great swing from him, but now where do you want to go?
You have to take down King.
Got somebody at every single site. Okay, so Jess will just eliminate King. Now on left for a second ace. See if he gets it as the plant comes down. It seems like that detonation should finally be getting around victory.
Wow.
As, yep.
That's
TS having recovered the operator is just gonna sit back.
Yeah. It suggests with all of these heads-up duels, I think he has that little bit of a stutter step. Just going for that tiny crouch actually threw King off by a bit. And at the same time, instantly with a frag, they see that the side is clear. Zenfree shrouds the entire thing. Shrouds the entirety of defender spawn in his dark cover. Gen.G, no choice but to back off. It's way too risky, way too dangerous.
They might end up making contact with Goddead if they go deep enough. Looks like he's going to pull away from the position. So, okay. It took a little while, but after 5 rounds of Gen.G dominance, we finally see Detonation picking up their first attacker round.
I think this comes in due to hand of Takaj's toxic screen. I mean, it's a macro play from the entire team, but when you repeatedly have this up, sometimes Gen.G are conditioned to think, you know, it's probably a fake. They're probably not going to do anything off this. But the moment that you have Meteor overheating just a little bit outside of B, I think that's where DFM starts to find bits of success, a little bit of confidence to actually go in and actually head back into the A site. They were so fond of C earlier on. Now back into this now, Gen.G, they've got their ultimates. They've got that Blade Storm and Meteor back on another operator.
Yeah, again, looking for that set play just at rubble. Nothing found.
Confirms that's clear.
Yes, ooh. Rub spot. Tries to TP out. Won't be safe. To wait out that decay. Gets back up to full HP.
Now Meteor's just posted up by A. Always calling it clear. It's up to the rest of them on the C side to fend off DFM's advances.
Nate is right at TS's feet, but the paranoia is perfect. Catches it just right before he tries to entry. He's blind as bad as he arrives. Push in though. Anthem finding one. Takaj getting rid of the enemy Omen. King tries to dance around, and dance he does. On the hunt, making noise. Zenfree Dusts it out, finds the kill, but still has to get through 2.
I have the spike.
Knife comes across, God, just looking to buy some time. Speaking of which, he does have plenty of it. What does he want to do? Obviously, no ult available. Can't go across the opposite side of the map. Through waterfall?
30 seconds
Tries
left.
to do that, he's going to get spotted. And he does. Unfortunately, short-lived is the DFM victory here.
That's one of the things that you have to love about Lotus as well. There's these tiny gaps, tiny ledges that you can stack up on with your teammates, and obviously that's what Gen.G did. And of course the timing on this as well, like you pointed out. Paranoia.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Very solid. And obviously, you know, this is nitpicky, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like going across, we're going to have a second timeout, so we have a little bit more time to discuss this, which is great. I feel like going back over the door, tapping the door, and whether or not you want to go in and try to make a play through B, that's a different question. But I think even just tapping that and trying to force a rotation around potentially could lead to something. If I had to guess, Gen.G maybe don't fully fall for it, but
just a bit of noise.
Yeah, something to try to lead them in that direction rather than just pushing up to an area that ends up being watched and you end up dying. A little bit more creativity with some of these rotations coming out.
The way DFM are playing right now, it's incredibly safe. They've got all these protocols and the way that they actually peek into it, making sure that before they even go into anything, it isn't dry. They spend a little bit of utility. They throw out a guiding light, a trailblazer, whatever it is. Unless it's a set play, of course, but sometimes you do need to get a little bit creative with it. Sometimes you need to mess around and maybe open up the door. To the next thing, again though, Takajay with the Viper's Pit available to him, but not quite in position to use it yet. Still the same toxic screen, and DFM not really doing anything with it. In fact, it's going to be Gen.G that actually pushes up and ensures that it's useless.
Prowler goes in, clears a bit for them. Prowler again, both traps now gone. Rada looking quite wary. Continues to back away, but they're starting to funnel in this direction. A flash has to lead, surely. TP across. Oh no.
That was the tell.
Spike down A.
You had the power in your hands. Doesn't do it. Takajay with a great swing. We'll ensure that Meteor doesn't find anything else. Double suppress off the 0 point. Still in a very rough spot as DFM, despite the operator being dealt with.
It's a great answer back. But Gen.G are still very much in position if anyone does push past this. Oh!
God dead. It's clean with it. Finds the shot, the haunt into the back, gets the reveal onto both. It's not nearly a fast enough clear there from Rada. Gen.G overwhelmed them, and now they take this in a map point.
Match point.
Turn this entire side by a rubble into a firing range. Just that little sun pre-aimed step from GodDead initiates the whole thing. And then again, it's this little toxic screen. It might bait some players from Gen.G to actually peek and push past A, but it's not a very big problem because as soon as the door is broken, they have that much more maneuverability between sites. DFM needs to find another approach if they want to claw this thing back into overtime. They have Takajay again on the Viper's Pit and Suggest on a showstopper. Surely this round they do something with it.
They need to. They need both of them alive in on the site.
It's match point after all.
Again, going to A. King set up by himself, but this is typically where he's thrived in the past. Think back to his solo anchoring.
Out of charges.
Just denying access from pretty much damn near everyone during his time on Vision Strikers.
Oh, the lurk by Rada has to be good, but oh, he's spotted.
Cage triggered.
Thought maybe he was going to fake exit for a second, but does decide to just go ahead and start wrapping away. Anthem does not check in the stairs. King does shift back just in case.
Oh no.
Alarm bot goes off. The rest of the util now from the KJ, other than the turret set up in Link, has been destroyed. Now the pit comes into play.
King has a lockdown to deal with this though. And that's the one thing that I'm worried about. Gen.G,
Here.
full 5-on-5 retake, and they are set up by the door too.
Shadows
Down comes out,
cover going
forcing
out.
them away from the site. It's very nicely placed.
DFM has no idea.
Minu drops in, Bladestorm at the ready. Otherwise, the operator in hand. Takajay the first one to fall. Rocket goes out, doesn't find the kill, takes Sylvan low. Tenfree will be able to get him in the end. Suggest flash backing over. The diffuser interrupted, dead. Meteor trying to stick it and not like
Are you
this!
serious?
Defenders
The
win.
clutch to take them over the line. And while it was well played, back and forth in that first half, we switched sides and oh boy, DFM could not hold a candle to that defense from Gen.G. And what a heartbreaking way to have the map end.
He had been overheating in past rounds, but when the world needed him most, Meteor steps up and just, I don't know, Nerves of Steel sits down on the spike and does not move.
All they had to do was just, like, all right, stop running around, stop being a crazy person, sit here and act like your wingman.
Act like your wingman.
Run to spike and defuse. You care about nothing else in this moment. And, you know, he knew the plot, he knew his job. My God, did he get it done, but that's got to be a kick in the teeth if you're DFM.
Not a great way to lose the map.
Yeah.
My eyes!
Well, obviously, that sucks. A really rough attack half, despite some very close rounds. It's a bit more clutch on the side of Gen.G there.
Still.
But a very entertaining first half. Can't take that away from him.
DFM did good. I think in the last round it was still that lockdown that actually did a lot from King. He heard all of those noises and he just set up for it. Once that was in play, it actually pushed DFM all the way back, and that's why they tried to frag back, but that's it. This was their map pick. They lost it. It was really close.
Yep.
They had great ideas. Still needs that extra oomph to push them over the edge.
That it does. I'm trying to flip back. I don't know where my maps are for DFM at lock-in. I don't have it written down apparently. But anyway, we need a little bit of a respite after that one because I was so energized, and then that ending just kind of deflated me. So we're going to go get an energy drink. We're going to get ready to go for the second map because Fracture is going to be coming up next. That's Gen.G's map pick. We'll see if they close that out or if DFM have some surprises up their sleeve as they get ready to debut that map here in Pacific. So don't go anywhere. The desk will be breaking down the action in just a few.
Differences are in the fact that, we're going with the...
Taking some damage. He needs Arshal himself. Then for now on the back of Bravo. Get in here, they can find the opening kills. They will continuing, try to get on top of him. Timing a bit again, doesn't find the stun. Suggest Rob doesn't get one, but Meteor and will find the kill. King now looking to defend. Smoke was actually him who finds that third kill, but hit him. He ends up going down. No.
Takajay.
Not like this. Takajay crumble. Knocks around. 5 members strong on the rotate, and trying to get in. Montage goes in, catches a couple, drops. Tenfree will find it instantly. Finding 2 people into this. Oh, but he can. Great shot. That can be passed for the rest of his squad for the time. Prowler goes trap wire. He's in the poison orb. Finally able to get him. And then he's just going to be able to get one with the sheriff shot. Meteor comes out of his damage here. Ice. Onto the back. Gets the reveal onto both.
Dance.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just completed game 1 against Gen.G versus DFM. Now that turned out to be a little bit closer than what we initially expected. DFM had some good vibes in the beginning, and it looks like Gen.G probably could have used a little bit more tissue power to
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they were missing the tissue
That's
power.
what it was.
That's what it was. I mean, you can see it on the scoreboard, right? DFM starts strong, and we were actually talking about this backstage. Both teams actually winning their bonuses on each half, so that's an interesting part about this Lotus map. But Gen.G comes back, right? Once they download some of the plays that DFM's doing, they just look a little bit more stable.
I didn't know this was a defender-sided map. I thought everyone was telling me that this is an attacker-sided map. Well, for these two teams, it wasn't so much. Both teams playing really well on their defender side. Suggest setting the stage here for DFM once again. I mean, he continues to just be cracked out of his mind. His aim is immaculate. His reactions beautiful. His spacing great. There's not much else I could say about Suggest other than he was extremely good today.
I mean, putting up numbers like this when your team's losing is not an easy feat, right? And for him to do this again is quite impressive coming out of DFM and then, of course, Suggest himself.
Yeah, Suggest ACS was amazing. They had some really... DFM had some really good retakes and good utility usage. Clinton, can you walk us through that?
Yeah. First, we got to watch this ace. First, we got to watch...
Oh, wait.
First,
yeah.
we want to watch the
this
ace.
Is,
That's okay. This is Suggest just going absolutely nuclear here with the Ghost. I mean, this is just
all headshots.
Outrageously clean. And he got another one while he was blinded, by the way. Like, in the middle of all of this. Absolutely disgusting. And the mid push out here from DFM really interesting coming through B.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about that as well, which is, it's not something we see often, right? You either push A or C, and for them to try to say, okay, let's pretend that we're going to fight on A, funnel them back, and then just cut them off in the middle of the whole map, a very interesting take on the pistol round from DFM.
It was a really good start for DFM. And to my question earlier about their util usage, that was a large part of their success.
Yeah, they seem really well coordinated on the defender side to DFM. So here in the last round of the half, we're going to see that, they put it to good use on these retakes. This was really impressive. So they sneak Suggest in. They try to flash for him. Now, Suggest gets taken down, but that allows for a flank here that gets a kill. Anthem able to get into drop and then drop some more utility. So first his Guiding Light has impact. Then he's going to get some info off of this. Still hanging on to the op. We saw the op in multiple different players' hands here for DFM. Able to dodge the Cs. And so, you've got the Cypher cage up there as well to kind of allow for some of these retakes here, and then they start hitting them from different angles, and eventually you're going to see that they are going to smother this area with some utility. Reita going to get his ult, make sure that this is finishable. Don't even give him a chance to try to stop the defuse, and that was a really good retake. We saw that often for the side of DFM on their defender side.
Yeah, we're starting to see these improvements, right? And I hate to put it this way, but it's more a matter of how many rounds can you continue that for DFM to eventually get maybe one of these precious match wins. Because, again, the rounds where they do win, it looks good just like that. I mean, the crossfire was good, like Clint mentioned. The utility was good as well. But how often can you make that happen is the big question.
Yeah, and they did start to face some problems when Gen.G started to turn around and also show their util usage and their complete map control over some rounds.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at Gen.G's defense. We're looking at the map here. Now, we talked about how Gen.G might want to save their util, but if you look on the A side, they use the smoke, the 0 point, and the Cs, and they do this because Meteor is actually pushing up with an operator, and we saw him constantly over on that rock position several times. Now they know, okay, we can start rotating, so we're seeing Sylvan go through B, but he doesn't leave just yet. He waits until the smoke is cleared, and then says, okay, no one's here to break the alarm bot. Now we can rotate over, which allows TS on the Omen to go all the way to see Ben and be prepared for a perfect paranoia. And that gets him the first kill. And eventually, this does come down a bit closer than it first appears, right? DFM still makes a good push into the site, but that allows them to have this perfect map control of, okay, normally we want to kind of save our util for the retakes, things like that, but now that there's 3 sites, let's just use the early util because we have someone like Meteor who's amazing with the operator.
And Clinton, on that point, actually, you made some really interesting insights about DFM being unable to push into Gen.G territory.
Yeah, and this round that Will is just talking about is a great setup for this point because it highlights the difficulty that Gen.G created for DFM to get into those sites. Now, they were getting plants down eventually, but they were losing players along the way. They weren't able to push deep past the plant sites themselves, getting in towards Gen.G spawn often. We saw it every once in a while where they did a little trickery, Suggest got back there, but for the most part, you know, they're playing back, and they don't have a ton of post-plant utility to necessarily take advantage of those positions. That allows Gen.G to get in there, you know, really have to disrupt things on the site. They're able to do that, and then they can get those diffuses. There were two basically ninja diffuses that came through for the side of Gen.G because the post plants were so deep for DFM. They just couldn't get the space they needed.
Now, we highlighted Suggest and his ace kill to start off the entire game, but let's highlight another player. There was TS on Omen, who also played very well.
Yeah, I mean, leading the scoreboard here for Gen.G and also, of course, the IGL as well. And this is the strength of TS. He's one of those IGLs that can frag when needed, and I think playing that smoke really allows him. Oftentimes when we've seen him on the Initiator before, he would really primarily be playing for intel only, but now that he's on an agent like Omen, he can use those paranoias to set up his own angles and also support the team from afar with the smokes.
I mean, I'm so happy that TS has been revitalized since moving to Gen.G. He has looked so much better. I mean, even going back to some of the third-party events during the offseason this year, I was like, my eyes were like wide open when I started watching TS because I'm like, whoa, this is a new version of him. He looks energized. It looks like he's focused. You know, he wants to take this team as far as he can. He's taking that leadership role and he's embracing it. And I mean, we know his Brimstone's good. So if we go over to Fracture here, I mean, this guy's got, you know, potentially if he plays it, we've seen him play some other stuff, but he's got lineup for days. And now we're seeing some great play on the Omen too. This is a beautiful season for TS so far.
Yeah, and I think one of the other strengths of TS back in the day in Korea was he was actually one of the IGLs who had some good mid-rounding, right? Even DRX in the past wasn't good with their mid-rounding calls. It was just their strat book was so deep. Of course, DRX has now evolved to a new version, but TS has always been one who's been able to adapt to the situation given and then make those calls. He's also known to be a player that really listens to the coaches on, hey, we want to try a new comp. Okay, I'll volunteer to learn the new Asian. So that's a huge benefit for a team like Gen.G as well.
Well, TS stands for, I think, his Korean name. But what else could it stand for?
I mean, I said top secret. He's top secret. Like, this guy is like the secret agent that's, you know, really, really good, but you never hear about him in the news. You never hear about him in the bigger world.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, or the Superman, like Clint.
Like
Top
secret. Yeah.
That's
no one
good
knows
too.
his real name, right?
Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to work on some names for him. You also had going into the next map. So we're going to go into the next map now. How do we expect it to play out? What can DFM do to improve moving forward?
Well, I think DFM, again, I think the ideas were there, right? I think they had a good understanding of how Gen.G likes to play. Now, Gen.G was the one who was saying, no, we can adapt to a map like Lotus and continue to show you a deeper defensive side. So for DFM, you got to stick with what you've prepared, and we saw the games for Fracture. And Clinton mentioned it earlier during the pregame, where Fracture, sometimes the rounds RQ was winning was just hanging back or eliminating the entire other half of the map, right? They would often go to the top side of the map and just take that as defensive control. So I would love to see DFM employ the same ideas, but be a little bit more patient than we saw RRQ in their match against Gen.G.
Yeah, I think just the attacker side simply has to be better for the side of DFM on Fracture, a map that does favor the attacker side, right? But beyond that, you know, you got to be ready for those TS mid-round adaptations. That's the thing that really hurt RRQ in the long run on Fracture was TS made some phenomenal mid-round adaptations without timeouts or anything. Just him thinking on the fly and coming up with ideas to counter the strats and the setups that RRQ had. So you got to be ready for that for DFM. That's no easy task.
Yeah, and one other thing that we saw in that Gen.G game against RRQ was actually Gen.G was starting to get comfortable just body checking corners, right? They would put up smokes and then just peek, and they would try to fight off of actual contact. If DFM can abuse that, they might be able to get some early rounds. And if they, you know, that gives them a margin to just stay enough in the lead to eke out a win here in Map 2.
DFM, you also pointed out, relied a bit too heavily on certain utils, like ciphers, traps, and this kind of info, and this sort of passive plays.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
I mean, this is, I think, something we see often from teams who haven't quite polished their communication and their strat book yet, right? Where you just rely on something like the tripwire and say, okay, well, it's still there, so clearly they haven't pushed out. And then Gen.G started to show a couple rounds where they just sit right in front of the tripwire, and that means they still actually have so much information about the map. And let's remember, Fracture's another one of those maps where eliminating a part of the map with certainty is so crucial. So DFM, I would love to see them be a little bit less reliant on those assumptions that if my ability is alive, they haven't passed. That's not always going to be true. So whether it's them positioning a little differently or maybe even switching up the utility like placement of some of those agents, I'd love to see that change.
Yeah, it's okay to have passive information gathering. Like you said, I like the way you say it. The passive, part of this. That's okay, but then you need to have the active side as well. To get onto the other side of your utility, to get into that unknown territory, to try to get as much information as you can or whatever. Start pushing out on the map a little bit, potentially. It is Fracture that gives you the opportunities to do that. So let's say DFM does play Cypher here on Fracture. It has been a popular agent pick on Fracture in our region. Let's say they go for that. I need to see them get a little bit more active, show some different looks to the side of Gen.G. Either get beyond it or, even play way off of it. Go on to the other side, set up a couple traps, and then go to the other side of the map or something. Really keep Gen.G guessing as to where the Cypher utility is going to be.
What are the implications if DFM loses this round? They're already at a 0 win at the moment. They lost to PaperX last week.
Now, thankfully for DFM, I would say schedule-wise, they are facing up against some of the stronger teams that are expected to be in the playoffs, right? Like PaperX and even Gen.G. I think people expected to at least be a top 6 team. So for DFM, it's not necessarily troublesome, right? But what is important is even if you lose, you've got to leave enough data for you to be able to learn from. So if this is a one-sided affair, I'd be a little concerned. But if they put up just as many rounds as they did in the first map, it's actually not the worst-case scenario here for DFM.
And with that, we are going into map 2. What kind of agent comps are we expecting here?
Well, Eco coming in again here for Gen.G as we see on the stage. So,
that's swapping one out.
Yeah, it's probably going to be the same setup here for Gen.G, right? Eco coming in to play the Breach, a little bit more of a flash and dual, trade type initiator as we've seen. Now on the side of DFM, I mean, you gotta imagine this just is playing the Raze again, right? I mean, it is still going to be on Fracture. So the question now becomes, do you try to prioritize the initiators, or do you maybe say, okay, you guys like going double controller, we'll go double controller too, and really make this a messy kind of skirmish? Because maybe that's where Suggest is going to thrive.
I think that's what I'm expecting to be the case here. I don't think we're going to see actually too different of a comp from the side of DFM on Fracture. I think you're going to see potentially Rate on that Cypher. You might be Takajay on the Viper. I mean, I could see that very much happening here again. Zenfree may be switching to either Brimstone or Astra, depending on what he feels comfortable. Heck, he might even stick with Omen. I don't know. But I think Gen.G, they're probably going to stick with what worked last time. I'd still like to see TS on that Brimstone. I think he has such an unbelievable Brimstone that even though it's Astra, I get why they do it since they swapped in the Viper with King. It makes a little bit more sense there with the way that they're able to combo off each other and kind of control the site. But still, wouldn't mind seeing the Brimstone from TS, but I understand why Gen.G does what they do. It worked well last time. Don't try to fix what's not broken.
Well, yeah, again, Gen.G looks like they'll stick with that. And DFM, it looks like they want to go for the Jet here, along with the Sky. So this is interesting because, I mean, I get why you're using Sky, right? Because if you're only going to run the solo initiator, you got to have someone who can get some type of information, whether it's a KO, whether it's a Sky, or even, a Fade or a Sova, and then you want the flashes as well. But oftentimes if we see a Jet, we kind of think about pairing it with the Breach, right? For the easy combos off of the Flashpoint.
Yeah, I am pretty surprised about this. I mean, are they going to try some kind of deep flash and dashes here? Like, what is Suggest going to be doing? Because I fully expected that he'd be on the Raze for sure, and then maybe there'd be another change behind that. But to see him stick with the Sky, I think this leads me to believe that they're going to want to get pretty aggressive on the back of that Sky utility potentially, and like we were talking about, maybe hopefully get more active around the Cypher utility with like the Trailblazer and things like that.
The only thing I could really see here is also what we've often seen from the T1 team, right? Where Carpe plays the Sky and then you see Zeta on the Harbor. So you send those wall smokes, as we would like to see, and then send the Guiding Light through that, which that's something that Breach cannot do. So if you look at the Viper might be used to cut up the map on your initiation, and then as Suggest goes in, then the Brimstone's going to be the one who actually smokes for the execs. We'll have to wait and see what DFM's plans are.
All right, with that, we are ready to start map 2. We've got Gen.G versus Detonation Focus Me ready and rearing to go. Let's go over to the casters, Achilles and Quack. Tell us, how is this going to play out?
I don't know. I don't really care. I'm here to be entertained and to entertain. That's all I care about. So give me a good map. Result doesn't matter. That's about where I'm at.
I think so too, I guess. No, I kind of feel like this would be more towards Gen.G's side just because these are the exact same maps that they played last week against RRQ. We've seen them do a lot. We've seen them adapt really well, and it's the exact same composition too. Even subbing in Echo. Eco. Yeah, even subbing him in. He's kind of like the map specialist for them, and Sylvan as well, I think, on the previous one. So I feel like just because this has been repeated, they've had more practice on it. DFM are in for a rough ride.
Oh, I have to see. At the same time, there is plenty of tape to watch from Gen.G on this map. This is where we did see RRQ push them the most, picking up 9-round victories for themselves. So given that you have that example, you have them versus Loud in their only match in Sao Paulo, DFM, have they been able to study and really download what the strategies are going to look like for Gen.G? Because we're not seeing any adjustments. It is the same composition. But I think that also Gen.G probably going to be slightly taken aback by what is facing them on the other side. Because given how Suggest has continued to perform on Raze, I think that I would also be surprised to see him on this Jet.
That is the flip side of that coin, but DFM right now starting things off already pretty safe. Their first time on Fracture in a while.
Paint Shell's out pretty early with no info whatsoever. Pulls back. Fault line as well was used, so Nico can only try to buy some time with an aftershock. Boombot spots, there's the flash in, they try to go for the push, and they are perfectly ready for it. Door gets open, Dog connects. Nico now in the corner and Suggest. I mean, you should just never use anything that isn't a ghost. Just clicks heads. TS though, looking to do much the same, but is shut down by the Master. 2 kills for Suggest in the round, the site broken open. Only 2 players left alive for Gen.G as they will try to engineer a retake.
It's going to be tough for them to do that, though. They're going to have to start things off well, and they do. It's a little bit easier.
Whoa, what a shot! Are you joking? That is just nasty from Goddead. Now Zenfree gives his location away. Let's get some damage down there onto Goddead. Still, despite what he just did, at a disadvantage, but they're storming through into the smoke. Goddead traded out. Oh, they both ran out of bullets! Takaji's low, but he still will win it out. 3 kills for the Japanese Viper as Detonation will yet again take the opening pistol round.
Playing it a little bit safe, he actually doubles back, further back in towards A main, expecting that push. I feel like if this were an SEA team, it would have been a knife fight instead, but
that's also
what a flick. Yeah, the way that they actually start off getting contact into A main, and like you mentioned, Suggest as the Ghost Master just comes in and absolutely John Wick in it.
All right, back to the pop-offs we go, as it's a clean start. Gen.G, no real investments aside from a little bit of util and then a Sheriff here for TS. Now he's playing solo over at A. And that is where the contact is about to come from. Everybody on the attacking, on the spawn side. Flash not going to find anything. Yes, just playing on the edge, spotted.
Oh.
Maybe he didn't realize that his arm was exposed either way. Suggest finds himself another kill.
Same protocols from DFM, like what we saw on Lotus, a little bit safe. They get the initial contact and then waterfall onto the site off of utility. In fact, this smoke is really good from Zenfree. Blocks off so much that Gen.G doesn't quite have the range to make use of those classics.
Yeah, I mean, this basically should already be the call to just group up, get ready for the spike to explode, and not give anything else over, because Takaji, 3 charges. Zenfree as well, 3 charges towards that orbital. Suggest is 3 away from his blades.
Expensive buys too, you don't want to lose any of those weapons.
Yeah, I mean, double Vandal plus a Guardian. Quite a bit of money put in here for DFM. And seems incredibly likely that they should be able to hold all of them.
A little bit of noise from Meteor. They know.
Yep. Just wait for the spike to explode.
Disciplined. Not much else going to go on in this round. Gen.G definitely making the call to dive at a spike. They get their round loss bonus. But overall impressed by DFM. All it took in this round was that first initial hit on towards TS, who admittedly perhaps a bit of a blunder out by the Poison Cloud. But you have to admire how DFM are actually approaching this. They start off the rounds just sitting still in spawn, anticipating pushes from Gen.G, and then bits by bit they actually move up.
Starting off with a flawless. A very nice way to try to get this snowball effect going.
They might be able to dish out a bit of damage this round, given that they have bought up expensive weapons from the previous one.
Yeah. Oh, it's fully possible. Last second change. TS goes for the Vandal instead of the Phantom.
Oh. Different approach.
And yeah, this is the first time that they changed things up. Meteor has taken quite a bit of space over at A main, however. And with those shots flying towards Goddead, that should give them quite a bit of information.
Flashbang.
Holding flash out, spots him. Forces an updraft from Suggest, but no opportunity to really try to take a shot. Avoids damage from the snake bite. King as well in tower with him. They need to get broken out. King, what a snap. Does manage to find Suggest, shuts him down. Goddead rushing over top of the molly. Eventually does fall to it, but he manages to trade it right back into their, or not into their favor, but to even it up. Spotted one. Gun barrel betraying Rada. Meteor finds it. The blast back entry onto the site finds a second.
Oh,
and now Zenfreeze interrupts position. Still though, not bad from the side of DFM. 3 weapons taken away, and all 3 of them basically broke. Just 100 credits on Goddead as the round ends. But Gen.G, they at least managed to pick up the round win.
Still a good start from DFM, but you have to admire how this side was held, how there was a tiny bit of damage and Goddead just being so aggressive that he flashes out and hops over that incendiary to find a little bit extra, and Meteor to clean things off as well. I mean, I just want to draw a bit of attention to some statistics because Goddead had 18 assists against RRQ on this map.
Oh yeah, it was incredibly strong. His performance was great. I mean, not only just on this map, but across the entire series. It was just so very clean, a Mako-esque performance out of the Initiator.
This time, a little bit of that utility spent from the Initiator. They call out that B tree is kind of clear. Head back towards the A site. Same default positions. Only thing is, can TS actually hold it off?
Just comes down, Suggest dashing in ahead of that aftershock, finds TS. Now the defensive smoke's taken away. Meteor in position, gets Rada, but then is instantly traded by Suggest, who still sat on that high ground. Orbital strike even invested here from Zenfreeze, which shows that he basically has no regard or no thought that Gen.G is even going to get in a position to try to defuse this. He still does have a molly and 2 snake bites, so I guess their post-plant util still quite good, but normally you'd see that safe. Pushing in, they're trying to get underneath, flash out, but Suggest is in front of it. Now they know. Tap on the spike, there's the Molotov going, tries to get the spray transfer. Whitestorm in as well, and Eco eats a bit. And that's about all he can take as the next bite comes in, and this round is done and dusted. An extra kill for him would have been nice, but none to be found. DFM move up 3-1.
A lot of it, again, still just DFM, and a little bit clipped by the spike, but all good. They have the money, they can buy back up, and they are able to really explode onto site with some of these set plays. Gen.G just getting booted over a little bit, and then with a rotation over on.
Let's go! Let's go, man!
Pretty massive contrast in the voice line, the voice comms from today compared to yesterday. A lot more high-spirited and kind.
We're here to have a good time. Gen.G now, maybe a little bit rougher, but they're looking for a fight. They're pushing out and clearing out Dish, clearing out the other side of attacker spawn.
creep forward. This is the triple stack site. See the overall abandon. Any, real attention towards A main. This does lead Eco to go back over, try to scout things out, but execute now begins. King taking a bit of damage, knocked down to 76. The 0 point will connect, and now they start shipping it over towards A, where, Meteor needs to get there soon.
He's hightailing it. Eco has been on site for the longest time, though, so he's going to be the first one to call the rotations over.
Oh my God! They just check it. I bet you he's right here, and he is. What a read.
30 seconds left.
Suggest the absolute Chad gamer.
Spike planted.
The showstopper at the ready, but
nope.
Now it's not.
Suggest again?
Because Suggest is a Chad gamer.
Every time you say that, his chin grows wider.
Suggest is a Chad gamer. Just blessing the ever-loving hell out of him. And God dead now. Nothing more to be done. The Death will go ahead and hand him the null command. But I don't know if DFM is going to be willing to give him that peaceful send-off to the spike, or if they want to just rip the life from him.
I might rip the life. You get an extra ult point for that, but all good. Still a win. And they play it safe. They don't lose any weapons. And Suggest is indeed a Giga Chad.
Yeah. All right, well, 4-1. A flawless round there in round 5 is, yep, knew that was coming. Lyle again just saying,
not happy.
Guys, what the hell's going on here? Let's pump the brakes a little bit for a second.
I mean, to be fair, they didn't quite have weapons this round, so seeing some little things to adjust. Suggest sitting pretty on 9 kills has been the MVP so far at this map. But Gen.G, I mean, with the way that they set themselves up, it's always TS up on A. You got King coupled by Goddead onto B tower. It's a good little bit of Viper utility in the toxic screen that actually can be played around and be used to block off any potential pushes. But the early bits of aggression kind of doesn't really net them all too much. And what I want to see from Gen.G actually is more map control. They need to fan out. They need to push past some of these spots, especially because this is Fracture. You've got so much space to work with. And if you look at how DFM actually approaches this map, it's very safe, it's very slow, it's very careful. They are always grouped up together. You rarely ever see an incredibly fast split push. You rarely ever see players up on all sides of the map. They're always together as a 5-group gang.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been roaming like a pack of wolves, ripping apart the...
It's not a lot of map presence when you do that.
Yeah. That is true. And for the side of Detonation, they haven't really needed it. Their brute force has been working.
That's what I mean. If Gen.G can do something else and get a little bit more map control, get some information, they might be able to take out the alpha.
I mean, this is one of the biggest splits that we've seen, and it's widely just one player who decided to stay on south side.
Poison orb emitted.
Another flash in towards A. Doesn't see anything.
Taking a rope.
He's taking the rope. Do they spot him?
Right there.
No, he's
my God.
Oh, he was right there. Oh man, I think they finally realized right at the last second.
It's still information though for Goddead.
Oh, spots plenty, but doesn't get the does not get that nullify. And I mean, look at this. They make contact with one person, and then they just say, "Okay, go to A."
Back
and
up
they
your
just
bags.
continue to catch one person by themselves at
Meteor,
the
though.
site.
He's got a showstopper.
Out of charges.
He does. He's gonna use it, sends it close, doesn't find the kill. He takes it just so very low. Now the volley at his feet. Meteor will be able to find one, but Zenfree
30 seconds left.
trades it back. The thing is, because they have this Sky, I mean, granted, Anthem's not here right now. He's going to try to go for a backstab. I was going to say they could. He'll Suggest. Instead, Rada waiting up top just by rope, ends up trading one.
Anthem still on that big flank of his entire career. The rest of Gen.G trying to push up front.
trying to pull him into that spot where they can actually just bang through the box. They get a little bit of tap damage through. And in the corner, Goddead, good for the headshot. He's taken down. Ooh! Now it's all on Suggest, and it's not planted for him.
Oh no. Single move, that's it.
Oh, okay. Down to the wire, push to the brink. That will be King getting the defuse, building up that Viper's pit. It's Gen.G. Find a second round victory, but man, if they didn't have to work for it. I think that Goddead might have had his ult canceled. Yes, he did. That's unfortunate.
Kind of the thing for Gen.G to go in with, though. Start things off with a showstopper, maybe not really connecting, but it does buy enough time for the rest of the team to arrive on site. And when Gen.G are together in a retake like this, everyone on the same page,
they're gonna rush. They're saying, okay, enough of this nonsense. Let's try to get in on top of them. You've contained it, Rope, but none of them have taken it yet. They're actually just sitting here. They could wait for these nebulas to dissipate and potentially just counter-aggress right back into B main.
God, that's the angle.
Oh man, Anthem, what a reaction. Not enough to find that kill, but God, that's so very low.
You can see that every time there's a little bit of contact, though. Rada is always checking his spy cam up on the other side of spawn, considering maybe going for that rope push, but now just going through tunnel instead.
Work their way across. Completely cut noise. Yes, I mean, he's concerned that, you know, they have taken that rope. He's not worried or not even thinking about the prospect that they have all just gone down through the underpass. That bite, does it go past Goddead? Okay, well, manages to push out and find one, but now Suggest looking to replicate that, and he will. Meteor taking out Goddead, still alone in tower. And here comes the reveal to just add insult to injury.
Oh, Rolling Thunder,
drops down, tries to grab the gun. Doesn't manage to do so, gets himself back up top inside a tower. Anthem was stunned, and King swinging in at Gen, finds the kill. King, another, just taken out. Now the last two members contained over on this side. They get it to half. King, again, trying to hold the line. This time he falls, and Rada will be able to take them across the line. Wait, no, they held it. They held it. They held it.
They
actually held it, and that's me being stupid.
Nah, I'm with you. I'm stupid as well, but this is something that always makes me nervous watching DFM play these post-plant scenarios. They always evacuate the site, whether or not it's because of utility. They kind of give up so much space that they want to go in for these duels off the peak on the spike. It allows for Gen.G, similar to what we saw on the end of the last map, sticking the defuse all the way through.
Well, flat caster, but I mean, Radiant Suggest. Absolutely incredible. Nearly gets CS as well. And again, Shorty comes out, expecting him to be. He doesn't check right.
Teammates there to back up though. Okay, and everyone rotated over onto A.
Even Radiants make mistakes sometimes. Suggest it's okay.
It was just covered by smoke, Seth. You can't possibly have seen anything.
Yeah. Well, looks
Cut
a bit
noise
silly
again.
at the end of it. But again, I mean, look at this. They're just going to cut noise. They're going to see if Gen.G fans out back over towards B site.
I think it's more important for Goddead here to actually, his knife comes back up, might be able to gain information, and now they do.
Destroy it. Oh boy, okay. Fault line across to buy himself some time. Eco avoids taking damage. Flash goes out. Zen3 managing to find the kill. The lineup Goddead gets one, puts some extra damage in. Zen3 down to 50.
Welcome to my
As the
world.
pit comes up. Cage popped as well.
Whoa!
Kicks in a counter pit. Oh, this is bold. But the trap is there. Double traps. He can't push into this. He has to wait for them to go away. Trying to check, sees nothing above. The bites in front of him, clears up. So close to spamming down Rada. And suddenly, start wondering, was this a tad too much? Everybody else is outside of his pit. The decay damage not there, and Zenfree will spot him.
The barrel. An interesting attempt from Gen.G, but again, like we mentioned, that's just DFM style of approaching site hits. They make a little bit of contact and then they stop pumping the brakes. They just cut that noise. Gen.G had no idea.
It's just fantastic. A fantastic entry from Suggest. I think this is what the desk was talking about. Like, okay, they've got this Jet Sky. Is it just going to be these deep dive engages? And that's what we have been seeing. And he just keeps doing it. Suggest just looking to dip Meteor.
And he has been getting those diffs. On the other hand, it's just going to be Gen.G kind of peeking out, trying to find some duels, but not quite successfully. 2 players remaining, and I don't see how they can push out of these smokes.
Yeah. Is worth noting, Gen.G, their win versus RRQ on this map, the lion's share of their rounds picked up on the attacking side. It's an 8-4 half. Still, this is not a great indicator of what is to come in the second. As King will be able to get Anthem, put a little bit more damage in. Yep, grab the gun. Looks like he's going to try to play this and at least take some more out of their hands. But there's the bite. And now it becomes fairly hopeless. He's hammed. And Areta has 3, as DFM have 6. And they are looking fantastic.
Great for DFM. Gen.G looking really vulnerable, if anything. I mean, Suggest has been opening up a lot of these sites, of course, along with Anthem as well. It's the double controller on both sides, but I just want to draw a little bit of attention to TS because he's been pretty quiet as compared to last week's game against RRQ when he was landing a lot of Sheriff shots, making use of a lot of that Astra utility. This time around, it's situated up all across the site, but more on A, and it's not really doing all that much. This time, trying to go for a bit of control towards A main. I don't know if it's going to pay off. Takagi lurking.
Doing this lurk again. Meteor snaps on, finds the kill. Does take a bit of damage, and again, go towards Arcade, make contact with Goddead, rotate to the A site. And this is just going to have to end up being a retake, which is still a very scary position to be in for Gen.G. They're not going to have any idea where people will be positioned by the time this spike goes down. So even trying to engineer a really good Cosmic Divide could end up being rough.
Especially on the A side. And look at how much space Suggest has to work with. He hears all these footsteps. They are looking peek.
Oh, okay, he beeps a little bit. Areta finds 1. Does not lead to a kill. Now the Cosmic Divide comes in, just looking to cut off main. Knife cleared. The swing out, the spray down. Looking for it, and Anthem has got it!
Just up by this one spot. He crouches, left clicks, and lets it go.
Clean slate.
Gen.G funnel through into the Valley of Death and into the open jaws of Anthem. Zenfree, of course, from the back to support as well. I mean, that one Cosmic Divide was a bit of a good idea, but not when players from DFM are up that close, when they have that much information thanks to the contact from Suggest earlier on.
That's what I'm saying. They have no idea where he's going to be. I mean, look at the pop-off here. Zenfree out of his seat. For very good reason, because right now they are rinsing.
Oh, angry.
Gen.G. Meteor, close rocket. We'll go ahead and get a little bit of revenge for Anthem and his antics in the last round. Solid start, but weapon unrecoverable for the moment. Push out. Goddead tries to get the readjust, but doesn't get the kill. Just gets... Actually, I don't even know if this is his damage or the rocket's damage.
Has to be a rocket, but
yeah,
you never know. But this is what I'm saying. Gen.G needs more information, and that's what I like seeing from TS at the top of the mini-map right now. He calls out the other side clear. They know that it's more likely up around tree, maybe A main if anything, but this is where DFM are setting up camp.
Again, through the underpass they go. Meteor this time. Sad behind the box, but they're going to just walk across.
Are you sure?
They go to dish. They're going to do it again. They start running.
Other side of the map.
They should have heard this though.
Come on, TS.
TS, he needs to hold the line. I need a start. No, you need a miracle, my friend.
Oh!
Fight out. King tries to delay.
20 seconds. This delay is good.
It's working decently. The pop from God Dead as well. No command now running. Doesn't have line of sight though. Flash in. Eco gonna find one. King gonna be taken down to the side. The spike gets dropped. God Dead gets two. Suggest, however, still alive. Drops down. Only 4 bullets remaining. It doesn't matter. He was taken low, and Eco gets himself the final kill.
Last round
Gen.G went in with a chance now to try to turn this into a 7-5 half.
Risen from the grave with that Marshall. Where is that tissue maker? Here he is.
He's not been wearing it. That's why this has been closer, I suppose. He's not using the tissue.
Not yet.
It has to recharge, you know?
Yeah, you can't use it all the time.
Yeah.
But 4-7, Seth. We're closing towards the end of this first half. You want that 5-7 still. Like what we saw from the previous map, I believe that's one of the factors that brought Gen.G over to the edge. And now the timeout being called by DFM because they want that 8.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all. Got 2, might as well. Go ahead, use one right here at the end of this half. You'll get more time to talk during the halftime if this one doesn't go your way. To go ahead and establish a plan for how you're going to tackle the pistol.
With a Thrifty of all things that you just lost to, I mean, Meliphobia must be thinking that there might be some things about the post plant that they kind of need to fix, or some things about how they've been approaching the attacking side thus far, playing so safe, so slow. It seems like Gen.G are trying to catch up. They're trying to make some reads and being able to come in for the retake.
Paisa means launch. So I'm assuming
launch?
that I'm assuming that the meaning in this context would mean like take off or like go off King. So
let's go.
But I only know the literal translation of it.
That's the same with me in Mandarin, but
beacon down.
Go back into the game, and that's going to be same setup. A main map control again.
Hey, sometimes literal translations get you some legendary things. Literal translations what led to Unkillable Demon King for Faker. Suggest with the attacking off, finds one. Paint shells out. Dog will get the slow. And Suggest, okay, shot gonna go wide. Meteor given a second lease on life. Meanwhile, Inch is starting to come through. The flash goes out.
Oh.
And they're just still
sandwiched.
All corralled here, but the pressure, they are backing off on this. At least on the A side. Continues to re-swing out. Ends up falling. The heals are there, so the damage is undone.
Still getting curious about this, though.
Oh.
Get out of my way.
You saw it?
Oh, if he hadn't tapped the cam right in that moment, may have been able to make that work.
Fully aware that King's behind them. They're just going to head forward into the site itself. Meteor trying to get away.
I mean, King's got to try to push into an off, and yep, there you go. There's the result of that one. Suggest takes him down. Meteor trying to swing out. Suggest pulls the blades and kills him from behind. And now it's all on Eco. He will find one before getting taken down, and there you go. The timeout for DFM. Working a treat to get them the 8th round victory. Swapping sides now. Again, this is where the success. Mind you, sorry, I have Suggest on the mind as it turns out. The success was found widely for Gen.G versus RRQ. But with the way that DFM are playing, I don't know if we're going to see a similar performance or not.
Just chill, bro.
But that is how they're playing. It's so chill, Seth. Off the timeout, you would think maybe they go in with some sort of a set play, some sort of a different approach. Instead, they just go even slower. They just hide by attacker side spawn. Gen.G pushes out, and of course maybe Rita gets caught out with the spy cam, but then they just, all right, we know where they're coming from. There's only one way forward. Let's just keep pushing it.
Well, I'm just giving the vibes right now. The smiles that have been on the faces of the DFM players. Feels like they stole the power of friendship away from RRQ. They figured out how to harness
Stole it.
Yeah. At least they've very much refined it.
Yes.
Because yeah, the vibes have been chill. Everyone's having a good time on stage, and they're looking extremely clean. For the Gen.G fans watching, I will give you some additional hopium. They fell to Loud 4-8, starting on the defending side, and they were able to run the map into overtime from there by replicating an 8-4 half on their attack.
It's not impossible.
The other detail to that story is that they lost in overtime, but that's Loud. This is DFM. There's clearly a slight difference.
Well, two very different teams. DFM, with the way that they've been playing so far, is such a stark difference with how slow and how controlled they are.
Yeah.
Gen.G, I feel like, are kind of psyched out by this fact. But now that they're going to the attacking side, perhaps, just maybe, with Meteor and their set plays up onto the B side from last week, the way that he blast packs on towards B, with a lot of support from GodDead, they just might be able to turn things around.
Well, it all has to begin here for Gen.G. For Detonation, a pistol win effectively is going to get them up to 10 rounds, that much closer to extending this into a third and final map, Pearl.
Oh, so Jess, this guy has been popping off on pistol all day.
Yeah, I mean, it has widely been the Ghost. Ghost with a quick tap, but taking damage in response. The Swing King, he's trying to get on top of it, but Raid is everything covering fire. The setups, the protocols looking pretty decent here for the side of DFM, but it still ends up being traded in the end as Raid finds that, and the plant can come through.
And the split push works, but interestingly enough, Anthem actually, where is he going? Taking a long journey in for this retake. Meanwhile, his teammates just trying to bait out peeks, trying to peek out and find something, anything. Oh!
Eco, bound. Meteor gonna hold. Right click into a headshot. Either way, look damn cool, and GodDead's trying to throw the pop flash, but they turn away. Suggest gets the headshot, and DFM will take the pistol.
Looking really good. Again, at the hands of Suggest, of course, along with his teammates. That one little bait and switch push, peeking out, and then Reita to trade off of it. Something that surprised Gen.G. Of course, both teams still sitting on their timeouts, and I'm just wondering, is there something that Bile can say to them that will turn all of this around? They're actually forcing up, in fact. Stingers in hand and Sheriffs.
This is a very big gamble.
You're up, yeah, 4-9.
I mean, lose out here, that's DFM up to 11, barring a miracle. They have pulled off Thrifties before. Gonna go in, Raid looking to check back box. He jumps up over top, but it's straight into Takage, who of course has a judge. Meteor dead.
Hello.
Eco stuck in the trap wire. The bite now on the stairs. CS tries to push up, and Takage is just holding down the site. GodDead spotted, dead. Zenford finishes them off, and it's just King left. Trying to play out of tower. Identifies where Raid is at. Tags him up a bit, but cannot get the kill. And DFM will just take the anti-eco in quotations.
In quotations. Greetings. It's Takage with a judge. I mean, Gen.G, this was a little bit uncharacteristic of them, I think. Suddenly bursting onto site, banking on the fact that perhaps they will be able to catch DFM by surprise, but no. Those stingers don't work, and this gambit absolutely failed. Flopped. Barring 4-11, like you mentioned, I don't know if these Sheriffs from Gen.G are going to be able to do much.
And it's still a very heavy commitment. 1,000 on GodDead, 1,100 here on Meteor. Just they get crept up pretty far and closer to the site. Spike's not retrieved yet, so they're not necessarily committed to this position.
Poison's off.
That said, DFM aren't committed to all that much either. They're just peeking out from really, really safe spots on the map. Taka.J just backing off, still Judge. Still okay. Well, that's it.
Well, he gets flushed over into TS's line of sight, takes him down with a headshot.
That's good. They can get the spike plant now.
Yep, that's a trade. Now Eco does have that Judge to try to hold the site with. See what position he takes, but
Spike planted.
Girl Theft is out. Or no, sorry, that's not. I found you, meaning is the trap. Misread the voice line. It's getting late.
Still the retake potential. The Jess might just blow up. That, oh, TS's position.
I mean, what a turn away from that flash. TS now spotted, taking down front Gen. King on site finds one, looking for a little bit more. Get it though. And Eco flushed out of there. DFM get the defuse. They move up now to 11 rounds, 4 consecutive across both halves.
Sixth sense on these guys.
Remember to talk to each other out
Gen.G.
there. We communicate.
Really, really upset Coach Bile now.
Yeah, this timeout has to do miracles.
I mean, yeah, 7-round differential. You're going to have to climb so much. But I will say, it was kind of impressive how they actually managed to flush Taka.J out of tower.
Yeah. Oh, that was great.
It's one little thing.
The rest of the...
Yep. It's like that
not
coffee
so
pasta.
good, as it turns out for Gen.G.
Fantastic team. They just got to work on their aim, their map control, their crosshair placement.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
Very different. Struggling to adapt, and a lot of these were thanks to DFM's attacking side. It has to be said. I mean, that incredibly slow pace just kind of made Gen.G so uncomfortable, and I've never seen this before.
No, we have not. I mean, granted, it has been, you know, limited exposure, but what we have seen thus far has looked great. Pushing loud, taking them to overtime on this very map. Besting RRQ and looking so very clean while they did it. A big part of that, the thing that we praised over and over again, was the setups for Meteor to excel. Making sure that he was flashed in, that he was, you know, had a covering fire so that he could just go in and thrive. I mean, we kind of likened him to, you know, the optic setup with Ye and how they enabled him to just go ahead and pop off. We are not seeing that in this map.
Now, one difference of that might be the fact that Gen.G started off attack last week. This time around, starting out on defense, not the best look for them. I was hoping that they would do better on this side. They have the guns now, finally. Hopefully they can turn things around, starting with this round. A bit of a split map presence, bit on B, bit on A. But again, look at how disciplined DFM are being. So much sounds, but they're not moving at all. I think Taka.J, again, still on the Judge, dude.
Oh, yeah. I mean, why get rid of it? It's been working a treat. Spike is still back over towards spawn. They have to know that Suggest is likely piloting this op. They will just go ahead and start drifting over towards the heavier stack site. They just haven't been able to really garner any information whatsoever.
They don't know that the knob is in his hands either.
30 seconds left.
A bit of a peek, and that could be...
Whoa. Oh, he's so close.
Come on!
And it's just enough. God, that trying to get around that corner. Be able to get the knife safely out into the site. Can't make it happen.
Ooh.
Push from Reyna. He's actually just going to go ahead.
Oh!
He invests the ult, and he gets the headshot on the Eco. What a play from Reyna. What a round from DFM. And this map is over. We are not done yet.
Might as well be. I don't see how you could do much given your current economy and that masterful Cypher cage play. The setup from Suggest, everything along with it, the Guardian, the Neural Theft. And then Taka.J just absolutely disgusting.
Well, the vibes in the DFM camp continue to just be wonderful.
Just chill, bro.
If you're just now tuning in, I can only assume that this is like when Donald Glover ran into the apartment with some pizza and Community. Everything's on fire. As Goddead is just getting shoved. A nice shot. Gets blinded. Covering fire from TS is good.
Okay.
And now they'll start pushing in towards A. The rotation's coming in from Rada. Reinforce his position, suggests says, okay, I'll wait here until the plant comes in. Do they read that somebody is above? So far, the answer is no. Anthem, he does it again to put them in the dirt. 13-4, a dominant map of Fracture from DFM taking down Gen.G on their map pick. The trend continues. Map 3 is going to be coming up, and that is going to be Pearl.
This is the darkest timeline for Gen.G. But Anthem, just a single choke point turned into a choke hold with his spray. And once more with how DFM have been shaping up thus far. Last week maybe struggling a little bit against Giants Paper X, but now against Giants Gen.G, like you mentioned before, this is kind of how they've managed to study up. Because Gen.G are playing the exact same maps, DFM have a different approach to it, and it just makes Gen.G so uncomfortable.
Well, well, well. This is certainly going to mix up the power balance in the region. We'll see, obviously, what happens at the end, because we do have that final map yet to be played out. But, I mean, the desk was touching on it. Let's be perfectly honest. If you were to tell any of us, probably any viewer out there, that Detonation we're going to slaughter Gen.G on Fracture once Pacific kicked off, no one would believe you.
Yeah, I mean, everyone voted for Gen.G. We all thought, based off their performance from last week, the Meteor Strike sets up from Goddead, King up on his throne, up on his palace. It's just all got thrown away because of DFM's new style, this new approach, how careful they're being, and it looks good.
Yeah, it looks incredibly clean from DFM, but that is the first hurdle. There's another one coming up. They take away Gen.G's map pick. Can they finish the job? We had that reverse sweep earlier, coming out from Team Secret, losing on map 1, bouncing back. Detonation are on the same path. It's about whether or not they can finish the journey.
That's true. So we're going to have to throw it to a break, and our desk is going to set up for it. And we'll see what happens after this. Don't go away.
Don't go anywhere. Flicks head.
Oh, they're going to
Bulls run out of bullets. Target's low. Playing on the edge. Spot. Now we're with him. They need to get broken out and it up. Spotted one. Now the defensive smokes. Half of the spike. There's the Molotov ghosted. An extra kill for him. That his chin grows wider. Good. He'll suggest. Instead, Rada winning in that roll. Not worried or suggest that he replicate that. And Anthem was stunned again. Trying to hold the line. This time he falls. Void's taking damage. Flash goes.
on the other. He lurking.
Doing this lurk again. Oh. Okay, he peeks right out. Looking for it, and Anthem has got it. Oh, you need a miracle, my friend. Set up the protocol. Hold, come over top, but right now on the stairs, he has tried that. Tagged him up a bit spot and take it down front to the side. Can't make it happen. Ooh, punch from Rada. Nexion's gonna go ahead. Oh!
Hello, hello, welcome back. We just completed game 2. In a way that we did not expect it to end.
And we're still here,
Yeah.
which is not what we expected.
No, we didn't. As Quack mentioned, we all the talents had a certain prediction, and DFM is saying, no, not today. They're here to prove us wrong. And let's break that down. They played so well. Every single one of their players, they were really coordinated all throughout Fracture.
Yeah, I love that you pointed that out because everyone was fragging out, right? I mean, we had a couple great multi-kills coming in from Anthem. We saw it in the highlight reel, and then Rado was really popping off, kind of reminding us that he used to be a great aimer as well, even before joining this roster lineup. And then Suggest popping off. I mean, everyone was doing their role. And also, the comp they brought in, it's clear that they studied the tape of Gen.G and their tendency, and they built a composition that combats that.
Yeah, and it's a lot of comfort roles for a lot of these players. I mean, they didn't have to change too many agents from Lotus over to here, so not only is it kind of an unusual comp for Fracture, but these are agents that they've been practicing with, playing with a lot. And, I mean, what else can you say about Suggest other than he was absolutely just going nuclear? I mean, this Suggest is the best we've seen of him. And you were talking about this in the back that we knew he was good on U-turn, right? Like, we've seen this, but this is the best we've ever seen him. This is the most consistent we've ever seen him.
Yeah, and the operator play as well, right? Because he used to not be the main operator back when he was on U-turn. Of course, he's picked that up once he went to Japan, but we never really got to see it consistently, especially on a stage as big as this. And now he's proving I'm here to stay, and I want to actually combat, I want to fight for this title of best duelist here in VCT Pacific.
Ooh, that's a big claim. That's a really big claim.
Those were my words, so don't go saying this to Suggest. I'm just saying I think he's putting up numbers to fight for
he's
that.
He's out-Koreaning Jet Meteor right now. Like, think about that. Like, this is Meteor, maybe the player we thought might be, there's that title of the Korean Jet. We have so many in this region. Suggest right now is out, even though Meteor didn't play Jet, right, this particular map, but right now Suggest looks like he may be the better
Well, though,
Jet.
the OG Korean Jet is on that squad of DFM, so maybe Suggest
true.
getting lessons from
That's true. That's
Who knows?
true.
It's possible. It's possible.
Soldam in their back pocket.
Yes.
And I'm actually wondering if we're going to see a bit of Soldam today in the third map.
Good.
There is one more. Another player I want to highlight is Anthem. Anthem was playing on Sky, and I really noticed Anthem, especially the last round of the first half, and we just noticed, I think it was 4K, and he did it repeatedly.
Yes.
It was really impressive. And generally, his Sky plays, his util usage was very interesting, and you made a very interesting observation about his Skies versus using, his flashes versus his dogs.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it as well. So they continue to condition them to think that the Trailblazer means that they're entering. We also saw that the Brimstone smokes were used from Zemfree as well. And when we were watching this round 5, I actually had a question of, okay, if you're using your Brimstone smokes on top of your toxic screen, how do you plan to rotate? Well, lo and behold, not only do they get the Seekers, they have that calculate, of course, Suggest gets a quick kill, but then they're going to use one Brimstone Smoke and then the Cyber Cages to help cover the angle so Suggest can go deep. And we actually talked about this backstage, and that if you count the Jet, you actually have 4 smokes on this team. And that's what you needed against a team like Gen.G, where if you have an agent like Brimstone, we often think, okay, wherever Brimstone uses his smokes, that's where they have to execute because you don't get them back. But now you have Cyber Cages to cover a couple closer angles, you have the Cloud Burst to cover a couple closer angles. You can actually exec a site with only 1 Brimstone smoke, which is an impressive composition coming out from DFM.
Yeah, and to add on to that real quick, that those smokes also make it a lot harder for that double initiator flash to have impact, because you've got so much map control, you've got so much smoke control. The Breach and the KO can't find nearly as much value with those flashes as you usually would.
Yep, their team comp, as you're saying, every single player knew exactly how to use their agent, and they were just so perfectly coordinated throughout Fracture. That was just well played. Clinton, you also pointed out something interesting about them just playing with their mental, baiting out the other team's utility.
Yeah, their confidence is flying high, but here in round 6, this is particularly great. So they've been hitting B Tower a bit, where GodDead had been defending. Well, the other thing we want to talk about is the Sky Flashes are being used to check for long-distance info. That's mostly what it used for. It wasn't to set up the Jet like we maybe hypothesized on the desk previously, but they put contact towards B Tower. You're going to see them rotate over here. This forces out a ton of utility from GodDead, and then another Trailblazer, because they've been using that to set up their hits. Well, this time it's all a fake. They go over to A. Even though they don't end up winning this round, this is a great call. This is a great shot call off of the utility and the conditioning that they had been setting up towards the side of Gen.G. So, yes, it falls apart here towards the end where Gen.G has a really good retake, but this was few and far between in terms of good rounds for Gen.G on this map.
Yeah, I love that you pointed that out, that even if you lose a round, the plant, right, the entry into the site was actually as clean as you could have hoped for. And the fact that they're trying to play these mind games, right, not just saying, well, this is our strat pick, we have to stick by this, but saying, okay, well, I think we've conditioned them enough. Let's try to adapt this and see how else Gen.G responds. And that's the interesting part. I think probably Gen.G expected the same thing of, okay, you have one flash on the sky. Surely you use that to set up the jet. No, it's just for info, and then the Trailblazer leads the way, and the maneuvering was very good where he's able to check other angles, and then Jet follows immediately with a dash to pick off the kill.
Let's talk about the other side now. So Gen.G had a hard time on the attack side. What was stopping them from getting onto that side, getting that plant down, and holding it?
Well, I mean, there were definitely a couple rounds, first of all, where Taka-J had some good close angles with the Viper, right? And also understanding that, listen, you have the snake bite and then a judge. That's all you ever need on some of these close angles. On top of that, the tripwires as well. Sure, Meteor was able to try to jump over some of those, but they weren't clearing them in time. And so DFM could still say, okay, just take out Meteor. That's all we need to do, and then they can't entry. And we saw that time and time again. And how did they combat it? Again, close angles, where Meteor, that's actually not his strongest point. He's all about kind of the long-range rifling. I would say the other thing is DFM, the casters touched on it, they studied the tape.
Yeah.
Gen.G's tendencies, they kind of just followed and hoped that they could play textbook Gen.G. Doesn't work out.
Yeah, Quack made a really good point. Gen.G is playing at least 2 of the same maps that they played last week. And as you said, they were uncomfortable. And I think even though they found success last time, DFM did their homework and looked into it. Rada's Cypher I found particularly impressive too, and how he danced in and out of those cages.
Yep. No, Rada played great. I mean, I think this was an active Cypher like we were talking about we wanted to see. Sometimes, yes, he would kind of play off that contact, and like the utility wouldn't always get cleared properly, if at all, sometimes, because Meteor would be going over it. He's waiting around the corners. Yes, not closing that map off on the Fracture. It reminds me a little bit of how like DRX plays certain maps where they just want to completely isolate parts of the map and make you fight inside of their close range territory, and that worked really well for them. But I mean, I think like just in general, that for Gen.G, this comp that they've kind of switched to, they used to play something pretty different here with, like I was talking about, TS on the Brimstone. They play for these deep post plays. I thought that would actually work it a lot better. And yes, well done indeed. The chef's suggestion here. Yeah, that's right.
Serving up the chef's suggestion. I mean, listen, Suggest is popping off. I will say, it does suit him. It's a good look, right? The whole chef's outfit.
Could be a chef.
Actually, that is pretty good. Yeah.
It does suit him.
Pull it off. Yeah.
I would eat his food.
Yeah, you have some faith that it's going to be a good dish. Well,
some cream barbecue.
Yeah, so far it's been very solid. I mean, look at these numbers. Who wouldn't want 47% for first bloods? He's racking up half of the first bloods for his team, which means you're doing way more than you would ever hope for any entry player.
Well, and the confidence that this builds for the rest of the team is crazy. I mean, you're seeing, your duelist be able to just get in there time and time again and win these fights, be able to predict angles. Another thing that we saw here from Suggest on both maps is times where Gen.G was trying to hide in positions like God did on B on Lotus, here on the A site where people are hiding behind walls and stuff, and he pre-fires it, or he uses his ult like we saw against God dead on B side on Lotus. He's done his homework. He knows where Gen.G wants to be setting up, and this is going back to the point we were making earlier, right? That Gen.G is red right now. So going into Pearl, this is going to be interesting. A map that DFM struggled on greatly the last time they played it, whereas we saw it at lock-in for Gen.G against Loud. It went okay,
they
actually.
Put up a good fight.
Yeah.
And a big part of that was King. King was anchoring very well over on B side with that Viper. He was playing solidly in and out of his own utility, right? Just single-handedly trying to hold off the powerful Loud that was trying to attack against him. So the tape is a bit dated. We'll see, first of all, if there's a composition change, agent changes here from Gen.G. Probably not any agent changes from DFM, but I'm curious to see how they change things up, because you asked that question earlier of why couldn't Gen.G attack on Fracture? The other thing is, again, they used to rely a bit heavily on those body checks around corners, and I mean, we just talked about it. Suggest and the other members of DFM, they're prepared for these.
And now we are readying up for the last and final map for tonight on Pearl. I'm keen to see. Okay, so we're seeing no roster changes here, and DFM, we're looking real happy.
Sylvan's actually back in.
Oh,
like
yes, you're good catch.
Well, it says Sylvan, but is it him? No,
Well,
it is.
I am curious, though, because when they were playing at Lock-In, first of all, of course, Sylvan and Gonda were not part of the roster back then. It was Secret playing the KO and then Eco on that Sky. Now, they used to play that double flash. So far, we've seen Sylvan on that Fade. He's been playing the heavy info, Initiator. Do we see him continuing? That Fade has been a common pick here for different teams.
Do we maybe see the double controller here from Gen.G? Do we see the Viper Harbor?
We could. I mean, they played Astra Viper back at Lock-In. So
That could be too, yeah.
Yeah, but the Harbor could come into play. I mean, again, they have many choices now with Sylvan in. They could have TS shift to something like a Sova, which he's played a lot in the past. I'm just simply curious, how much time did you actually have to change this composition here? Or are we going to see Sylvan and Gonda just slot into the same agents of KO and Sky?
Really curious. On the other side, DFM, when they played this against Paper X, they tried the Harbor Viper stuff, and it did not go good. It did not look great. I mean, Suggest still looked pretty good, but the rest of it, there was a lot to be worked on from the side of DFM, so let's see if they're going to stick with that. The first up, yeah, okay. So it looks like it is going to be the same from DFM.
You got to imagine, yeah.
Yeah, Sylvan is going to be on the Sky, so he's sticking to the initiators that we've seen him, since he's moved over to Gen.G. He's sticking with that role.
Yeah, and again, I mean, when you have, the Sky and the KO, both of them can still fish for a solid amount of intel, so it's not a huge change in terms of style and his role on the team. The Guiding Light, of course, also continuing to refresh on that cooldown. So even though it is a flash, we saw how DFM used it previously on Fracture, so Sylvan can do the same thing of just fishing for info and then helping push out, especially, helping maybe plant Meteor, far out, even on the defensive side, so they can eliminate part of the map.
Well, I'm really curious about this. I mean, the Killjoy here is going to be kind of the big shift for, I guess, in a way. Like, compared to what we've seen, Raid has been playing really good with the Cypher. Now over to the Killjoy, but a lot of space control to be found on the back of that. Are they going to be able to kind of keep GodDead in check, who looked great? Now with the kind of tandem that we saw work really well with Gen.G in their first match with Sylvan and GodDead on the Initiators, like, is that going to be able to be handled as well with slightly less smokes with this comp, I guess you could say. It is in some ways kind of similar because there's so much with that Harbor compared to, like a Cypher and a Jet. Well, there's still a Jet, but like with the Cypher, and it's back.
The tissue's back. He realizes back up against the wall they don't want to lose this match. GodDead says it's time to focus, and they're going to need it. And one last thing before we jump in, with the lack of the Killjoy here for Gen.G, I'm curious, what's their answer to controlling mid of Pearl, right? You don't have that Killjoy utility to get free information, so very curious on their interpretation of that as well.
DFM is looking happy, relaxed, ready to go. Is he eating? They're chill. They're so chill right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's also great to just see Zenfree. He's always so eager to hype up the team.
This is great. I mean, that tissue looked more like a backup piece of paper. I hope it'll serve him well still. With that, we are going into the final game of an exciting, long evening of 2 matches. Let's go over to the casters, Achilleos and Quack. Take it away.
Alrighty, here we go. Down to the wire. A final map here at the end of the night. A 6-game series evening for us as it's about to become midnight here in South Korea. So, here we go. Everything to play for both these teams. DFM, they managed to get their first ever map win there on Fracture in dominant fashion. Can they double down and get their first series victory against a team that has been looking like, within the top 3 in the region? Because that would be monstrous.
They didn't do so well against Paper X last week. I will say that DFM 5-13 against those guys, and I think Zenfree was lacking a little bit as the Harbor. Util wasn't anything really impressive, and neither were the frags. I liked him a lot more on the Brimstone, on the Omen, but this one, I'm curious to see how they will evolve. Meanwhile, Gen.G, kind of like Will was talking about, same comps, same thing that they played against Loud.
Yes.
One thing is, that Sentinel info utility isn't quite there. So on the defensive side they're starting on, it's going to be a little bit troubling.
Okay. Catching everybody with a flash, but clearly DFM completely undeterred. Meteor out in the open, gonna find that first blood. Takashe gonna be taken down. He re-aggresses for more. We'll find Anthem. TS also gets involved and finds another. 3v2 with Suggest and Rada left alive, spamming in, trying to find a stray kill. Doesn't happen though. Look at King. Pushed all the way up through B main, lurking behind. Waiting to see if they're going to rotate back out. Well, A site has been abandoned. It's a good read here from Gen.G because DFM, they are not going for it.
If DFM goes to mid, that's where TS and Meteor will catch them. If DFM go back towards B, that's where King will catch them. It's a big problem unless they can actually find King as they push on over.
It is just a classic, but it's a couple taps and King will go ahead and net Gen.G their second pistol round of this series. Score now being 3-2. One of the other things that I did want to touch on is that for Gen.G, Sylvan obviously back in, steps in for Ecos, playing the Sky. This is his debut on Sky. Show match, VCT, doesn't matter, never played it. So we'll keep our eyes on him and see how he's performing as far as the his utility decision making is concerned. But always exciting to see somebody bringing out something new that they have not played on stage before.
So far, it does look to be pretty handy. Already 1 assist on the board. Then again, finding fire back in towards the A main. DFM are going back to their old methods, cutting noise, rotating back, just playing off of Anthem's utility, off of Anthem's info gathering. Now back towards mid too. They know they don't have the gun, so they're just trying to be very careful about this. Maybe if a stray player from Gen.G will run into them, they might be able to take him down with the entire gang's firepower.
Pop flash in the corner. Not seeing anything. Goddead answers with one of his own. Sprays through. Will drop the spike briefly as Sentry falls, but Anthem finds the kill. Gun recovered.
Toxin screen down.
Now they work their way here onto the site. Takaj up here at the top of B main. TS hides within the smoke, pops out, finds Suggest. Spike is down, and suddenly is only Takaj left. Gets the headshot across, but Meteor will arrive, saves TS's life. Spectre picked up. That's going to be, I believe all of the weapons recovered now as Gen.G start things off nicely with the 2-0.
Not too much damage sustained either. So they are kind of okay for this one. I really like what TS did hiding inside of that nebula. But on the other hand as well, it's just a lot of Gen.G not having that firepower. They managed to overwhelm Connector, B-Link, and that was good.
Yep. Here's the other thing. This map, this is where you can separate a good team from a great team. DFM looking excellent, but it's really all about who is going to be able to persevere through this because obviously very long evening. The teams arrived hours ago. Watch the first set. We're chomping at the bit, ready to play. Whoever can continue through this and perform well, that's the making of a great team. We've seen it time and time again where teams just don't have the endurance for a long set. They fall apart by the end. Meteor, oh, what a peek on the corner.
Headshot too.
Yeah, just instantly taking them down. They don't even want to risk trying to recover the gun though, so they will leave it where it's at.
Issue is in Goddead's nose after all. DFM now. I don't know. Do you think they're running out of steam, Seth? I
think it's too early to say.
Yeah.
We got to give it a couple rounds more.
They're still playing to that same pace. They are actually in a pretty good position. They might be able to route their way back through to B.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G, while having the correct call last round, this one, they are a little bit more befuddled, shifting back towards A. Goddead's going to start peeking towards B, but really not seeing anything. Tide's now rising over on the B site. Meteor, likely hearing that dash and a little bit late. Now just going to try to spam down that
Spike planted.
But is cognizant about that potential flank from behind, but the timing off, but it doesn't matter! He was already at half HP. What a scoping from him.
I can't believe
One suppressed.
how good he is with that Marshall.
Oh, that's just absolutely nuts.
He goes in to pick up the weapon.
Tagged up by Anthem, counter swings back through. However, Sentry able to find 2, Suggest getting another. Does even things up, and given the Meteor's at 7 HP, the spike is planted a bit more likely for DFM to be able to close out this round, albeit in a costly fashion. That being said, Meteor finds one, but it's got to get onto the spike right now. Holds for it. Would love to take the gun away, but it's going to be Suggest getting him in the end, but I think he knows it. Things are over, so nothing retained. That's about as good as it can get without winning the round for Gen.G.
Not this one, not this time. You won't be able to stick the defuse, but a lot of damage dealt to DFM's economy. I mean, look at these quick scopes.
That is just nasty stuff. Zenfree as well. Quickly snapping on to find those kills and help bring him this win.
Still a pivotal position, just holding up by the pillar. And that's something that we have yet to see DFM solve. Perhaps just a simple rush will do the trick, but Meteor is now on an operator. He's on the A side, though.
Yeah, on and off, but on the opposite side of the world. Yes, just looking to throw up that Nebula. We get the suppressor. Oh, Goddead! He runs in right behind Takache and ends up getting gunned down. Yes, finding one. And this is a fairly unorthodox plant spot. I'm curious to see what the post plant looks like for them. They're just going to send a Reckoning straight in at Gen.G. Try to zone them away as best as possible. Meteor just having to dodge out on these stun fields. Getting line of sight here. It proved to be difficult. King finding one, but Suggest comes in off the flank. Meteor dropping down right in front of Rada. He holds it to half. Another smoke. Goes in. There's the rush. Meteor does draw out the shorty fast enough to get that kill, but Zenfree picks up 3. Getting 2 more charges towards the next Reckoning, tying it up and taking the op out of their hands.
Good utility just to push and add a little bit of pressure to Gen.G. But of course, Zenfree as well with the sharp skills, the sharp shooting this time around, doing a lot better than before.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Zenfree is looking fired up now.
Gonna close this out tonight.
I mean, it's been the Suggest show for the first 2 maps overall. The desk was highlighting his performance and massive first kill percentage. When you translate that out to raw numbers, he was 8-1, which is just insanity.
And like the desk pointed out too, look at how they start off the hit.
Well, a good shutdown.
Oh!
A great shutdown, Sylvan. Still clean with the Sheriff, looks for another, but runs out of bullets. 20 HP. The flank comes in from Anthem. We get the nice read that King is going to be there in dugout. Turret now cleared. Seekers have to be dealt with, which they will. Now Meteor can focus on trying to get something done here with these blades.
Spike planted.
Jumps out, nothing spotted. Everybody playing towards the back site. 0 point, will suppress 2.
Player standing.
Now it's all on Meteor. First knives whiffing. Rada finds 3. And DFM will also get a 3rd round win.
That's right. Back to their careful approach. Starting things off with maybe some toxic screens just to apply that extra pressure, but when you have Anthem here to back you up, sending out those guiding lights, sending out those trailblazers, it's so much easier for Suggest to break into sight. That was an amazing Sheriff play coming in from Gen.G, but DFM just continued to press forward.
Not backing down. And they've had the wind in their sails after the win on Fracture. And they are looking to carry that momentum. Again, just the flashes coming out. Ooh. Sylvan caught Meteor. He's got that get out of jail free card, but Sylvan does not. A fantastic punish right off the rip. Granted, they still do have Goddead for follow-up flashes, but does significantly weaken their position. Look at this. Are they going to try to sell a fake, or is this going to be a wrap in through? Well, it doesn't matter anymore. But never mind. Meteor, I think he's had enough.
And all that time, I mean, it's a fast push back over to Connector, and Goddead instantly dismisses 2 players. Big value for Gen.G now. Oh, and TS with the lurk too.
Fantastically done. Claiming Takache, Zenfree now in a 1v3. 2 kills give him a reckoning.
I don't know how much that can do in this 1-on-3.
Would be a 1-on-1 after that. But, ooh. Skirts away. Void's getting damaged. Nebula popped. Meteor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just waiting it out. A nice bait.
Aw, at least.
And eventually he's going to have to try to push this. He falls into the trap. Gen.G, they find some stability and they tie it up once more.
A little bit tougher But Gen.G having that contact up towards A main, giving them that much value as the rotations come through. They heard all of it. DFM going a little bit faster now, makes them seem almost a little bit anxious, a little bit eager. Not so careful as before.
Let's see. All right, DFM not happy with the tied up score. Meliphobia will go ahead and call the timeout.
3-3 too. Wanting to keep that lead, keep that momentum. They've been doing a little bit better with their A hits, playing carefully off of Anthem's utility, but once that's gone, you can start to see that there are some tiny little cracks. They don't have the same smokes that they did before. In fact, it's just a Viper Harbor combo that Gen.G are pretty much used to.
The dedicated fans sticking through with us here as we go to 12-12. Wanting to see this win come to fruition for the side of Gen.G. The opposite side of the arena, though, we do have some Detonation fans as well, holding out hope that this is the first match victory for them.
Potentially, that would be a good look for this time around. 3 ultimates on the side of Gen.G. Incredibly useful for retakes.
Careful here.
Everyone widely just playing off the B site. Double stack in that mid link. Now, King swapping back around. He does have the pit. Does he just want to drop it? Should be hearing some footsteps, but seems like no. He's going to back away, get himself up onto the high ground in heaven. I'll suggest looks to take perhaps Hall control. In fact, he's going to go on a bit of an aggressive push.
Further in, wants to find King. Might get found instead.
I suggest you move.
Down to 15 HP off of that. They do have this crossfire setup. Cloudburst comes in. They get spotted. King finds both. Oh. The bite looking to bounce that in. Doesn't go deep enough. King does get hurt, but now the Seekers come flying. They do end up getting cleaned up. TS now dead. J watching around the back. But Scott dead on the floor.
Last player standing.
He just pushes through, finds it. Zenfree now having to be the one, but King is watching from above, and he just has no real way of denying this defuse. God, that'll bleed out, so they'll find that extra kill in the end. Not going to be recoverable, but Gen.G will be able to push through and take the lead.
Tiny adjustment, right, on this post-plant scenario. Gen.G, they just pulled back. I don't know what it is, but it almost looks as if DFM are getting a little bit over-eager as an entire team. Continuing to push deeper into spawn off of getting the spike plant. It's just an easy setup for King to call for his teammates to come in and set up that crossfire. And once they had the numbers advantage, it added so much more. And again, the ultimates, King still has his Viper's Pit.
Put the flash and dash in. Nothing to be found other than a turret. Everybody else now from DFM getting routed into mid. Rada sticking around, throws down that alarm bot, but it does get spotted, so Meteor knows that he's close. They're on the hunt. Goddead and TS both in tow.
Flash
Blocking sight.
I think
rushing
Rada hearing the footsteps.
Oh, and Rada will win that out. He gets the second kill as well. He barely takes a lick of damage. What in the hell is that?
Just an off angle and a stinger. 1,100 credit weapon against these two players. Might not know that there's a third.
It should cost 3,000. It's busted. It should be just a little bit less expensive than a little bit cheaper, I should say, than an Odin.
I like it more than a Spectre though, but here it comes. Spike plant, Viper's Pit up, coming in from Takej.
Spike planted.
Oh, okay. Well, this time he runs out of bullets.
Yeah.
Still, just does so much damage to Sylvan though. Puts him in yet a still very precarious position. Push out, the stun connects. Goddead able to play off the back of it. Got a backside.
Viper.
King pushing forward, finds one. Spams in narrowly, misses connecting on to Suggest. He's gonna be on his right side. He tries to get the flick across, but Suggest also finds Goddead. And Sylvan now melted down to 1 HP, gets spotted. And DFM, just like that, will turn it back around to 4-4.
It all happens at the end. maybe at the start because of a stinger, but at the same time, the way that they actually managed to safely push all the way past Art, allow them to set up for this deep, deep site plant, along with the Viper's Pit, the positional advantage you get off of that is coming at the hands, it comes to fruition at the hands of Suggest. The way he's able to duck over to the right side and kind of throw off the crosshairs. And the next one, a little bit, not quite the flash and dash that we saw before.
Yeah. Just to scout out. Dog as well, going to be taken down.
Oh, the mid presence from Gen.G though.
Can be brutal, but this alarm bot about to be triggered. So now they know that there's that lurk coming in from behind, which does effectively make them feel trapped unless they want to fight their way out from behind, because they don't know.
They might just push
how many
forward.
people are there. So yeah, it seems like they're going to just choose to go in. As does Meteor, but the shot's going to go wide. Swaps under the shorty. But here's Suggest around the corner. Meteor swings out, finds that kill to trade it back, but Anthem trades up. Cove broken. Fragment invested, but it's only going to get a single tick of damage down on the Zenfree. Rada off just right in front, managing to find two, just getting them both in the face through the corner of the wall. And TS, he's got to go his separate ways. DFM will retake the lead once again, now 5-4 once the spike explodes.
I have to say, I love that team procedure. Standard operating procedure from DFM to leave one player at least behind to lurk or just to hold off the opposite angle. The rest of them continue to push up front to get the spike planted, but here is Reyta up over by A main. Anyone who peeks out of Art will instantly get met by his Phantom. Scored a 5 and 4. TS holding on to his weapon. The rest of his team might not be able to buy up. Here we'll have the Blades and King still with the Viper's Pit, but
careful.
This is where it starts to get really, really dicey. DFM just might be able to find a big lead on this one.
You know what I could go for right now, Quack?
What's up?
Cold, refreshing Red Bull.
Cracked open. Oh, listen, let's hear some ASMR.
This is how I get through these late evenings. Hashtag ad.
I wonder if the players can do that too. You know what? They've got Valorant to bring them through that.
That's true. Something tells me they're not lacking too much energy here. Big suppress out from Goddead. Does catch on a 4. It certainly slows the advances now. As Meteor again trying to go on the push. Find the damage he's looking for. Double updraft over the top. Just for targets. Neither connecting, and now the lockdown to flush them out of the site. There's a tiny pocket in back hall, but here's the arrival from behind. Spike now down. They can't swing out as wide as they would like. Seekers will come through, but quickly are dealt with. Flash out, Anthem turned away. It's back over, the poison orb comes up. Doesn't get caught by that flash.
Still hiding in this one little cubby though. He's got so much utility, but not quite presence to use it.
As the flash is now gone. Dog coming out. TS gets in front of it. Does manage to find that kill. The spike getting faster and faster.
Wow.
Pit being infested. TS finding a third before going down, but it doesn't matter. They continue to clean him up.
Very
6
impressive.
rounds now locked in for DFM.
I just love how DFM are playing off of sound on this. Sure enough, we're seeing the scoreboard. It is the duel between the Jets, and the Des was talking about it. Will we see Suggest out Korean Jet, the Korean Jet? It's kind of happening almost. Meteor still sitting on that 13. But into these plays, and we're seeing how DFM really plays for these post plants, going so far in. When they can know that they can do it, when Gen.G are actually setting up a bit of a flank, they have that space, they have those positions, and all they gotta do is to peek out at the right times. And the moment they heard that Viper's Pit being deployed, they went in for it.
Timeout here from Gen.G. While trying to right the ship and run this back to a 6-6 to end the half. But it's just disjointed, clearly things not coming together. It's just been breaking down steadily ever since that Lotus win.
It's a wider map, longer distances traveled, and when DFM has that many procedures, when DFM are able to find bits of success, whether it's on the A side or on B, again, they have that many lurks, they have that much presence because they leave one player behind. Earlier on, it was Reyta up over by A-Main. This time around, we saw Anthem up over by the cubby, by the pillar, and Gen.G just kind of stuck dealing with that one thorn in their sides.
Flash coming out, just stopping any big aggression. Spam through into art. That's something that we see every day.
Good work. Would be better with a fade, but it's just what they have. Sky getting a little bit more info. The rounds where Gen.G did well was when they actually contested for control onto certain spots of the map, like A-Main, but now it almost feels like DFM are fully aware of it, so Gen.G want to respect that. They don't want to aggressively contest without getting that much information. And that's why we see Meteor actually playing further back this time, onto the B site.
I mean, just given the punishes that he's received, not very shocking at all. King now reading that this is going to be the push coming through, and oh, it's Sylvan taking Suggest down before his feet can hit the floor. Instead, it's just going to be his corpse. Fight over the wall. King take it down, push it to back. Taki, clean shot from him. Just finds Sylvan. Meteor able to reply. Tries to draw down. It's okay. Meteor going to die to Goddead's fragment. Certainly not what you want to see. As well, this is a 2v2. The health advantage very much here for the side of DFM. Flash is still available. Do they expect him to be this far forward? They very much should, but now they know it's a rude awakening. TS finding one. Can he clutch it out? He's going to try to hold it to half. And Zenfree reads this, but TS gets off the defuse fast enough to get the headshot and will deliver a 5th round win to Gen.G. Trying to claw their way back, but it's one weapon saved, and the economy from Gen.G is completely in the dumps.
That's going to be very troubling for the last round of that first half.
Oh my God.
A good reaction.
I mean, it was, they both ended up getting damage across onto him, but that's still just nasty.
Well received. On the other hand, though, I mean, this is such a tiny thing of being able to sense out that timing, just sticking it long enough and then knowing when to get off as Zenfree peeks out. They might not have the best guns, but they will have some ultimates to work with. Goddead's especially, I think, will be crucial. Have to find the right place to use it. Odin spam, not netting much.
Not at all.
Does kind of...
Oh, man, look at this. The double push out, blind peek. Takage is perfectly ready for it. ADS and all.
It's incredible. Effectively split up the team into 2 squads. Takage along with Reyta just to gain additional bits of information. They think.
But look at this. They've cut sound for so long. They say, okay, they've probably all rotated over to the A site by now. Screw it, let's walk B. Reckoning to try to fake.
Oh no.
Wall
Seekers
getting sent up as well, and yeah, the Seekers are going to go out, and they will go ahead and spoil this. As they start drifting over and haven't latched onto somebody yet, the rotation can begin, so Gen.G may just be able to arrive in time to try to disrupt this, and Zenfree is not going to be there, crucially. Just out. There's the null command. Good, forcing the blades away. Damage out though, Goddead tagged down to 85, gets himself in the hall, checks it, sees no one. Clears it. He is here around the corner. There's the bite. He holds it to half. He manages to get out.
That's enough.
And now they have to push forward.
Flash out.
Flash goes in. They're holding for it. They're trying to get him. They get him right through the corner as Takage finds a third. And now it's King around the back. The alarm bot spoils it all. And he cannot line up the shots. Detonation Focus Me finds 7 rounds in the half here.
Switching sides.
And if they can keep this up, I will gladly have my predictions wrong. This is such a good performance from them. Gen.G getting a little bit greedy with that spike defuse, trying to stick on it. Meanwhile, detonation across the entire first half. Having that many protocols, that many safe plays, having players on lurks. Gen.G getting a little bit antsy, just pushing up and getting punished for it instead. Losing out their Korean Jet is painful.
Yeah. Not the Gen.G that we saw from just last week. We saw from a month ago in Sao Paulo. It's a very different look. I mean, even just from the Lotus into the Fracture, a stark difference. See here. Eyes shut, either from exhaustion in this series or from meditation, trying to focus.
I think one pattern that I'm seeing actually, Seth, is the fact that in a lot of those previous performances from Gen.G, they often started out on attack. And because they started on attack, they actually managed to find better first halves. This time, playing against DFM, it might be the first time that they're starting out on defense, and I don't know what it is about that, but them having to react and adapt to how DFM really snuffs out information, how DFM really starves information from Gen.G. Gen.G just don't really know how to react appropriately. Times they try to push out, they get met by resistance from Reta, resistance from Takaje, excuse me. And other times where they actually try to fight fire with fire, sometimes they get punished by just the entire team being up by A main. Now that they're on attack, hopefully it'll be better, but other than that, DFM, these protocols are serving them well.
Well, certainly are. Now, everything has to hinge for Gen.G on this attack. You can see things have been rough. God dead. Tissue buff not working its magic right now. See how they fare though. Reyna, Shorty, the shotty that we'll have right here. 3 ghosts on the side of detonation.
Oh, he swaps it over.
Okay. Takaje is going to be the half armor. Up close, Nebula goes up, gets popped. Dog goes chasing in. May have spotted the turret placement. Then all not going to be connecting here on a Reyna. Backed away, and he had this Shorty to go ahead and swap away to. And King.
Good.
Here's these rotations coming through. Reyna going to be the first one to fall, and it looks like they have no idea about King's position. They're concerned about ramp.
That's good.
TS now setting up the Nebula. Throws it up, dissipates, flash into the back. TS swings the corner, finds one. Takaje answers back, but now King strikes from behind. He's gonna find a second elimination. Anthem now out in no man's land. Beautifully done. They get themselves into the site. Reyna, the only one there, has to back away. And King with the lurk plays it to perfection. Gen.G, they give themselves a hope. As long as they don't get ecoed here, they should be tying it up.
Then again, this is that Gen.G that we saw in lock-in. The way that you start things off with Astra Nebulas, Meteor just dashing up on towards Heaven, and everyone else. What I really like definitely has to be King on that big old lurk. The way that he actually let them in, the trigger discipline, allow that. Pounce on the opportunity when it's...
They're running it again. They're just going for it. You can see everybody not that far away. The instant response and rotation coming through. Arriving again, 0 point, not gonna connect. Oh, the drop down, he spotted him. They finally will be able to find the spray to connect. Never take it down, Takaje dead. So just with the Sheriff, will be able to find one, but now he's all on his lonesome. Somehow avoids taking further damage from Meteor there. Flash out, he tries to swing away, gets into the corner. Meteor will hound him down. 1 gun lost in the anti-eco, Gen.G tie it.
Very well played, knowing that it is that anti-eco round after all. DFM playing rather safe. In fact, it was a little bit of a miss gamble having 4 players stacked up on A. Gen.G just go in, running gun, guns blazing. But taking names. On the other side now, being able to buy up, Gen.G still having enough weaponry I don't know if B site is the place that you want to hit because of how long range it is.
Seems like they're willing to just continue exploring this B site until it gets shut down. Oh, now they don't. This is just feeling very confident in their executes over on this side of the map. And you can see, again, DFM playing completely disconnected and off the site. Then gets forward, chucks a flash through. Find the blind, guiding light will. Pop flash, swing in the corner, Goddead shut down. No damage found either.
Have to clear out halls.
Wall goes up. Meteor backs away, throws down the cloudburst. They know where he's at. He spots Jess, they finish him off. Good shots from King. Meteor looks to swing out, but there's the wraparound from behind. TakeJ and Anthem now dead. Sylvan eliminated, and it's all on TS, who just has a Sheriff. The cover is in.
Okay.
We'll be able to get another, okay. I mean, great kills. Some damage done, but they cannot win out the round. DFM will reclaim the lead by 1.
That's the TS that we saw last week. He's starting to get some of those Sheriff taps, but
yeah.
Onto the other hand of it, this is what I can kind of still enjoy from DFM. I was hoping they would still post up on B, just knowing that maybe this is where Gen.G hits. They have those rifles, playing long range would work for them. But you know what? It's just as good as playing the retake, going in with that team coordinated execute. Just going up, wrap around halls from the other side. They had to clear that, and it worked. Oh, they're pushing up now.
Oh, well, a little bit of a change up now. The wall does come through. Spam coming out. Well, does get that dink briefly. Anthem ends up falling. So just now retreating. Kites back. Meteor taken down, but Zenfree traded.
Toxin screen down.
Gives us a 4v3. Heals come out. Top Goddead back up. Should know that the rotations have been forced. Very much so by this point. Do they want to continue onward is the question. Seekers online by Sylvan. It seems like the call is going to be to start backing away. Never mind. They're baiting me.
Watching this spot.
Trying to cut off information too. DFM are just waiting. If anything, TakeJ might be able to hear something because of his position, but because he doesn't, the rest of his team doesn't move. They're just holding those angles.
Turret out.
Turret to watch just in case somebody gets all the way through their spawn.
Seek the betrayal.
Now the Seeker's rushing. They clear them out, they identify. One's above, it's just still spraying through. We'll find the kill. Spike now going to be dropped. Goddead gets into the default corner. His old default. Finds the plant. 3v3.
Again, you have to clear out halls, but you can't wrap around the other side because of pillar.
Push coming in, right up with the Guardian. Gets the headshot. Flash out onto TS.
Incredible.
Remember, this is planted around the corner. It's not planted for them. Wall does block. They move up, they're spraying. Goddead fights one, and oh, what a defense from him! Goddead shuts down Suggest. The moment where it looked like he was going to be able to be the hero. Gen.G just traded right back. 3 rounds now found in this second half, and DFM, they're going to be burning their second time out.
And oh man, Seth. Goddead went full Terminator mode in that one. I don't know if it's because he heard Suggest's footsteps or what, but he turned around at just the right time.
Oh, the gun barrel leading.
Too. Yeah, the gun barrel.
There you go. Enough of a giveaway. And he gets the kill before they lose anybody else, so retain a couple weapons. Tie it up. So now DFM starting to panic. Again, this is a reminder in case maybe it's your first time watching, you don't know the standings. This would be their first match victory. Fell in the first series to PRX last week after playing an incredibly close Lotus game. You can tell that these guys are very hungry to get that win under their belt. They saw Zeta do it just yesterday. They want to join them.
Japanese Valorant teams. 11-13 against PRX on Lotus. 5-13 against PRX on Pearl. They're playing the same compositions, but given how much they've improved, you have to applaud them. And they're still looking to close this one out. So far, it's been Gen.G repeatedly pushing into the B site. And I'm just wondering if this will mentally condition DFM, and it looks like it does. They've got the eco, and they're just pushing up B. It's again not the best gamble because Gen.G are headed towards the A site.
Yeah, well now we've got an inverse of that first couple rounds where Raid is all alone, but this time it's on the A site. Dash in, gets himself up in front of the wall, puts a little bit of damage down onto King, but it's nothing that Sylvan can't take care of.
Here.
Goes ahead, offers up the healing. The wraparound's coming now from behind. Get ahead of the wall. Suggest this Bladestorm needs to go huge. Spots TS. They know he's behind that wall. Pop flash out. Sylvan swings the corner, finds one. Jump in Takage right here. Ends up getting gunned down. Sylvan backs away. The Cloudburst in. The flash doesn't go deep enough, but Suggest will still find the kill. Grabs the gun.
Where to go?
Renal Command will go ahead and deny away the rest of the Bladestorm.
That feels bad.
He's got the shorty though. That feels good for him.
Last player standing.
So now, nothing else to do. Anthem will just recover the Vandal, back away. Fortunately for them, the timeout will not lead to an eco win, a thrifty win. We'll have to see what they do to try to tie it up again going into this next one.
That's the important bit, but not too bad for Gen.G, I must say. I mean, how's that for Sylvan's debut on Sky? That pop flash, I think, was a huge thing to turn things around, because if that wasn't there, TS, Sylvan, they might have lost A main, and that could have been problematic. DFM would have been able to pick up rifles, they would have been able to continue pushing onto site for the retake. Thanks to that pop flash, that didn't happen.
Flash over the top. And Meteor gets it. I mean, this is the guy. He showed us the double up, drafted Shops, killing Aspas over on the B site. And now he gets the updraft kill right there onto Anthem, back of A. Again, this draws so much attention towards that side of the map from DFM. Gen.G really starting to run them around.
Pretty good, but at the same time, I think DFM aren't too worried. Reyta has got all that Killjoy utility on site itself. Meteor, having spent those updrafts, he won't be able to avoid those. At the same time, DFM are making the reads now. Halls up by Suggest.
It's highly unlikely that... Yeah, I was going to say, Red is not going to get clipped by that nullify, so Util still up, swap over onto the short. You can see Meteor is thinking very much the same, but Reyta on the flank cuts him down. Wow. Goddead firing back. Twitter Zenfree, the Reckoning now expiring. Goddead finding another before dying to Suggest, but the end of it all is now on TS. There's a turret, goes for the reload. Ooh, that's a wide jiggle, but he gets the headshot! What a latch on from TS! Saving the round. Saving Gen.G.
You might almost say that that turret kind of saved his life, because he slowed down just to shoot that, and because he slowed down, he saw where Reyta was positioned. Bit of a jump peek, and then the swing.
Just ridiculous.
Able to go in for that spray conversion and the headshot at the end of a TS. This is the lead that Gen.G was looking for all day.
Yeah, that whole last map never happened for him. See the aggro push, Meteor's got the tailwind up. Needs to dissipate.
Placing swamp grenade.
Anthem in with his hero rifle, having carried one through the previous round. Needs to find some value with it. Flash over the top, does get the connection, lets them know they're still here. Nade at the back. They saw the push to this wall, the slows and all. Both Nano Swarms now burned. Pretty much damn near everybody on DFM is on this site. Hit gonna be invested. As they go for the plant, they get it down safely.
This pitch is gonna do so much because those pistols don't do much in this one little corner. Spam all you want.
Well, King's down.
It actually catches him.
Gets the pit now dropping. Got that, spotting him in the back. Meteor, however, finds 3 kills. It's 15 HP remaining. Oh, the last bullet from Goddead.
Wow.
Hits Suggest. Meteor finds Anthem. And Gen.G now on a 4-round win streak. Looking to end this once and for all.
Getting close to it. And I don't know if DFM is getting desperate, but we do see that operator pick up by Suggest. Don't know how much value that's going to gain, though, because Gen.G has been doing nothing but just hitting sites on sites. The coordinated executes are great, and of course sometimes started off by Meteor, finding that 4K, sitting on top pretty with 23 frags overall.
And it's going to be a change-up. We haven't seen presence in mid, realistically, from Gen.G whatsoever.
None.
Now they're looking to push their
DFM.
way into Art, or at least want to inch forward and see how much space they can take, what info they can get. It's a good read, though. You can see Zenfreak getting a sense that they could be here. Pop flash through just to check the close angles. And now it's going to be a pit on the A site, dropped by Takaj.
That does block off A main. Gen.G continues to go deeper in through middle into connector. Maybe back onto the B site. Anthem just clearing things out, the Trailblazer, to get additional information. So if anything, Reita and Suggest have to be ready for this. I'm just worried about that operator close range.
Time to hunt.
Rush forward, Suggest trying to get the quick shot across, doesn't manage to make it happen. Nearly has Meteor with the follow-up. He sweeps through, clears Hall.
Spike planted.
Suggest now. What do you do? No blades. They buy some space. Two players end up getting detained. Meteor as well as Sylvan. Couldn't make it out. Pop flash in. Goddead trying to go. Absolutely nuclear finds two. Before Anthem gets the punish. Meteor reading that he's there in Hall, but Sylvan's got the covering fire. Suggest right next to him. They tag him down to 2 HP. The last one standing. King will get both. And there it is, 12-8. Match point suddenly secured by Gen.G.
In a make it or break it round, DFM get absolutely broken by the way that Gen.G hits this. A sudden push through to middle. A place where they didn't show any presence before. Zenfreak trying to read it, but then as soon as the spike gets planted, Suggest, unfortunately, the operator doesn't come up. And Goddead with that pop flash to peek off of it. King to follow up. Match point now, and DFM does not have much firepower.
It's such a hero play from Goddead. Saying, okay, I gotta go aggro. We've got two people detained. And if you're DFM, realistically, you're not gonna expect him to do that.
No.
Now again, the null command is gonna be used. Building these up so very rapidly. The Meteor gets in deep, finds Reita. The Killjoy eliminated. Updraft. Is he gonna push in this? Okay, no, drops back down. Doesn't want to get too crazy, doesn't want to overheat. It's good restraint to see from Meteor. But now we need to see a good retake from DFM.
As he's dropping in and out, though, DFM are so cautious about this, waiting for the entire team to regroup. They have to go up and down.
He spent so much time trying to get people in behind. TS was watching that back angle. No! Meteor completely blinded. Goddead also going to be taken down. Cove comes up, Zenfreak tries to get in onto the spike. The sun comes across, they pull him off of the spike. Suggest now going to be taken down. They get onto it once again, but Zenfreak going to be melted down. It all comes down to Takaj. But the spike is not held to half. They cannot make it happen. And King will find the final shot. 13-8. Time is a flat circle. We saw that scoreline. Back on Lotus. Gen.G close out the series with a 13-8 yet again. They will move up 2-0 in their matches thus far. But this was the hardest that they have been pushed since they were in Sao Paulo. Unfortunately for Detonation Focus Me, the first match victory will have to wait. But damn if they did not look clean today.
In this final map, cleaning things up, waking up to it. Goddead, face in his hands, certainly earned this victory. Sometimes you have to be pushed up to your absolute limit before you are able to find the next evolution. And I think Gen.G has found it on their attacking side this time. Meteor, Goddead, the entire team, the way that they've been able to hit sites again and again. DFM, a valiant performance, but not quite just yet being able to beat Gen.G.
And this would have been such a cathartic victory in many ways for the side of Detonation. not only just getting that first win out of the way, matching Zeta in that regard, putting that win up on the board, giving hope that you might be able to make it, over to Tokyo, set yourself up for a run of the playoffs, but also taking down a team that has, come into this tournament off the back of their initial performance, looking very clean against RRQ, looking great against Loud, beating them and saying, yeah, we can contend with the upper echelon in Pacific. They still did. I don't want to take that away from them. Granted, things got away from them for sure. Gen.G looked absolutely electric on that attack on Pearl. But they should still hold their heads high for pushing them and beating them in a brutal manner on Fracture.
I mean, if anything, consolation prize, you might have lost the series, but the round differential was good because of that win on Fracture, because of this improvement, vast improvement on all maps, I think. Not just Fracture. Lotus was great too. And up here on Pearl, much, much better as compared to how they played against Paper X last week.
Well, Gen.G, I'm sure it's a monstrous sigh of relief, selling every bit of air left in their lungs.
Good pose. And that's the Tiger Nation.
Yeah. Well, what a day this has been. An absolute roller coaster, both series. Never did we anticipate that this was, we expected first series, oh yeah, this is going to be a gigabanger. Paper X going up against Team Secret. They're both going to be fighting tooth and nail. Remember, that happened today.
Yes, it
that
felt
happened
like
today.
ages ago.
But this one, unexpected. And that just seems to be the case here with Detonation, because now, both times that we've seen them enter into series, we have been writing them off, saying, okay, this team, frankly, looks tragic at lock-in, but they have been improving drastically, and they've been delivering some excellent maps for us. That Lotus versus PRX, that win here on Fracture, as well as just from the start on the first map here in this series as well. That Lotus was also quite fun to watch. So overall, incredible upward trajectory here from the side of Detonation, but we need to see a little bit more. But I'm confident in them to be able to get these wins. I think PRX, Gen.G, maybe just a little bit out of reach for now.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, this is just the second week, so they're going to have different opponents in the following weeks. These first two ones are granted giants in their own rights, and Detonation has improved so much.
Yeah, they really have. So very solid stuff. We're looking forward to the continued growth. I mean, again, can't sing praises about Suggest moving over to Duelist full-time enough. It does suck for anybody who's out there wishing to see Soldam. But for now, I think with Suggest playing the way that he is,
yeah, just stick to it.
You don't actually want to see Soldam because Suggest is just going crazy. Some roughness there, obviously struggled on Pearl. That map still needs to be figured out. We saw them struggle versus PRX as well on this map, so I think that one needs to be workshopped a little bit more. But, I mean, opting to go for the Jet on Fracture, guy looked absolutely insane. He looked insane on the Raze. If you didn't see his ace in the first round of Lotus, that was crazy. So I'm really loving that, and I think that as they continue to develop around him and continue to be able to enable him, this could end up being a very scary team. Because everybody else also today proving that they can frag. We know it from Anthem. We've seen him get an ace. We've seen now Zenfree really starting to pop off today. Rada joining those ranks, whether it was on the Killjoy or the Cypher, looking strong. So I think that this is a team that we can no longer really underestimate, and I think that everybody else is going to look at this game and be like, ooh, damn. We might have to do a little bit more research when we get ready to play them later.
Of course, they have to kind of step up and find a little bit more as well. Right now, this is a pretty good look on them with the way that they've been playing off of Anthem's information as Sky. Maybe explore a little bit more. I don't know, get a little bit more creative sometimes. It looks really great. And I think this is a very good improvement for DFM. At the same time, I mean, how about Takajay with that judge? You know, Suggest with so many pistol rounds being won, it's incredible. Gen.G still on top for sure. They actually looked really uncomfortable on Fracture, and I think that was a big thing too.
Yeah, I think the bounce back, obviously, for Gen.G, something that needs to be praised. It was very solid from them. But we're not going to have a player standing by with an interview with Jen, so we'll go ahead and throw down to the floor.
Well, thank you guys. I'm standing here with Gen.G's TS. Congratulations, TS. Well, We saw GodDead bringing in the tissue back on the third map. Was today tougher than you expected? TS 선수 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 일단 3세트에는 갓데드 선수가 다시 휴지를 코에 끼기도 했는데 사실 예상했던 것보다 오늘 경기 조금 힘들었을 것 같아요.
프랙처가 너무 저희 짜여진 대로 안 되고 너무 상대를 의식했다 보니까 커뮤니케이션도 좀 부족했고 좀 좋지 않았는데 세 번째 맵에서 너무 잘 풀어 나가서 기분 좋습니다.
Well, Fracture for us, I think they really got into our head. We weren't playing our own game, so that was a little bit of a disappointment. But on Pearl, I'm really glad that we pulled through. Well, with that win, you have 2 wins on the board. Week 2, no losses yet. But how satisfied are you with your performance so far? 그러면 이제 아직까지 2승 무패잖아요. 좀 팀의 경기력에 있어서 완전하게 만족하고 계신지, 좀 어느 정도 만족하고 계신지도 여쭤볼게요.
갓데드 선수랑 실반 선수가 들어온 지 얼마 안 됐기 때문에 저희는 한 아직 50% 정도밖에 완성 안 됐다고 생각하고 이게 완성된다면 저희가 무패로 좀 연승하지 않을까 생각합니다. 네.
무패로 우승이요?
그럼요. 네.
Well, Sylvan and GodDead, they're pretty new to the team still, so I think we're only performing up to 50% of our full potential. But once it reaches that 100%, I think we can really aim for that undefeated win of the tournament, of the whole VCT. 그러면 이제 펄에서 좀 힘든 시간이 이어졌다고 얘기를 하셨는데 좀 언제쯤 승기를 잡았다고 느꼈는지도 여쭤볼게요. Well, as you said, on Pearl, you guys pushed through. Where do you think, what round was very pivotal for you, and when did you think that you guys were able to close it out?
방어 때는 솔직히 상대 움직임을 다 읽고도 지는 모습이 보여서 그게 좀 아쉬웠고 이게 후반 가서 7대7 동점 만들자마자 이거 무조건 역전이다 그때 생각하고 있었습니다. 네.
Well, in the first half, we had a pretty good read into our opponents, but yet we kind of lost the rounds that we should win. But then when we tied it up to 7-7, that's when we thought we're able to close it out and that we're gonna pick up this win tonight. 그러면 이제 Team Secret will be the next opponents that you'll face, and Dubstep from Team Secret actually sent a message over to you saying, Gen.G, watch out. Any message over to Team Secret? 그러면 이제 덥스텝 선수가 Gen.G 다음에 만나는데 조심해라라고 경고의 메시지를 던졌거든요. 좀 팀 시크릿에게 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
그쪽은 5명이 TS지만 저도 1명이 TS다. 예.
Well, you all 5 make up 1 TS, but me, it's TS. It's me. Well, thank you very much, TS, for your post-match interview. Hope you guys have an interesting match against Team Secret as well. Best of luck in the future. Well, that was Team Secret. 5 people. TS. Well, what does TS stand for, Victoria?
Only you know the answer to that, Jen. Yeah, we have TS and we have Team Secret, and both of them had very impressive plays today. DFM had an incredible showing today. To be honest, they had so much improvement since last month at lock-in, since last week, leading into today, and I'm really relieved to hear that TS said that this is only 50% of what Gen.G has to offer, because I do think there was room for improvement, even though they ended up winning this round.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think TS is accepting that fact. Now, one thing that caught my eye in that interview is TS saying, well, if we go to full power, I think we could go undefeated. Well, they're going to have to bring that up fast, right? Because they're going up against Team Secret next week and then DRX in 3 weeks. So a bit of an uphill battle for them, but the biggest thing, and I know Achilles kept pointing this out, is they were able to bounce back. Despite losing on a map that they looked strong on Fracture, they come back to Pearl. Meteor is able to put up the numbers we've come to expect from him, and everyone else really solidifying their roles as well to hang on, especially towards the later part of this map where the focus starts to dwindle for both sides because of, just what hour it is right now in the arena.
Yeah, it seemed like as things dragged on, both teams started taking some more solo challenges, getting a little bit less coordinated with each other than you maybe like to see, and you can understand that. It's getting late, you're tired, things are really chaotic for both teams. You're both trying to adjust each other. You heard TS say that their comms started to fall apart. They weren't able to kind of regroup and figure things out on Fracture, so you can still see signs of that on Pearl as well. Particularly GodDead was kind of frustrating me at times watching him trying to take solo battles, trying to flash and trying to make these pop flash plays against multiple opponents, and they weren't working. So Yeah, I mean, Gen.G, yeah, they come away with the win, but this one, you know, definitely is going to have them leaving something to be desired.
DFM was really well coordinated again in Pearl in the early rounds especially, but we did have a really interesting play early on, a good read from Gen.G from Meteor as well.
Yeah, I want to bring this up. I mean, round 3, this is one of those times where Meteor just shines, right? He's on that Marshall, and he gets the call that they probably rotated. He spots the peek coming in from Jess, but watch what he does. He realizes that there has to be someone still looking to come up behind him, so he constantly puts up these cloud bursts to make sure that he can get a 1v1 and he's not caught in a crossfire. It's not simply the fact that he knows to keep swiveling, but using those cloud bursts to make sure whichever fight he takes is going to be a 1v1. That's the awareness you want in a star player like Meteor.
Definitely. And later in the game, we did see the game tide start to shift in further into Gen.G's favor. Do you want to break that down, Clinton?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the round where this really shifted the tide of the entire match here for the side of Gen.G. And you can see that DFM is trying to use their smokes to get up ahead, but the Trailblazer comes out and baits them out a little bit. Meteor, they're able to get a big kill on Anthem. That's a lot of that utility that DFM has been having a lot of success with, taken out of their hands. Then immediately after, King takes down Zenfree. So that's like 2 big defensive tools that are ripped out of the hands of DFM early there when they try to make an aggressive push. And you know, Gen.G here has the awareness, had the coordination, and this is where things snowballed in Gen.G's favor the rest of the way. So that was kind of a turning point there in a lot of different ways.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about some key players here who really contributed to this. Who would you say are those high impact players?
It's got to be Meteor, right? And not just because he's putting up highlights, but I will say when we were watching backstage, there were a couple rounds in the early part of Pro where we were like, okay, Meteor's also starting to feel the pressure where he feels that he needs to be the one putting up kills to bring the team back. But once he's able to do that, the team actually does work off of that momentum, and he's able to carry them back, and he actually puts up the numbers again that we want to see from a player like Meteor. So I just want to give him props, right? Because let's be honest, you're going up against Suggest, who you thought you would trump as a duelist, and suddenly Suggest strikes back with the Jet on Fracture. You were probably a little shaken up, but he says, no, I've gone up against the likes of Aspas over on Loud, right? I can keep up with the best of the best, and he's not fazed by it when they're on Pearl. He's able to keep up good numbers all the way to the very end.
Well, think about what this says about Suggest. The fact that he's able to put up these numbers. He went plus 25 throughout this series, by the way. Absolutely just going crazy. So 60 some odd kills, by far the most in this lobby.
Yes.
It's not even close. So, I mean, obviously also the coordination is there. If you look at the amount of assists that DFM had versus the amount of assists that Gen.G had, much, much higher for the side of DFM throughout this match. So we've been talking about this whole time that DFM is really well coordinated. We're seeing a lot of utility. The way they play with it has been, extremely confident and well situated. However, Gen.G still has just a little bit deeper kind of pool inside of him. I mean, TS pulling out a couple of those really crazy clutch rounds and things like that.
Yeah.
So, yes, Suggest is nuts. Yes, we saw phenomenal things out of DFM today, but there's still a little bit of work to be done.
Yeah, I mean, it was not quite enough, but I was very impressed. I think we all were, and I hope to see more of that and more improvements on that front. Now let's talk about overall game MVP for today's match between Gen.G and DFM.
I mean, this was a tough one, I think, just because, Meteor was putting up some numbers as well. But then you think back and the way TS was playing on Lotus, right, with that Omen, and also the way he's helping maneuver the team. Then he had some of those crucial clutches, as Paperthin mentioned as well. You got to give it to the IGL.
The KDA here was higher for the side of TS throughout the entire series as well. So I think he added just a little bit more value than Meteor. Meteor was really slow to start. Yes, he played great on Pearl. But before that, I mean, he was getting jet diffed, or duelist diffed is probably the better way to put it because there was some raises involved in there. But duelist diffed would be the best way to put it by Suggested, by a wide margin. So I think TS, in a lot of ways here, able to keep the team in check mentally as that IGL, he talked about it in the interview that things were breaking down in the communication on Fracture. So after that, he's able to regroup, keep things together. Of course, Coach Vile gets a lot of credit in that regard as well. However, I thought he was, just a little bit better, just a little bit than Meteor today.
Yeah, just a little bit more stable.
Yeah.
I think it's the best way to sum it up.
Yeah. Well, we had 6 long but very exciting, very close games.
It's 1 a.m. here, by the way.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. But it was fun. Honestly, every single round was fun. And let's see where we are on the standings, because I think there's a little bit more shifting around here, unexpected shifts as well.
This one all according to plan. I don't know what you're talking about. my predictions were perfect. Never in doubt.
Oh yeah.
Never in doubt.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you're really lining up the wins there on the predictions. But Gen.G continues to deliver on the hope that they sold at lock-in, right? Of course, Team Secret continuing to just be on that upwards trajectory as well. So I think there's a couple more teams than a lot of people expected to fight for those top 3 spots that will eventually go to Masters and even Champions at the end of the year. On the other hand, I mean, DFM, sure, they're on the bottom side of the standings, but they could come back strong if they continue to improve.
And no one's doubting them now.
Yeah.
And we have another big game tomorrow. It's the final one for this weekend. We have DRX versus Global Esports. You know, those player swaps that we mentioned yesterday.
I mean, I'm curious, right? Without Mako and Foxy9, what is DRX going to do? I mean, Global just snatched them away. Of course, that was all for April Fools. But in all seriousness, my big question also is, will they continue to give Foxy9 another shot, right? When you think you're kind of in a safe standing so far, it's an opponent that DRX expects to win against. Will we see the return of Foxy9 once more, or are they going to go back to the original starting 5?
Any thoughts about tomorrow?
I think tomorrow is a big test here for GE. I think they just need to kind of keep building on the things that are working, keep building the coordination, keep building the communication. You know, they seem to be able to string together good halves at times, or even occasionally a good map. Now it's starting to build like the full picture, and of course it's going to be really tough going up against DRX. But every round you can sneak away from DRX is a win. So just get as many of those as possible, because it's tough. They don't come easy.
No, absolutely not. I mean, all the best to the final game for tomorrow. And again, we have many more weeks to go, so this is far from the finality of the results of the people who are going to be going to playoffs. Thank you so much, Paper Thin. Thank you so much, William. That wraps it up for today. See you guys tomorrow for more Valorant action. To you live from Seoul, South Korea. Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. This stage, the teams are getting ready to go live. I'm very excited to see. I know we got Quack and Achilles up there, and Quack is probably like sweating with excitement right now. So let's go over the stage and see what they're up to.
Tries to get up into heaven. Ends up getting taken down. Hey, down onto the plant spot. Up over the what? Spots them both. The Jing strikes them down. The showstopper finding 2. Gonna push around the back. The IGL left on his lonesome. He will die alone, and they will crush it. 13-10, they are victorious.
Burying those graves for Paper Rex.
Now, this isn't the only match for tonight. We have another exciting lineup coming up. We have another Korea-Japan face-off, DFM versus Gen.G. I also concur. I do expect a win from Gen.G, but let's see how it goes. Let's start the show.
Suggest flashbacking over, interrupted, dead, Meteor trying to stick it and not like
Are
that.
you serious?
Well played, back and forth. In that first half, we switched sides. Suggest now going to be taken down. They're getting onto it once again. The spike is not held to half. King will find the final shot. They will move up 2-0 in their matches thus far.